Go to the Lord in prayer. Dado lista. The most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and take the business of our tribe at hand. I want to welcome all the new council members, and we just give you all the praise and glory for our health and well-being. Lord, be with the leadership of our tribe and be with their employees here and their families, and let us make the decisions that will move our tribe forward. Guide and bless this meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Call the roll.
Jody Fishinghawk. Chuck Hoskin Jr.
Here.
Jack Baker.
Here.
Joe Bird.
Amen.
Julia Coates. Janelle Fulbright. Don Garvin. Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Hannah Dory Jordan.
Present.
Lee Keener. Dick Lay.
Here.
Curtis Snell.
Here.
David Thornton.
Amen.
David Walkingstick. Kara Martin.
Oh, honey.
We do it for him.
Councilor Hargis, do you have a motion for me?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add Councilors Janice Taylor and Harley Buzzard to the committee. Second.
Second by Councilor Ken Watts, and welcome Janice, and welcome back, Harley. All right, all those in favor of adding those councilors say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right. Madam Speaker.
Just for housekeeping, I would also like to make a motion to approve the budget so we can go into discussion.
Second.
Motion second by Councilor Ken Watts. All right. We'll go into discussion. Betty Reese, you have a presentation for us?
I'm going to have the
Treasurer?
treasurer's one go first.
Okay, very good, that's fine. And councilors, my thought, this is just my thought, is we should try to plow through the discussions and make notes as we see adjustments, and then maybe we can do some sort of an omnibus motion at the end to reconcile all the changes, but that's just my suggestion. I know it's worked well in previous years. Madam Treasurer? Yeah, with the they tried to call. Okay.
Warming up. I'm just going to let it get a little bit brighter. First, I'd like to say good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Chair, sorry about that, Madam Speaker, and Tribal Council. It is an honor to be here before you today to present the Principal Chief's proposed budget for fiscal year 2014. I have prepared this presentation for you to give you an overview. I will walk you through the revenue assumptions, budget preparation process, changes to the budget, and employment figures. I will make this presentation in full and take any unanswered questions at the very end. Thank you in advance for your attention. Now let's begin. This is the Cherokee Nation 2014 budget presentation for the Principal Chief's proposed budget. FY14's budget consists of 22 departments. Departments include tribal government, service departments, resource departments, and boards and commissions. The numbers assigned to each department will correspond to your white budget books. As you can see, the number of departments are not consecutive, as Department 20 from the previous year was housing services, and those programs are now administered through the Housing Authority and Community Services. And Department 22 was leadership, which has now been incorporated mostly into education and human resources, but also in part into the chief's office. And we haven't had a department with the number 21 for several years. Here's a screenshot of our comprehensive budget, and I apologize, it's very small on the screen, but you have this printout in the front of your white budget books. Comprehensive budget consists of an operating budget of $565.5 million and a capital budget of $92.9 million. The two budgets combined create a total comprehensive budget amount of $658.4 million. The proposed budget has a general fund surplus of $7,306. Now I will take you through some of the revenue assumptions, and the 10-year tables you will see are consistent with those you have seen in prior years. This table gives an overview of the general fund. The blue line reflects budgeted sources and includes tribally funded sources of revenue, including business dividends and tax revenue. The green line reflects budgeted uses, and the red line is the net effect. In this proposed budget, all general fund sources have a corresponding use, leaving $7,306 FY14 revenue dollars unbudgeted.
Madam Treasurer, do we have a copy of this PowerPoint in our books?
No, I'm sorry, it's right here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
No better.
I'll start this one over. Is everyone staged to the general fund slide? This moves pretty fast, so you'll be flipping quite frequently. This table, again, gives an overview of the general fund. The blue line above represents budgeted sources and includes tribally funded sources of revenue, including business dividends and tax revenue. The green line reflects budget uses, and the red line is the net effect. In this proposed budget, all general fund sources have a corresponding use. However, there are $7,306 FY14 revenue dollars unbudgeted. General fund revenue for FY14 is $127 million. This slide projects the tax revenues, and it includes motor fuels tax, tobacco/other tax, and motor vehicle tax. Tax revenue estimates for FY14 show an $896,000 increase over FY13. Estimates for FY14 include $7.6 million in motor fuels, $6.9 million in tobacco/other taxes, and $9 million in motor vehicle taxes. And it's important to note that this does not include revenues to be generated from the new tag compact. Budget modifications will be presented after the beginning of the fiscal year to incorporate those revenues and expenses. This table gives a trend analysis for dividends. Note that the FY12 amounts where you see the large spike, those include the special dividends for the business interruption insurance of $9.2 million and the sale of the plane for $1.6 million, as well as a partial year of the additional 5% dividend for contract health. Dividend revenue estimates for FY14 are flat with the prior year. As such, the dividend estimate for FY14 is $43.7 million. This table shows the trends in grants/compacts and tribal revenues. Grants/compacts revenue, the green line, is decreased $36 million due to grants that are still waiting approval, sequestration reductions, as well as non-recurring economic stimulus or ARA funding. Tribal revenue, the red line, increased largely due to budgeted carryover and it is important to note that this carryover is not a revenue when you're comparing the actual. These two pie charts that you'll see next give an overview of funding sources for the comprehensive budget. This I like to show on a micro level, and it gives you a complete breakout of funding sources both federally by agency and tribally by type. IHS discretionary is still our largest source, and this year at 38%.
Point of order, I tried texting her. Julia, will you please mute your phone?
She's eating a biscuit.
Counselor Coates?
Apologize for the interruption. Can you email her the presentation too while we're at it, since she won't have a hard copy because she's remote? Can one of the staff do that?
Jody, it is the case that we can't turn on part of the lights, right? I know that was an issue. You guys were working on Friday, and or could you?
We can, I believe.
I don't know if that helped any, but
Okay, now I'm going to show you a pie chart of macro. And so the big blue, and I know that's tiny on the screen, but that's our federal funding percentage, and that's 72%. Tribal is 26%, and other is 2%. Now I'll take you through the process of arriving at the chief's proposed budget. This is an intensive process and takes several months to complete. FY14 budget planning began in April of 2013. The Budgets Office sent a letter to the departments on April the 8th. Departments were given the direction to prepare a flat budget consistent with FY13. The IDC rate used as based on our FY13 approved rate is 14.23% versus 14.15% in FY13, and our fringe rate for FY14 is 32.5% versus 30% in FY13. Programs were given 6 weeks to ready their proposed budgets. Budgets were due from departments on May the 22nd. The departments were required to provide detailed descriptions of each program, to tell us who is eligible for their program, what is their service area, what are the specific outcomes of the program, how many participants they serve, and what collaboration they have with both external and, it should say, internal entities. And these detailed narratives are found for each program, and they will be in your budget books. Review of the budget continued in June into July by the Budget Review Group using several focal points. What is the current and past usage of funding? What are the service objectives? We considered one-time funding that was previously received. If this was a new or enhanced initiative, were there any auditor findings or concerns, and how can we apply best practice accounting? And finally, what is the rationale behind any budget increase requests? The budget was submitted to Tribal Council on July 31st. And that concludes the process for the budget preparation. And now I'll take you through some of the changes from FY13 to FY14, and I will focus on tribally funded or Gen Fund programs, but I will mention some changes to programs funded by the indirect cost pool. Adult education would provide incentive awards for Cherokees who complete the Cherokee Nation GED course. And the amount proposed is $51,000. The jurisdictional outreach program would coordinate community meetings within the 14 counties, and the amount proposed is $100,000. Citizens Access to Transparency would provide free one-year subscriptions to the Cherokee Phoenix for citizens who obtain their photo ID. The amount proposed is $150,000. Several service enhancements were made within the proposed budget. Although there are many, I will highlight just a few. Tribal Nursing Program trains both RNs and Surge Tech nurses. A $95,000 increase would allow for 5 more nurses to be trained. Cherokee National Youth Choir has been honored with an invitation to represent the Cherokee Nation on the national stage of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. An $80,000 increase will fund their entry and travel. The Office of Veterans Affairs is requesting a $149,000 increase as they will be moving into the Veterans Center next year and in need of funds for space costs and funds for hosting a grand opening. Community Services has reorganized to provide overall enhanced programs for greater community outreach and involvement. Financial Resources adds additional staff to launch a dedicated Office of Grant Services to better equip the nation to pursue competitive funding, as well as additional budget staff that will monitor and forecast the budgetary needs of the nation. Management Resources adds additional staff for emergency and risk management preparedness and facility oversight. Information Systems adds additional staff and requires additional funding to pay for a much-needed Lawson upgrade. The Gaming Commission has requested a $430,000 increase for additional staffing and related costs. That concludes our program change overview. The compliance update for this year includes a budgeting change. Recovery accounts are now budgeted as revenue accounts. And this is a technical change that's necessary for our Lawson Capper tool. An added bonus is that it lends to greater transparency in loss reporting. This slide addresses the use of carryover, and it's important to note that all remaining FY12 general fund carryover is fully utilized in this budget. The FY14 budget did not assume any estimated FY13 general fund carryover, as FY13 carryover will be established when the audit is complete. This budget assumes that when FY13 carryover is established after the audit, that a few programs will be given consideration, and here is that list. The Cherokee Nation Water Planning will need an additional amount to finish out phase 2.2 of its engineering study. Cash match for grants will depend on grant opportunities available at the time. The immersion program, based on prior year spending, may or may not need additional funds, but will be considered. Community Services, also depending on need, is to be determined. And facilities improvements has asked to be considered for one-time equipment purchases and projects. This budget is largely what I call front-loaded, without a substantial reliance on forthcoming carryover, as FY13 carryover will not nearly be as large as FY12's. The proposed budget assumes that $663,179 of unused FY12 general fund carryover will be used to fulfill the requirements of Legislative Act 05-02. This amount will be added to the FY13 cash reserve carry-forward balance to arrive at a cash reserve amount that is in full compliance with the law. And see the respective budget narrative for the calculation. For our stimulus funding, all grants funded with stimulus money ended in FY13 or before. Let's look at some of the employment figures for the FY13 budget proposal. Here you see a 10-year trend analysis of FTE, or full-time employee counts. FY14 budget includes 3,555 FTEs. This is a decrease of 50 vacant positions over prior year. The nation has been reprioritizing after sequester reductions and eliminating long-standing vacant positions that are considered non-essential. This table gives two breakouts. The one on the left breaks out all employees by funding sources. IHS Self-Governance Health funds the most with 1,434, with tribally funded following in second with 370. And the table on the right breaks them out by department. Not surprisingly, health is the largest group with 1,638 employees, and human services comes in second at 400 employees. Now this table breaks out vacancies and new positions by department. The table on the left shows vacancies, which total 322, Health has the majority, or health has a large portion of that at 109, and Human Services has 40. On the right, we have new positions by department, and overall total is 52. This table is a payroll analysis quantifying and explaining the impact of employment variances in FY14 from FY13, and I'll go down the list and give you a little bit more information. The increase in financial resources is mainly due to the solutions and grants admins departments being transferred in. These departments will combine to establish the nation's Office of Grant Services. The health services increase is primarily related to provider salary increases, as well as the inclusion of the health IT department. The increase in human resources is related to employees formerly in the leadership group being transferred into their department. The increase in human services is due to increased services, as well as the addition of the home visiting program. The decrease in information systems is health IT being transferred from that department to the health department. And the leadership group has been transferred to other departments, including the Office of the Principal Chief. And these changes sum to a total increase in payroll of $4.5 million. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to a few people who helped significantly in this process. Connie Chandler, she's our Director of Budgets, and all of her staff, Galen and Janet Baker. Jamie Cole, our Controller. Chrissy Moore, our Financial Analyst. And all of the Financial Resources staff who pitched in to help with budget review. Stephanie Reamer in the Communications Department. She works beautifully and does this wonderful presentation for me. And all of the department executive directors and departmental budget staff who put forth quite a bit of effort to get their budgets prepared. And I want to thank you, Tribal Council, for your time and for your attention. And I will be happy to try and answer any questions, or I will find the best person who can.
Before Mr. Reese is up, does anyone have any questions for the treasurer? Yes, Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will we hear additional, I mean, just process-wise, it may be more for you, I don't know who should answer it, but will we hear more about the new programs and details? Because
I think as those.
I appreciate
as
the
those
highlights.
departments- As those departments come up, we need to identify where those new initiatives are, and then the folks who are with those departments need to be prepared to address those. And I'm sure they will be. I know the treasurer's already
Yes.
arranged for that.
Career Services, Community Services, and the staff from the Chief's Office will be happy to discuss those training programs.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the treasurer?
Treasurer, one of the things that I'm interested in is the carryover. I'd like to know where it came from, what departments, and where it's put into the budget, and how much.
Are you speaking?
And has all the carryover been brought forward?
If you're speaking of general fund carryover, I just want to make sure that we're clear. If general fund carryover was all brought forward in April of this year, so April of 13.
Was that the only carryover there was general fund?
There was general fund and
Where did it come out of?
we brought forward general fund, and motor fuels tax also had a carryover amount. We brought all of that forward in April.
There was no carryover in health or any of those, they spent all their money?
Health budgets their carryover every year, and if you want Amy to get into more detail.
Every budget that had carryover in it, I'd like to have it.
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Madam Treasurer,
You're the treasurer, you can't do it.
I wonder if it would be good if, as we went by department, if they have a carryover that they budgeted, they didn't buy that. I don't know if that is what you'd like, how you'd like to see it, but.
I'd
that's
like
one
to
way.
see something with all the carryover.
We can provide that.
Okay. So she'll
And where
provide
it
that during the hearings.
And if it's all there, is there any more carryover?
Is that something you can provide in the context of these hearings?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Counselor Conwatch, you had another question.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I have several questions. So one of Councilman Thornton's questions prompted another. So is the motor fuel tax, is that a carryover because maybe we have unspent roads or bridge monies as a council person? Or is this, we didn't allocate money to our kids? How do we have?
It's carryover that the programs that, okay, so the programs that are appropriated within the motor fuels tax funding source, when they don't spend all of their budgets, that carryover gets brought forward, that's an earmarked,
Okay.
it's to be used for certain purposes. And so, when it's brought forward, we repurpose it into programs that fit within those categories.
Okay. And then on sequestration, what I heard you say, and I want to make sure I don't make any assumptions.
Sure.
Is that we've been told to anticipate flat budgets. And that's how you dealt with that issue, that at this point, we don't anticipate any cuts to programs, and it would be flat as of the last cuts from sequestration?
Well, for the grant-funded budgets that get what I call actual sequestration, I mean, we have received a letter from the agency detailing exactly what that sequester would be.
Okay.
And so for programs that we have received that notice, they have budgeted, that is reflected in this budget. Now, there are other programs that have not received that notice of actual sequestration. And because we've seen the sequester, largely our estimates have been doing pretty well. 5.5% was the sequester percentage, but we did see some that have come in lower. 5%, we've seen 2%, we've seen one come in at 8%. And so we felt like it was the most conservative way to budget it at a flat level and not consider any deduction or reduction, because there may not be a reduction that large, there may not be a reduction at all. We really don't know the answer. And so the programs that have received official communication of their actual sequestration, you will see that reflected in this budget.
Okay, just in case the mood in Washington changes and we see cuts that we didn't anticipate, would that come from our cash reserve, or where would you pull that from? And are we doing anything beyond what the law plans for to anticipate those to cover it?
Well, we've received the largest amount of, the lion's share of our sequester has come from the IHS, the health department budgets. And you'll see them reflecting that in their budget. But as far as how we would handle sequester reductions going forward, we do have a cash reserve. We have $5 million set aside for any sequester reductions. So for programs that are considered priority programs, we would be able to supplement them with that.
Okay, otherwise, they would see cuts, is the reality. Okay. So on your analysis of full-time employees, the FTEs, that was a significant increase over 10 years. And please remind me, is that mainly in health, or where is that we're seeing that there was the large, because I know we've built clinics during that time. I'm trying to remind myself, refresh my memory about.
Over 10 years, you're going to see the addition of Muskogee, Veneta, and Hastings as well.
So that wasn't necessarily us growing government, it was growing our healthcare system, which is still government, but it wasn't like we were adding more bureaucrats, so to speak, I guess.
Correct.
For less of, no term, okay. So, and where did you cut the 50 full-time employee positions? Was this in grants, or was this tribally funded positions? Is it in here and I didn't?
It's really all across the programs.
Okay.
I noticed, several programs, had a vacancy in their budget for several years, and they just preferred to take that out and, redirect that towards services whenever they had a sequester reduction. I know health has gone in and reprioritized some of their vacant positions and determined that it's actually not this position that they need, they actually need this different position, or that they don't need this position at all. So I think you're going to see that in every department makes those decisions.
That's helpful. And then another question is, so was the departments presented their budgets, and then the chief, I don't know how the decision-making is internally at this point, But were there any departments that presented a budget, especially our commissions that are supposed to be independent, and they were not allowed to fully staff or fund whatever they needed for changes? Was there a difference between what they presented and what you're presenting today?
I'm just gonna try to go through the list of the commissions. I do know that the gaming commission requested an additional increase than what we were able to bring forward then. What we talked about is that, what Jamie Hummingbird and I spoke about was that as projects for CNB come on, we'll be able to modify their budget to, account for more employees as they need them.
Because I'm concerned, because last year, we did not give them adequate staffing for what I thought was coming on board, so we're already at least a year
They had,
behind.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but they had 10 vacancies last year. And again, when they proposed their budget, they still had 9. And so, I mean, I would feel that they had allowances in their budget to hire adequate staff. And so we did allow them an additional increase to bring on a few more vacancies
Okay.
and additional staff. So I feel like it's been fair. As far as the other boards and commissions, election commission, we funded them at their ask. Tax commission, obviously, environmental. If I'm missing any, please fill me in. I'm just going
No,
off.
that's helpful, so that's what.
But everyone
comes-
was given what they asked for.
Okay, so how did we, I know it's been recent, the scholarship addition, so how did we address that in planning forward? Because now we've made a commitment to those students, essentially for probably 8 semesters, 4 years. Did we adjust, even though that was really late in the budget process, or are we gonna have to anticipate that we're looking for another $1.3 million later on in the year? Because I think that was the differential, so.
Well, we did not adjust this budget because this budget was submitted to tribal council on July the 31st. So no changes have been made to account for that. I think Dr. Morgan spoke very well to this. They don't know how many freshmen that they're going to be bringing on. Obviously they're going to have seniors that have graduated out. As far as the need goes, I feel like we'll be able to address that. Dr. Morton and I have already had some discussions on how we might be able to do that, and I expect those conversations will continue.
Okay, and then we'll be reported to on a regular basis about the outcome of like where we're at in terms of specifically, because we don't always hear, because I felt like it was late when we heard that we were 500 short, so.
Sure.
I
I'm getting some knowledge
Okay,
back there.
very good, very good. On the healthcare benefits for employees, because we don't normally, I don't think, hear from Human Resources, but I've been getting concerned phone calls, and then finally, when I actually was using the healthcare system as an employee benefits, or however they're termed, it seems like there's been significant changes. I know we're self-funded, so we were told there was no changes, but it looks like there's more changes, and we're taking more, as individuals, taking on more cost, which is fine, but I don't think that was communicated to us. So are we trying to shift that cost? Is that what's going on to the individual, or has there been such increases?
As far as plan changes go, I can't speak to the specifics of that, but Phil Foster is here, and I'm sure that he could have Amy Brill speak to those. But there's been a recurring trend that's been going on for several years where our fringe costs, largely our self-funded insurance plan, has not fully been recovered from the programs, and so we're spending more than we're recovering. And so we've had to increase the fringe rate here for additional recoveries. So we're trying to break even closer on that than we have been in the past. And so if you'd like to have Amy Brill here to discuss more of the plan terms, but it's not my understanding that we're trying to shift that cost on the employees.
Okay, so there's a couple of things, and this is in context, Mr. Chairman, of the budget hearings. I think we need to hear, because this is a concern. I'm hearing from employees, I mean, they're being impacted where they didn't anticipate being impacted. So I would like to understand a little bit more about what is actually happening as part of this budget process. I don't know that there's anything that we would do as a body, but I think we need to be more informed on it, which I don't recall necessarily hearing from Human Resources in that context. And we can deal with the other side. Personally, I can call Amy. But I don't know if it'd be another time for hearing the other stuff, I would believe, right? So,
Whatever you prefer.
but I'm concerned because it seems like there's a big difference, and I thought it was communicated to us that there wouldn't be a difference in terms of benefits, and that's impacting a lot of Cherokee families, so. And that's part of our budget process, part of our office of government.
If I could interject, Madam Treasurer, could we address that at a future ENF meetings or something?
Absolutely.
Important issue, but.
Okay, fair enough.
Might give it more.
Well, I have one last question, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
For the treasurer. So on the dividend, we've had all these special dividends. I guess they're meeting right now for a special dividend that wasn't explained. Are you requesting those dividends? How are we getting about, I mean, because I thought we had the power of the purse strings, so I'm confused how the CMB board's just suddenly throwing money to us for projects that we don't necessarily know about or understand. How's this working? And you talk about the dividend budgeting.
I'm not personally requesting any dividends.
So I'm kind of concerned that the treasurer of the Cherokee Nation, body that controls the purse strings, there's this money circulating from CNB to do stuff without any public process. Is that-
Madam Treasurer, isn't it true that the Corporate Act,
Yes.
Corporation Act, specifically provides for a special dividend?
Yes.
CNB has its own governance, it has its own board of directors, they meet, we have advisory board members there. They have the ability to issue these special dividends, isn't that true?
Yes.
This is one of a number of occasions where that's happened. And I'm glad that it's happening because it's happening to, in some cases, provide more infrastructure for our healthcare. That's just one example. So it's not as if this is happening in some clandestine fashion, counselors. This is happening pursuant to Cherokee law, out in the open. Any further questions, Counselor?
Thank you, I'm satisfied this time.
Counselor Walking-Stick.
Hey, can we get information systems here as well, John James? I mean, not right now, just throughout the day. Okay, thank you, sir. That's all. Thank you.
Counselor Lake.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible that instead of doing Mr. Reese's presentation right now, since we have a whole lot of departments here, maybe we could just go ahead and take the departments that are here, let them talk about their budget, and then Jody will be here if there's any questions that each of you might have as the departments go through, and then give his presentation towards the end. Because he's here with us all the time, and some of these departments, there's a number of people here, and I thought maybe we could get them back to work after they do their presentation.
I think that's a good suggestion, Madam Speaker. I did have Councilor Buzzard and Councilor Thornton. Did you have another question?
Yes.
I wondered if they could ask their questions.
And I didn't mean to stop the, or even ask, I just meant maybe we move them forward on the
I think it's a good
agenda.
idea after Councilor Thornton and after Councilor Buzzard, unless there's other questions from the treasurer, then we move on as the speaker suggests with the departments. Councilor Thornton.
Yeah, I just want to make a statement. On our legislative review, and that's the reason I would have liked to heard Jody first, but the deal is that all the carryover and the remaining funding is marked out, and it's marked out by departments. So it's here. Jody Reese has provided it for us, so
Okay. Got what you need.
you won't have to do it.
Nothing for me. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Buzzard.
Yes, Council. On this compliance update, budget changes, you have recovery accounts now budgeted as revenue account. And I understand they haven't been budgeted that way, but why did we go back and change it? And what accounts are those?
So previously, they had been contra accounts. And so we're talking about IDC, and did internal lease pool, and, yeah, internal billing. What was the second part of your question?
Well, I was just wondering, so if they're budgeted back into these accounts, it looks to me like it would skew those accounts when you go back to look at the line items for those accounts. Are those just put in and taken back out? Is that how that works?
Oh, I'm gonna let Connie Chandler
Okay.
address this question. She'll more eloquently
And
explain.
how much total is that? Do we have any idea? Okay.
Good morning, council.
Morning.
The internal billings that go in our system, when we talk about it being a contra account, you have an expense account, say for cell phones. We have another account that we recover those costs in. So when we pay out the bills, we actually pay it out of one accounting unit. We go in and get that amount back, we offset that. For all of our reporting purposes, for CAFR, for monthly financials, anything like that, those are actually considered sources of funds because they would actually offset those uses of funds. So what we've done is to put our system more in line with our reporting requirements that we have at a federal and a tribal level, is we would reclass those to a revenue account to make it cleaner to see. So the plus side for the program is when they're looking at their budgets, they can actually go in and see that, I'm going to pick information systems, it's the one that comes to mind. There are office services, they do all of our cell phones, that kind of thing. Theirs is roughly, let's say, $800,000. When you look at their budget reports as it was previously being done, their budget had a net impact of 0. The expenses wiped out, basically. Now we can actually see what their budget is. They actually expend $800,000 a year, and we can see how much we recover that easily than with it being all lumped together.
Well, I think that's a good way to do it, because we did that in the roads program last year, because I like to see those numbers up there.
Yes.
So I think it's a good idea. And do you know what the numbers total of those? And it's all right if you don't have them.
Roughly 39.
39 million. Okay. So that's a big plus. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Anything further, Councilor Bowman?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Councilor, if you have questions,
Well, just a, I guess, question from the group. Sean Slayton comes over and reports to us from time to time. We never see anybody from the CMB board. Has that ever been brought up with council? And should it be?
I don't know of a time that, apart from confirmation, that a board member's been here. I bet our advisory folks could make that request.
I think I'd kind of like to request that. Chairman of the board come over and speak to us from time to time. We've got apparently a meeting this morning. We're going to get some more money. And so that's a good thing, but everybody else reports to us except them. I just wonder why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. All right. If there's no further questions for the treasurer, thank you, treasurer.
Thank you.
We're going to break at 10:30 because we had pre-scheduled post-inauguration photos with the new council, but Madam Speaker, you had suggested we go department by department. Seems to make sense we go.
It was just a suggestion to help maybe get them back to work, but if Mr. Thornton wants Mr. Reese to speak first, then
And Mr. Reese can alert us to anything as we go through the departments. The first department in our book is the chief's office, but Mr. Reese.
I did have one request from the marshal that he be pretty quick in the process because with the cases going on and stuff.
Oh, I see. So we'd like the marshal service to come first.
No
All right. Well,
objection.
let's have the marshal service come first and see if we have any questions with respect to that budget.
Good morning.
Morning. If you don't have any statements, we'll just open it up for questions, but if you have any statements, feel free.
Let me just apologize for making that request. We're all kind of busy this week, and we're trying to do the tribe's work, so if I can get back to it, I'd sure appreciate it.
Understood. Madam Speaker.
Joe, do you mind enlightening us on, in the black book, what tab?
Tab 15.
15.
Do you have any questions, Madam Speaker? You just-
No, I was just trying to get it. I think he's in book 2, but I don't know how many of us brought our book 2s up here today. I got mine back in the office.
Councilor Keenan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon, no need to apologize. We know you're doing fine service. We're glad to have you go first. Let's see, on your, you have your full-time employees is -3, is that correct? Okay, last year, I had asked that you bring forth to us your request, and my understanding is it was going to increase. And my understanding, through taking tours and so forth, that you do need an increase in FTE.
Well, we do, but the problem that we see at the Marshal Service right now is it takes a lot of money to develop a marshal. And with the Fed, the way it's acting right now, what I did not want to do is bring 3 marshals on today, or October 1, and then the Fed change what they're doing, and then have to lay those marshals off before they even get through the training. It's definitely something we're thinking, trying to look at those options that we have. I believe that the budget we have now, I planned on maybe 3. I might be able to get 1, and then we can look that January, February timeframe, see where the issues with the Fed is. I just did not want to bring them on and then have to look at them in the eye and tell them that they got to go somewhere else. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry. We just want to be cautionary, especially right now with, the FBI has now stopped all academies, so they have no new FBI agents going to come on to 2015. That's the fiscal crunch that they're having. Every federal law enforcement agency is having that crunch, but that's going to come back to us with the Department of Justice. I'm just afraid that if we do that increase that I would like, and several council has came to me over the past year and talked to me about that. If we do it prematurely, I might have to look at good officers in the eyes and tell them they don't have a job. So I would just assume cautionary right now. We can always forward think January, February timeframe.
And is the law enforcement for the government, are they under enforced unpaid furloughs as well?
Yes, they are. The U.S. Marshals are doing that, the FBI, even the U.S. Attorney's offices are taking Fridays off. This is kind of an unprecedented time frame. The Attorney General's office teaches the criminal jurisdiction in Indian Country block, a block that we have to keep our federal certification. Usually they teach that about 4 times a year. They don't even have one scheduled for any time this year because they don't have the money for a U.S. attorney to leave their office to drive somewhere to teach the class. So we're trying to facilitate that and say, hey, we'll put on the class, we'll drive over to the office, pick you up and bring you here if we can. So when we're seeing these trends in that system, we're worried that it might filter over to some of our system as well.
And security is 100% IDC funded, right?
Yes.
And then on the Marshal Service, what's the percent?
I do not know the exact percent. I can find that out for you, though.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
I'll do that. One of the things we've done is ask for a carryover for our 3% merits if we give 3% this year. That's one of the things we've asked for carryover, about $120,000.
That was my next question. And will that include security?
Yes, it will.
Okay, that's good. We hope that you are able to do that.
I believe we will with this budget.
Okay. Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Reese, did you have any follow-up on any of the issues raised?
I was just going to mention that, that the positions that we eliminated were some vacant positions. They were not.
Oh, yeah, we didn't lay anyone off or get rid of anybody. I mean,
Yeah.
And as far as the percentage, there's just kind of roughly looking here on my sheet, looks like about 70% of his budget is federal.
Mr. Chair? Sir. That's pretty much across the board, isn't it? 70%?
Yeah, pretty close.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
Any further questions for the marshal, Madam Speaker?
I'm just making sure, Shannon, I understood. You have it built in 3% across the board, and that includes security.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Anything further, Madam Speaker?
That's all.
Okay, Council Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's $1.2 million difference from prior year budget for you. And you made that up by eliminating 3 vacant positions?
No, ma'am. A lot of that difference is grants that have went out and stuff like that.
So what will that mean to the community? Like, how will that impact, so it sounds like it's not gonna impact our staff.
No, it will
necessarily.
not impact the staff at all.
But what will the changes be seen in the community? And will it impact our ability to serve our properties and such?
I don't see an impact change in the negative from this year to next year at all in the service. One of the money differences is we got a grant for a radio system. We have that radio system in now. We're not, we got some new vehicles in. Some of the council has given some of our old stuff away, which is a great tool. So I don't see perceived reductions. This time of year, and this is kind of the double-edged sword for the holiday. We love working the holiday. It's at the end of the fiscal year, and we don't know about our overtime issues that we come up every year, so we're always concerned with the overtime cost. Most of my officers are hourly, and our sergeants and above are salaried. And we try to utilize them as much as possible, but our normal marshals out on the street are hourly. So we try to regulate, as much as we can, giving larger caseloads to sergeants and above, so that hourly overtime isn't affected as much. But we do have a problem at the end of every year. So.
Okay, so, I'm trying to, I had 2 questions for you. And so how are we gonna, there's immediate cases, obviously we can see from the news, whether we are in Tahlequah or not, that you guys have had to respond.
Yes.
Because we have immediate needs. Are we gonna be able to continue
Yes,
to address those?
one of the things we're doing is we just got a pretty good fleet of newer vehicles. So we have a vehicle plan that we've implemented, and what we're doing is just holding that vehicle plan off 1 year. It's not going to impact too much what we're doing. It's just going to give our vehicles more miles when we turn them in. That's going to help us keep the manning that we need. So we've already looked at those options. What we did not want, Claremore Indian, we've actually picked up a caseload there for the emergency orders of detention that we do for anybody with mental issues that are suicidal or homicidal. I think 2 months ago we transported 10. So if you can kind of imagine, it takes about 4 hours to transport one person. So that's 40 hours in 1 month. So that's one officer for 1 entire week. A quarter of his month's activities is solely driving to Claremore, picking the person up, driving them to whatever treatment facility they have.
And could you add that to the monthly report, because I don't think that's reflected in your
Yes,
report?
we've started that. Once
Okay.
we've got dispatch looking at this and going, oh my goodness, this is a significant, because before we're just doing crimes. So now we're going to do any type of action that a marshal has to pull off of what they normally would do and go to any of the hospitals and clinics. We're going to do that.
And I appreciate that. One last question. What I heard you say, and I want to make sure I heard you correctly, is that both marshals and security will see, even under this budget reduction, a 3% increase, possibly?
Yes.
Okay, it's better.
I
Thank you.
do know it will not affect salaries.
Okay, thank you very much, Marshal Buell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Buzzer.
Yes, I noticed on the Marshall DOI funding, does that include, it's like 369,000, is that the 5% that you've taken off?
Yes.
The cuts from the, okay, then the other question I got is, if you're out on your marshals are out on a patrol and they catch somebody with illegal drugs or cash in the car,
Yes.
does our marshal service get to keep that cash, or do you have to give it to the county government, or how does that work?
The way it works is if we do a drug raid or anything like that where there's asset forfeiture, if it's on Indian country, then we can apply through the DEA to get that asset money. But that's very rare. Usually it's with the 22nd DA or 27th DA's task force. So we're assigned to that task force as a piece. So if the task force does a drug raid and they get money, then it gets split with most agencies. Very rarely an officer on the street that just gets drugs or money. That always goes back to that jurisdiction that we were in, just like ticket revenue. We don't get any ticket revenue. If somebody's speeding in front of the complex here, and we've had Sequoia High School ask for a marshal to sit up there at 8 in the morning and again in the afternoon to try to reduce speeding across in front of Sequoia School. So if we write a citation, that citation is just like a trooper would be. If a trooper writes a citation here in Cherokee County, that ticket goes through the Cherokee County courts. Cherokee County then gets the revenue. If my officer's up in Rogers County and writes that citation, then Rogers County gets that revenue. We don't ever get the revenue. That's part of doing business. There's not a lot that we as a tribe can give an individual jurisdiction on why we need a cross-deputation agreement. Because if you're a local sheriff and you're looking at the map of your county, and you look at part of it's Indian country where you don't get a tax base off of it, you don't get revenue, and now I'm going to have to expend deputies to go out there on Indian country trouble. And if something really bad happens, now I have to send my deputy, if I'm in Nowata County, my deputy now has to drive to Tahlequah for court. That's a big hurdle to get over as a county or a city officer. We come in and go, hey, while our marshals are in your city or your county, if there's a violation, we will handle that and you get the revenue for it. So that's one of those give and takes that we do all the time with jurisdictions.
Okay, well, I just wondered if you had any other sources of revenue coming in, and you don't. So.
No, we don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Walking Stick.
Hey Shannon, the Adair County Police Department, did they go bankrupt? Is that?
I do not know. I couldn't speak on that.
Frankie?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I heard that last week they went bankrupt, and so my question was, would we go and help fill some of those positions up there?
I cannot speak on Adair County, but I can speak on other agencies. Some real small agencies, let's say Salina Police Department, they might only have 3 officers. Let's say one of those officers have to go to training in Ada for 4 months to get their certification. They'll call us and say, hey, can you pick up patrol in our area to help supplant that? And we do that all the time. So if Adair County were to call us, if we had the manning, then we're more than likely, and Adair County is one of our bigger Indian population for Indian country, so we have a contingency over there all the time anyway. But no, that'd be one of those requests that the sheriff or the Stillwell Police Department chief would call over, send a letter saying, hey, we need help. And that's one of those things that we would look at doing.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Shane.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other question.
Okay, I have Counselor Thornton next, if
Oh, okay.
we could, then we'll get back to you, Counselor.
There's one complaint that I've heard from our county sheriff's department, and you may not know anything about this, you may know something about it, but it seems that he houses prisoners out of Tahlequah that are Cherokee Nation.
Right.
Through the courts, and he's not ever paid for those prisoners, and he's supposed to receive a certain amount of funding. Do you know anything about that?
I do, and I can tell you I've had long talks with the sheriff that you're talking about. He believes that if you're Indian, no matter if his guys catch you on Indian country or not, that we should pay for it as an Indian tribe. Well, that's not how it is. Only those Native Americans that are caught on Indian country, they have to be processed through the tribal courts, and those are very, very few, and we have paid those debts. But he believes that not only should we pay for every Cherokee that's in jail there, we should also pay for their DARE program, because the DARE program in that area teaches Cherokees. Well, we don't have the money for that. I wish we did. You know, if we could support every county and every sheriff's office with that, we'd be more than happy. But no, that's the biggest complaint.
But what you're saying is that they are paid for the prisoners processed through our court and going into their jail?
Yes, and more than likely, to my knowledge, in the past year and a half, we have not jailed one Indian tribal offense out of that county because of that issue. We've moved them to other counties, and we're using other county jails for that very issue. Because just because you're Indian doesn't mean we're going to pay for your jail sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Buzzer.
And that may be Marshall, before we had seen some dollars come out of the Hobler budget to go into the Marshal Service. Do you
Yes.
not get that anymore?
Yes, we still do.
So how much did you get, you know? I didn't see that.
I mean, it is in,
And that's all right. I just-
so it's part of the, I think it's part of the 3566081, the Marshal Service, the 1.359 million.
Okay, I see it.
That's where that is.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions for the auditor? All right.
Thank you.
Councilor Berg, if you'd make a motion to recess. we can
So
take a-
moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion second.
How long? Length of recess?
We've got pictures at 10:30. I wonder if they'll be ready a little early. We can get this taken care of, so 10:45. Okay. Be back at 10:45.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. We've got a motion to recess. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Stay in recess.
I guess they're not individual, but I guess,
This meeting is, we're back from recess. Shelley, can you do a roll call? Here.
Chuck Hoskins Jr.
Here.
Jack Baker.
Here.
Harley Buzzard.
Here.
Joe Byrd. Julia Coates. Janelle Fulbright. Tom Garvin. Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Donna Glory Jordan. Lee Keener. Dick Lay.
Here.
Curtis Snell.
Here.
Janice Taylor.
Here.
David Thornton. David Walkingstick.
Honey?
Kara Callan Watts.
Honey.
We do have a quorum.
First up, we were going out of order. We have the landfill board here that wanted to talk to us, so we're gonna go ahead and get them out of the way. Get them out of the way. We want you out of here, fan.
Well, this may or may not be a good time for us to be gotten out of the way, because I know your bellies are full, and ours are too, and we ate too fast, because we had to get back here by 1, but we're just so proud to be here. Before we get started, before any vote or however you're going to handle this, because we are asking for money, I have to make an apology. Kara's here, yes. The package you received, not for this meeting, but for the prior meetings we had with you, I kept referring to the 1.5 million, but the packet you received was for a 2.2 million. So when some of you were talking about a Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, to come back and ask for less money, I just want to point that out. What was in your packet was for 2.2 million. That includes, and I'll remind you, that includes knocking down that hill that was made during the ICI time that is way too high. I want to remind you that the life of the landfill as it stands right now, the cells that we have, is about a year. So that hill has to be knocked down and that trash has to go somewhere. So we had asked for money to include a 6-acre cell. So the 1.5, which is actually about 1.4 something, was including that 6-acre cell, which is going to cost about, we're estimating about $600,000 with us doing work. If you'll remember, with the previous folks that were running the landfill, there was $9 million given to those people. Or how many cells, Jamie? 2? 2 cells. Okay, so we are asking for basically that 1.4 million to pay for equipment, to pay for salaries, benefits, the operations of the landfill, and to build that cell that we need to knock down that mountain, to make it, to put it in compliance, and so we can extend the airspace at the landfill, so we can move forward. So hopefully you remember a lot of that stuff with the package that we gave you. Otherwise, we're ready for some questions or whatever.
I'm just gonna add, I placed on each of the desk while we were on break, the budget that came over Friday that has, it's for $848,000, and that says buying equipment. It's
We're leasing it,
for leasing. It's the,
lease to own?
it's the amount that you're calling in this?
No.
It's not in this.
The cell is in addition to that amount. Right, Jamie? Okay.
I may just be picking at this, but there's not a pension over there. Did you all just call that a pension?
Pension?
Pension contributions?
401k retirement, sorry.
Probably. We get those from C&E,
Okay.
and that's what they call them, probably. They do have 401k, the
Okay.
employees, yes. I'm sorry. I thought pension. Pension.
Speaker?
Okay, so it's the 848,000 that we have here, plus approximately 600,000 for the new sale.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the 1.4
Yes, sir.
million. Okay.
Okay. Speaker Jordan?
Yes, I was just trying to decipher here, what is the lease purchase payment each month on the new equipment that you need?
It was around $33,000 a month.
And is it a 4-year lease?
5 years? 4-year lease. 4-year lease.
And that includes upkeep?
Servicing, maintenance.
It was actually $30,537 a month is what we projected, with a total cost of $366,444 per year to lease that equipment.
And that's, has that been put out with a company or something, so there's an interest rate, or, I mean, I know you don't call it the interest rate, but there's some sort of charge involved in.
We've gotten 2 bids for now. We can get 3 or 4, but
Okay.
2 bids, based on 2 bids.
Okay. And you're still thinking, after the first year, even with this lease purchase, that you all could be on your own at that point?
We could be self-sustaining as far as, it depends on what the tonnage is that we bring in. We're going to start out slow because of the amount of employees we have out there. But we're thinking less than 200 tons a day would work to sustain us.
Now, I had somebody look at it, and they said you needed 400 tons a day to make it with the lease purchase agreement. Are we looking at some figures different?
Apparently so.
Because I did ask somebody to look at it.
Sure.
And they said and they did all the calculations that you were gonna need like 400 tons to be self-sustaining with the lease purchase payment that you were gonna continue making after we no longer, if they're funded. If we no longer funded you after the first year, that you needed 400, you had to maintain 400 tons to make it work.
Did they include building more airspace? Did they,
No,
what all was
what they
included?
were looking at was your operational expenses and your lease payment. I honestly didn't know about the 6-acre new cell that you needed. I didn't remember, maybe I just missed that in the last presentation. But we were figuring it on the new equipment lease, which I pretty well, we was just almost on the money on that. And your salary and benefit needs, we were real close on that. And they were calculating that you were gonna need twice what y'all are thinking you're gonna need to be self-sustaining. But we probably need to go back and calculate those figures again, just to see if we're off a little bit.
If you have the budget in front of you, I think you have a copy of it. We show a total budget of $848,369.
On the second page.
If you look at that, and what we're figuring, if we do 200 tons a day, that comes out, what's that based on, $20 a ton?
Or
$20
your
a
tipping
ton.
fee, now, is that tipping fee gonna be competitive with your other vendors in the area that are trying to do the same thing, the $20?
Yes,
But we don't have a competition.
That's our average tipping fee right now. Actually, our average tipping fee is just a little over $20 a ton.
That's your average tipping fee, but what I'm trying to find out is, there's other haulers in that area, and they're taking it other places.
Tawny County.
What is the tipping fee there?
It all depends, because sometimes what their normal gate rate is not what they give like a municipality. But like the standard tipping fee at Tawny Town is about $38 a ton.
Okay,
Drive-through gate, whereas ours is
so
25.
if they're charging 38 and making, I suppose, a reasonable profit, we're gonna charge 20 and still be able to pay for ourselves?
Well, that's just what I put in the budget, yes. I mean, that's the numbers that's out there right now, and that's what we're averaging.
And I don't mean to disagree with y'all, but
Sure.
that's the same story that's been brought to us every time, is we can be this much more competitive, and then you run out of money.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's like I said, that's what they post at their gate. That's not what they charge a lot, like the city of Fayetteville that takes their trash to Tawny County. They don't pay 38 because they get, they're.
You know
like-
what their contract is with Tawny Town, the amount?
No, I do not.
Because we used to, huh?
When I looked it up, it was proprietary. They don't like them because of the contracts.
Right.
Okay, well, but there's always ways.
But if you want to give us more money, that would be great.
No, I'm not saying give you more money, I'm just saying, can you really, at the end of the first year, be on your own feet and not come back to us again?
We believe that we can. Yes, ma'am. I do want to remind you all, last week's discussion, I keep thinking you all know about the landfill too, but you can't know about the landfill as much as we've learned in these. Remember, we haven't been out there very long. But what we have learned is, if we were to close the gates today and go into a closure operation, we would need about 10 million plus from the council to do that. Last week I said 7 to 8, but that's because we've got a little over $2 million in closure fund being held for us. So just remember that. If we were going to close it today, we would be here asking for about 10 million plus. 10 to 15 million, I would say, to start closure.
Of course, it's hindsight, but if we'd known what we know now, we would have been better off $9 million ago doing that very same thing. That's all I have.
Well, we don't want you just to break even at, we're talking about 200 tons a day, and then it's brought up 400 tons a day. Which ones are you guys recommending there? Because if we're going to be competitive with Tawny Town and Fayetteville, we're going to have a margin there where we're going to be making that profit.
Correct.
So, have you done that projection there?
Yeah, what my recommendation is, if you look at it based on my experience in solid waste, up to about 700 to 800 tons a day is what you can handle for one crew and one set of equipment.
Okay.
There's not that much volume around there that you can get without having to go out and get like a 300 or 400 ton a day business, where you have to get such a big discount to those folks to come to you. It doesn't, by the time you add in all your costs that it took you to create that airspace, it doesn't, you don't get no return on your money there.
Okay.
So about 400 to 500 tons a day is where I would like to be at optimal, because you can keep it compacted good.
Yeah.
It's not real hard on your equipment. That's if you look at about 500 tons a day at $20 a ton, you're somewhere around $200,000 a month. And,
Right.
all your revenue, your expenditures should be under $100,000. Just real simple math there. That's what I recommend. And that way it gives it, your longevity, where you don't fill up your cell real fast. You keep the jobs there. You keep the landfill open for the community for as long as you can. You get your longer duration. You get your maximum density, because you're not, like I said, you're not overworking all your stuff.
I'm convinced you know what you're talking about. You've been in this for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
It would really just, I know, make me happy if we could get close to these projections. A year from now, if we're back at this table here, we're saying, you guys have done well. You have made a profit.
I mentioned that the opportunity. Plus there's a lot of stuff with the recycling that's available now where it wasn't 10 years ago because of technology.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that can be done with recycling.
So we're talking about additional things that we can make a profit
Oh,
from.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I know you guys mentioned that last month.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaker Jordan?
Jamie, what do y'all have on hand now, money-wise?
I think just a shade under 300,000.
Councilman Bezar?
And that was one of my questions I was going to ask now. What are we doing now per day at the landfill now?
40 to 50. But up until now, I haven't pursued any trash. I've not done anything but clean it up, get everything, number one is some of the equipment we got out there is 13 years old. We got Traco that don't even have full tracks on it that we have to weld a pin every other day just to keep it running. So it's really been tough for the last 4 months just to keep this stuff running. But, our ponds are all in good shape, our leachate's in perfect shape, our erosion's great, our daily cover's great, our intermediate cover is awesome. The reports from EPC have all been at the top notch. That's kind of been the focus. And now, as of last week, we found out, that we're going to kind of keep it open and start, but we're going to have some equipment before we amp up the volume, or like the track code, for instance. That track code it needs to be put out to the field.
Councilman Keener?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I know this has been discussed for years now, and with supposedly very smart people and more organization using resources into this, but we have a sensible plan in front of us, I feel, and I'm so appreciative of all your work on this. And really my question is where we're going to come up with the 1.4 million. So that's incumbent upon us, I believe, to do that. So my question is to the body is where we're going to come up with the money. Thank you.
Any more questions of landfill? Thank you very much.
We appreciate those comments. And we will next year be back, hopefully not asking for money, but to tell you how well we're doing. This is a committed group. We meet there. We go there. We eat with these folks that work at the landfill. We are family there. And I truly believe family before business. And we're growing that family to do a good job out there and to have fun doing it. Those men were forgotten for years. They were forgotten. Now, I wish you all would come out there and just talk with them, because their hearts are good. They're feeling good because they've got jobs. We're going to keep that landfill open. We feel good about what we're doing there. So I appreciate those comments, Councilman Keener.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just want to make sure, one other question. It's the 848, plus if you do that sale, it's another 600.
Yes, ma'am. can we ask when we might find out what the decision was?
End of the week.
Do we have to come back tomorrow?
End of the week.
End of the week?
End of the week.
End of the week.
We'll make sure Jody gives you a call.
Jody, okay. Jody's our friend. Oh. Thank you all.
Thank you. Curtis said he's gonna send you a smoke signal.
He's gonna smoke you.
Mrs. Davis. Connie. Connie.
She's,
I hate to interrupt you, Connie.
Amy's going to highlight.
Good afternoon. We're just going to go through some of the major changes in our overall budget, and then hopefully that'll address any questions we have, and we can get into more specific questions. By funding source, overall, we've had a pretty major decrease in our budget from 13 to 14. That's due to several factors, and I'm just going to go through each funding source and kind of tell you what those are. The tribally funded funding for health has decreased substantially, about $7 million, and the bulk of that is related to the 5% dividends. If you recall, in FY13, we had a substantial carryover from 12, so we basically had 2 years' worth of funding budgeted in FY13. In FY14, of course, we just have the 1 year. We expect to spend pretty much all that dividend in FY13. On the IHS self-governance side, we were faced with sequestration, so that was a major decrease of about close to $7 million, as well as we've been spending down our carryover. We use our health carryover to fund capital items, non-recurring items such as equipment and facility expansions. A lot of those are multi-year projects, and of course, as the years continue, we spend those project funds down, and so that's another big contributor. In our grant funds, we've also had sequestration play a factor into that as well, and that accounts for about another $5.5 million decrease. And then on our major capital projects, the Vanita Clinic, of course, is now built. We actually have a small budget for FY14 for Vanita just to finish up a few last minute things, but a lot of our projects are coming to an end, so there's a major decrease in that funding source as well. It's about $10 million decrease over the previous year. On the IHS side, real quickly, I just wanted to mention the way we approached our budget preparation for this year is we asked each of our program managers to submit a budget that reflected the sequestration percentage of a 5.3% reduction. And that's what they did. And then once we got those budgets, we had some other changes that we made to those. One of which is we took all the dental funding out of each facility and created a dental clinic or a dental budget for the overall dental program in health. So you can see some pretty major decreases in some of our clinics, and a lot of that is attributable to moving the dental out of the actual facility budget and putting it into its own dental budget. We did the same thing with our outpatient medical coding. That function is now managed centrally rather than each facility managing the coding that pertains just to their facility. We changed the management of our coding activities in FY13, I believe, or maybe even at the end of FY12. And we just found that a lot of times when we have a centrally managed function, it's better to have a centrally managed budget as well, rather than each clinic paying for the coding, but they're being managed by someone else. So we made that change as well. Those are just kind of the major changes that we have in our budgets that are kind of glaring on this sheet, but if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
Deputy Speaker Hoskin?
Yeah, with respect to the dental, where it's consolidated in a single budget. So the Vanita Clinic, my understanding is because of the joint venture, there's certain parameters within which we must work as far as staffing. So dental, for example, because of the operational funds from, I guess it's IHS, there's a limit to the amount of those funds that can be used for dentists at Vanita Clinic. Is that true?
It's The funding comes to us based on the staffing guidelines that IHS puts forward. Of course, we are a self-governance tribe, so we can reprogram those funds as we choose to. But in the preparation of the Bonita Clinic budget, I guess that would have been in FY13, Elton, the clinic administrator, prepared a schedule, so to speak, of when these different positions would be filled, what would be filled immediately upon opening, as well as what would be coming down the road a little bit based on workload. And I believe the dental clinic was one of those departments that we didn't staff at 100% from day one because we didn't feel like the volume would be there to require that staffing level. I think that in FY13, he had planned on adding a few dental staff mid-year. But then, of course, with sequestration, we were forced to kind of take a look at what positions, or how could we manage the cuts we were going to be facing due to sequestration. And each clinic administrator kind of took a different approach with that to determine what would best fit with their clinic. And I think that in Bonita's case, that may have been one of the departments where they decided to forego hiring some of those positions at that point to kind of deal with the cuts we were facing with sequestration.
I think one of the things that were changed at Bonita was to change maybe funded dental positions to dental hygienist, because you can still get the care, access to the care you need with a hygienist at a lesser rate than a full-time dentist. So I think that's how he did some of that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Speaker Jordan?
Yes, I noticed that W.W. Hastings was going down about $9 million. And you said 5%, right?
5.3%.
Was the rest of it where we pulled out the dental?
That'd be some of it.
Yes, a big portion of it is dental. Also, at Hastings in particular, like I mentioned, we asked each administrator to determine how they wanted to absorb the sequestration cuts at their facility. And what they opted to do was to not budget any funding for vacant positions. So basically what that means is the positions that they would have shown as vacant under normal circumstances, they went ahead and listed them on their payroll worksheet so we would have a record of what those positions are, but they did not budget any money for those. And the reason they did that was because they were trying to meet a budget cut. And what we're probably going to be doing as we move into FY14 is we're probably going to be doing some budget reallocations on a somewhat regular basis as they, through attrition, decide what positions they want to fill. You know, when you only have so much money to spend, you may lose I'm just throwing some titles out there, but you may lose an RN in a certain department, and rather than fill that position, you may decide that, you know, really, in the overall scheme of things, our needs are, maybe we need 2 nurse aides on such and such unit versus this RN. So we're going to have to be doing some trading out of positions as we move through the year because of the funding cuts.
So are the 110 vacancies across health, are they unfunded?
Not all of them, not all of them. That was kind of left to each program to determine how, you know, if they felt like it was a very critical position that they could not do without, they went ahead and funded those vacancies.
How many vacancies at W.W. Hastings do we have unfunded?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I can do that for you.
Okay, if you would, I'd appreciate it. And then I had another question. Public health nursing. I saw where their budget almost tripled. Explain to me what that's about.
I failed to mention that one as well. It's kind of along the same vein as the dental and the coding. Public health nursing is a program that Cherokee Nation has always operated, even prior to assuming the hospital. We operated the program at Claremore and at Hastings. And after we assumed Hastings, we had a group of public health nurses that worked out there, and a couple of years ago, we just consolidated the budget associated with that program at Hastings into the Hastings budget. And then over time...
So it's just kind of being
it's being
gathered up out of other...
Yeah, it got moved into Hastings, and then it's being moved back out because we've actually relocated physically the public health nursing program. It's not in the hospital now. It's actually right now at Bill Willis, I believe. And so just for operational reasons, we have a director over that program, and it's just easier for her to manage that budget rather than trying to go back and forth between Hastings and visiting with them about getting the proper approvals and signatures and things on documents. She already manages the budget for the Claremore side.
It works well because like if you're down a coder in one clinic rather than get behind on claims, that director over that program can reassign that host staff. Same with dental and same with public health.
And then I have one other question. I know there's going to be expenses with the 90-day prescription. I didn't see an allocation in here to really cover those expenses. Are those going to be absorbed? Or is this we're going to see where we'll be in the spring with that issue?
I'll continue to report that on a monthly
Okay.
basis. Of course, like you've just stated, we probably really won't see a full impact until
We see
about
it in the
6
spring.
months into it.
Okay, well, just so we keep our eye on it,
Absolutely.
because we want it. But you got to, somewhere in here, we know there's gonna be some expenses associated with it, so we need to be sure that it's funded properly. Okay.
Councilwoman Watts? Thank you. So we obviously have some cuts, or there's some reductions. So does that still continue on that path where we're funding the professional health care providers at that increased rate after we went through that, so that includes that? Are we going to do anything for the IT professionals or the nurses and the other folks that are technical professionals in health, or that's not on the table?
We're going through, HR is working with us and kind of looking at all the salaries to see how we can compare to the general public, if you will. And then we're just doing an evaluation on a case-by-case basis. I know the clinic administrators is one that we're looking at. They haven't had a salary comp in, I think, 8 or 9 years at least. And so we recognize that we're probably still behind the 8 ball in some areas, but we're considering, maybe phasing in some compensation adjustments as we can afford it.
Okay. Then also, how is it that we're including the $100 million healthcare build-out? That none of that will hit your budget? Because some of it's bonded already. Some of the things we're talking about in the $100 million are already bonded, right? Like the Redbird expansion, that's a bonded. That was already paid for. But the rest is going to be funded through CNB, or how is that?
The expansion is.
Okay, and will we own those? Who's going to be responsible for maintenance, upkeep? What about operations and the additional, are we budgeting for the additional equipment that we'll need to be putting in those facilities?
Because of the completion date on those, we won't need to readdress that until next year. Because I think the first clinic will be, hopefully Oshaleta is scheduled to be completed in February 15. So that's when we're looking at it now and getting those quotes, and we have some opportunities other opportunities for financing that we'll bring to you when we have studied that and work with the treasurer's office to help us decide the best way.
Not for this meeting, but when it comes to health, can we have an update and like a scope of plan? People keep asking me questions and I don't know how to answer them at this point, so.
Scope of what's going into those?
Yeah, like how it's being done, how it's being financed, how it'll be staffed and those things.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'd like to interrupt for a minute and ask Shelley maybe perhaps that all these questions that the counselors are asking, please send all the answers and all the information to Shelley and Gail to distribute to everybody on the council, please. Councilman Walkenstick?
Okay, my first question is on the dental. How much of this budget has Dr. Jones offset with third-party collections?
I don't have that exact number. We can try to get that for you. We have just started, one of the reasons that we wanted to separate out the dental is so that we could see what revenues are coming in for that program and how well they are doing at offsetting their costs. Right now, the dental revenues are just combined with the clinic revenues, so that's kind of hard to see that. It's not as transparent, so that's something that we'll be
Is that something, could you email that to myself and the rest of this body? I think Dr. Jones has been doing a pretty good job on that. Next question is the school health leadership, the $300,000, it hasn't been spent. I was just curious what was going on with that.
For the current year,
Yeah, well, I guess last year, yeah, for the current year, FY '13, there's $300,000 budgeted there, and then I guess FY '14 is another $300,000. That's been any money spent.
I believe, I've inquired with Shannon Fields, who helps Lisa Pivot with the budgets on that program back when we were preparing the budgets, and I think that they have contracts in place where those funds are encumbered.
Are those grants?
They are
Uh-huh.
grants to schools.
Okay, so we just haven't paid them out?
I'm not sure about the status of it as of right now, but at the time that we were preparing budgets, they hadn't been paid yet. The contracts were in place, but they were not paid.
I think that's
Would Counselor yield to the Deputy
Yeah.
Speaker?
See, I'm looking at it on our list, Madam Chair.
What number?
I think this is,
It's
Is it the- is it
10,
the-
it's 10, 550.
yeah, 10-10-550. And I don't know, I don't see anything encumbered on our list here.
I did look at that, those numbers are based on July 26th, and
Could be
when I was
encumbrances.
doing my review, there was encumbrances out there for $290,000 that apparently happened after the July 26th
Now you can back.
deadline, the board, so.
Okay. So we will be paying those out pretty
Yeah,
soon.
It looks like a purchase order, the contracts or whatever were set up after the July 26th report, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Last question is, I seen there's almost about $12 to $15 million decrease in the budget from last year to what you guys are requesting this year. And wanted to know, what's y'all's justification on that? I heard somewhere that there was 20 jobs that were being paid, and that was a result of $1 million in the decrease. Are you guys familiar with that?
not specifically that, but we
There-
took a
there-
hit for
There's 20 jobs that were vacant, and I guess we were paying these positions. That was part of the $1 million decrease in the budget. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that?
Yes. What the FY14 budget is pertaining to Hastings. The FY14 budget, as I mentioned, the vacancies for FY14, they budgeted at $0. Between the time the budget was prepared and where we are now, we have filled some positions that are in the 13 budget but not in the 14 budget. So basically, we've been working with the treasurer's office on a report and trying to research some of those. And basically, what we will have to do is, once FY14 begins, we'll have to do budget reallocation to move funding to the salary line item and take it out of an operational line item. But it kind of goes with what I was saying earlier about having to prioritize those positions and through attrition, determining where the greatest needs are and replacing certain job titles with other job titles sometimes if that's where the needs are greatest. So anyway, that those will be dealt with through budget reallocation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm next on the
Thank
list.
you, Chair.
Talk to me about the $300,000 that wasn't spent till to July. And I'll tell you why I look at it. When I start looking at budgets being done July, August, and September, it causes a flag to go off in my eyes.
This will help. I'm not real sure, and we can check with Lisa's group to get a better answer, but I would assume it has to do with the school year and them probably wanting the funding at the beginning of their school year, which happens to be the end of our fiscal year. So I would assume it has something to do with that. I know the schools are typically on a fiscal cycle of July 1 through,
Could you tell me what this budget's used for at the schools?
I'm not exactly sure, but I know there are many grants to the schools, and we'll be
Could you-
running back with that.
Could you get us an answer and send it out to the council?
And Madam Chair, I wonder if you could break that down to the schools that are getting these, because
Yes.
I'd kind of like to see who in our district's getting it. Thank you.
The second thing, the raises on the base salaries of the positions, did you all put it on the base salaries, or are you all giving it as an incentive? What are you all giving it as, because it's coming every year?
It's on the base,
Beg your pardon?
on the base.
So you all did put the 20 on the base? Okay. Second question, on the new clinics, are the new clinics going to have a workout center in them?
There will be space in the clinics for exercise equipment. So
When we open up these clinics, they will have a small workout center in them for the public.
Yes.
Much like Marcoma.
Yes.
They will be in all of them. Okay, because I've been hearing different. I'm going to hold you to it.
I know you will.
Okay?
Comment.
I have a comment too. I will yell to you.
You better clarify yourself there, Connie, because you said, much like Marcoma. I don't see any new facility we're building going to be anything like Marcoma. Marcoma's a standalone health facility. It may be something like what we have in some of our Head Starts that's got workout facilities, and those are acquired by grants. Now, correct me there.
No, you're absolutely right, but I can recall specifically at the J Clinic, talking about the location of the room, and it'll be close to the front door, and there'll be full public access to it. And of course, the gym in Tahlequah is an unusual opportunity, and it won't be of that magnitude, but there will be access to exercise equipment there.
I just wanted her to clarify.
Yeah, for the general public, there'll be a room of a certain size that they can come in and work out and exercise in. I'm going to yield to Councilwoman Fulbright.
Thank you. I think we've got a big misunderstanding here because I've pushed so hard for that workout center at Redbird Smith, and I've been to all those meetings, and I've got the architect plans and everything. There's a small room there for employees only, not open to the public. So we need to clear this all up one way or the other, because I looked at the plans, and it's more or less too late to change them now. And it's a small room, and it's supposed to accommodate a few people, but it's for employees only. It's not open to the public. Yeah. That was the meetings that I attended, and that's the plans that I have. I hope it's been changed, but I don't think it is.
Well,
I was told
we'll
that first we're
clarify.
going to build the clinics, and then later on, we'll come back maybe with some freestanding buildings. And during all these hearings on the clinics and how they were going to be built, I had wanted a physical therapy room, and they said that's not included in the plans, not been funded. We'll do that later, come back later. And I know that there's no workout facility, fitness center in that Redbird Smith clinic except for that one small room, and it was for employees only because I haven't been sleeping through those meetings. That's all I have to say.
I will yield to Councilman Lay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Your regional clinic director has told me point blank there will be no workout equipment in any of these clinics.
I'll clarify with that director.
The other thing is and nothing's like Marcoma. I'm beginning, well, never mind. That's a sore issue with me. Software to tie in all the clinics, is that in your budget?
The electronic health record,
Yeah, whatever you're calling it.
there is almost $4 million in carryover that we've received from meaningful use, which is the money we get from the government for meeting different levels of ability to collect data, basically. And we have about right at $4 million in that in carryover. It's not specifically for that. Of course, you guys would have to say that's for that, but that is in carryover funds.
We get to say something?
Well, of course,
In
you
health-
get to say
in health
whatever you
budget?
want,
All right.
Councilman Lay.
How much will it cost total?
On the electronic health record, I'm thinking around 22.
That's over, the quotes that we have right now, I can't recall the numbers off the top of my head, but there's the hardware cost, the installation type cost, and then there's the annual service agreement that goes along with that. And the spreadsheet they gave us for a 5-year period, which includes the annual service, the grand total was $22 million. But of course, about $2.5 million of that per year is support costs. So that'd be $12.5 million of the 22 would be support cost, and the remaining would be the actual purchase of the.
And we're already paying a portion of that. So we're doing a study now to see if we can afford it, how we can afford it.
Is this going to do all the things that you and Montgomery and everybody smart guys in health tell us we need to do with this.
The question is, do you get one chart number throughout the system? Yes.
That's one of the
I
questions.
know.
And so, are you gonna buy it? Are you gonna implement that program?
With your blessing, we will.
Well, the cost went from 5 to now 22, so I mean, I'm sitting here kind of blown out of the water a little bit.
I understand, and that's why we're doing a study of what we're spending on IT and electronic health record expenses right now, because it's a little misleading, because we do spend that money. I think, is it $800,000 a year?
We have about $750,000 that remains with IHS currently for IT support at the headquarters level. And if we were to discontinue the use of RPMS, we would be able to compact those shares, which means that money would come to us annually rather than staying with IHS to support the IT system that we use. So that would be something we'd have to negotiate. So we would have that, as well as we have multiple contracts with different vendors that do consulting work with us to help manage our RPMS system that we currently use. So we are spending money now.
In the software package that you're looking at, can you bill enough off of it? Can you gather enough information and bring it in and put it out to bill to make it worthwhile to have?
The return on investment is very favorable, yes.
When you talk about outpatient medical, that you set it off to the side, I think that's one of your points on where some of the money has been reallocated. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
I don't recall her saying that.
Well, you said you took dental off by itself, and then you said you took outpatient medical coding.
The coding.
Yes.
Sure.
A couple of years ago, to better manage our coding practices, we consolidated the management or the oversight of the coding activity. And of course, those people are responsible for taking the notes from the physicians and actually coding, assigning the codes to those so we can bill them. Prior to the consolidation, each facility administrator, ultimately, those people were in their chain of command. And what was determined is that we could better manage it if we managed it with a centralized process. And basically what that means is when you have someone overseeing the whole workload for the whole system, they can direct the resources where they're needed. So if you have a clinic like, let's say, Stillwell's a pretty good-sized clinic, and if their coders are staying caught up, and you have another clinic that has someone out on leave or something like that, and they're getting behind, they can redirect those resources. Because we are on an electronic system, the coders don't have to actually be at the facility that they're coding for. So they can, it's kind of an economies of scale type of situation.
And where, is this system-wide, all the clinics and Hastings Hospital?
Yes, sir. All the outpatient coding is under one budget, and like I was saying, their workload is directed by one person who just kind of oversees the whole.
When did this happen?
In late 2012, I think.
And did you see an increase in
Productivity, yes, we did.
A significant, I want
Right.
to say there were
We
months
We
behind.
were about 70,000 visits behind in coding when this happened, and now we're in the neighborhood of 12 to 15,000, which is really pretty representative of about less than a week's worth of work in our system. So it's really made a big impact.
what is your total income from IHS for Hastings?
I don't have the exact number. It would probably be in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 million, Rick, do you think, when we compacted? 25 to 30 million.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Councilman Buzzard.
Workout center in J too, that has been my concern. I've had a lot of inquiries about it, but I just heard David say that there was going to be a room for it. Although we would like to have something a little bit larger than what you're talking about, because I'm not sure what size that room is. What we have now is a building not attached to it. But anyway, that's something that we'd like to get done while we're building the clinic and put those things in there. And I don't know if that's possible to do.
Probably, obviously, you've been at the space meetings, and we have maximized every inch of those buildings for the services. So I don't know how we can possibly add another square foot to the existing structures or the structures as they've been budgeted.
Well, it's something that, with the $800,000 budget for Marconi, almost $1 million, I just feel like field clinics within the Cherokee Nation should benefit from those dollars also. The staffing at Marconi is what, probably $200,000-300,000 for salaries. That's my concern, that it was left out. I'm sorry that I wasn't involved with the planning more than a month or two ago. But, that was certainly one of my goals, to have those included in those clinics. So, hope at some point in time we can make some modifications to that as time goes on. The other question is on health land building purchases. Are we actively looking at purchasing some more property for health buildings? There's a line item for $2 million in there.
That's been in there, well, that was for surgery center last year, and we just, with the expansion come in, put it over in that one budget. And it was used to buy the land in Jay and Oshaleta,
Okay.
and that's what's left over.
And the other one is the health art purchases. Now, I understand there's a 1% set aside for that. Is that what that is, the 1%
Yes.
there? Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Snell?
We had talked about at one time putting a additional building behind the clinic at J for a workout center. You remember we talked about,
Yes, I'm sorry.
and we'd even talked about sizes and everything. What had ever happened to that?
Well, I think the clinical need was so great that it took all 42,000 square foot of the plan for Jay.
We was gonna put an additional building out back. We got the property up there to do it on.
I don't remember that, but it may be just a
Because
moment
to
right
me,
now.
putting a little room in the clinic is just wasting your space. We went 3 years ago and put a lot of the little exercise rooms in the schools. They worked good for a short period of time. After a couple of years, they were never used. There's still equipment sitting there that hadn't been used in years. So that ain't really no good. I don't think. I think it's wasting your time, energy, and money in your space, putting a small unit in.
I don't recall the exact size of that space right now.
Well, I'll talk to Ryan about it, or remind him. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker Hoskins?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know we're exhausting this topic of workout centers at the clinic, but Veneta has one, and by all accounts, it's very successful. It is actually on-site, and I've had some of the providers tell me, used to we tell people go work out. Now we can tell them, point to a room and tell them to go work out. In fact, they do work out, and it's used. But I read an article somewhere about the Affordable Care Act had provided some grants to the city of Oklahoma City for some workout things. Are any Affordable Care Act grants available to us for this sort of purpose, or?
I can't say right off the top of my head, but I know Lisa Pivick is very proactive on researching grant availability and every opportunity we have to access a grant, she takes advantage of that. And I'd also like to say, I believe that in Jay, the size of the workout room, if you will be very close to the one in Veneta. It's not the size of this room even, but it's utilized well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Watson?
I have a follow-up to Councilman Hoskins, if I could.
Please.
There's a workout room in Jay. I don't have a workout room in Oshaleta.
I think we're mismatching terms.
I'm not sure exactly. Wait a minute here.
It's the
What's
same
going
thing
on?
you have in Oshaleta, where the exercise equipment will be, and I can't recall what we're calling it off the top of my head. But there is place for exercise equipment. We'll go back and look.
You gotta show me.
I know.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Watt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question I failed to ask earlier. Are you anticipating in this budget the contract health services takeover at Claremore, or even a takeover the Claremore Indian Hospital? Because I keep getting questions that are being asked, because apparently some of the health staff are expressing that that's what's going to happen, so.
We are talking about Craig County and Rogers County, but it's not reflected in this budget.
For contract health services only, but nothing else?
Right.
And only actually outpatient, not inpatient, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Buzzer?
One other question. So on line item 300, CTG for small community, what specifically is that?
I have the exact list that you need.
Just a point of clarification, what was that number?
Can I look over your shoulders?
Yes, it's 300 is the last three numbers.
What was the question?
3408, 300 CTG for small communities for $1 million.
It's going to be on page 341.
It's interesting to see.
I'm sorry, I'm getting there, just 1 second. A full narrative description of it is on page 341, that same.
For small communities? What was your question, Harlan?
What is it? What is it?
CTG?
Yes.
It's a tobacco control.
Okay.
It's a community transformation grant.
And is that where they have stop smoking and all that?
Lots of education in the communities, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy, Speaker Jordan?
Is that a pass-through from the state out of the fund that we draw money out of to stop smoking and all that?
I don't think it is, but I'm not certain on that. We can check with Lisa's group on that.
Because it has a 33 or 34 number, so it's,
That's DHHS, that's a federal funding source.
okay, so that came from the feds, we think.
Yes.
Okay.
Chief Burton?
Yes. Lisa Pivick, back earlier days when I was on the council, she is a very good grant writer. We did the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, get the Healthy Nations program going. I think she'd be, if there's any grant out there available, that lady will, take care of it. The last count, we had close to 9,500 members there at Marcoma. And we talk about health care. The more you run through that Marcoma gym, the less you guys are going to be spending money over here on health care at Hastings Hospital. I'm just very proud and blessed that that facility was purchased years ago. And somebody had the foresight to make it happen. We started the process and it finally happened there. But it is but it's separate from any hospital or clinic that's built out there. It seems to work.
We would agree. And we are going to begin a campaign on childhood obesity. I hope that we get to introduce that to the council next month.
But it would be, for some reason, I've noticed since been back on the council, I don't know what we've been doing with our funds in the past 10 years. Every building, it seemed like I have walked in Cherokee Nation, the roof is leaking. I mean, for 10 years, I'd hear these, we were making this much money, we got Hard Rock, we got all this. I go, yes, but in order to take care of clients at the old council house, you had to have an umbrella in your hand when it was raining. So I'm finally glad that we're getting our priorities straight and we're taking care of our buildings that are so old. And when we build these buildings, give it some authenticity of some kind of Cherokee look and quit building these flat roof buildings.
We have had that discussion many times, haven't we, Councilman Lay?
Well, you drive by a
And the
building.
chief as well.
Every time we drive by one of our buildings, these new buildings, it should somewhere in there say, wow, that's a Cherokee Nation building. Instead of just driving by some buildings that we have here. I don't know who designed those or this building, but we've come a long ways, and I hope we continue on that path. And I want to be part of the new design for Hastings Hospital for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I got one last question for you, Connie. I've got a question about IHS contract health funds. I had Jody run me some numbers. In 2008, we had about 10 million towards it. 2009, about 12. In 10, there was 16. 11, 21. 12, 24. Then we started decreasing. 13, it went down to 20. 14, it's 19. Why did we start decreasing the last 2 years? You are not replacing, you're not taking away from our compact dollars and replacing it with any of the dividend money, are you?
No, ma'am. The reason it decreased in 14 is certainly
13 too.
yes, is certainly a result of sequestration. All of our programs had to take a decrease. Now for 13, I would have to look specifically at 12, but I would assume that occasionally we get what's called SHIF funds or catastrophic funds, and what those are if we have a contract health case that exceeds a $25,000 threshold, we can, it's a lengthy process, but you can fill out paperwork and submit it to IHS to be reimbursed. They have a fund to reimburse tribes for those, and occasionally what will happen is a lot of times actually what happens is the SHIF funds come in late in the fiscal year, so it's too late to actually, like for instance, if we were to get some today, with it being August, it's too late to do a budget modification to get them into our budget for FY13. So probably what happened was those were budgeted in a subsequent year. So it's kind of like non-recurring funding. You don't really know how much you're going to get
So
until
could
you
there
actually.
possibly been $4 million worth?
Probably not.
That's
but
what I'm
I'll have
saying.
to check into it and get back with you.
I would like you to check into that, because that's sticking out like a sore thumb again. Any other questions? Okay, we're finished with health. I would like to entertain about a 10-minute break, everybody. I think about 2 minutes.
Second. You've done a good job, Madam Chair.
Okay, call for the questions, get out here, Nick, let's go fishing.
Everything's leaking. I mean, I know we're talking
Did they
about.
fix Marcoma?
No, it's leaking.
Connie, did you all not fix Marcoma's roof?
Leaking.
And the walls?
450.
We just need to get
In session, Shelley, can you do the roll call?
Jody Fishinghut.
Here.
Chuck Hoskin Jr. Jack Baker.
Here.
Harley Bezzard.
Here.
Joe Byrd. Juliet Coates. Janelle Fulbright. Don Garvin. Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Hannah Glory Jordan. Lee Keener.
Ani.
Dick Lay. Curtis Snell. Janice Taylor. Here. David Thornton. David Walkingstick. Kara Cowan Watts.
Ani.
We do have a quorum.
What we got next? Have we finished up community services? Shell, you finished up community services?
Yes, you finished community service.
We're on to human services. Bill Foster. Did I miss one?
Human resources.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody call it human remain. Yeah, that's Bill Foster. Human resources.
Didn't even have to fill out a form either, yeah? Or 20 forms.
No, yeah.
It sure is.
Sio Nakata.
Yeah.
To like the got this easy. E.g. one is in school. Okay, I just had to do that to wake myself up here, just get a head count here. So I will attempt to do my presentation in my second language, which is English. I've heard that word, my wife's a teacher, so I borrowed that term. Okay. Right now, looking at the Human Resources Department, we have absorbed the employee development back into HR as of 2012. And then also we have realigned the community history program with the respective department. And recruitment requests for additional monies will stay status quo. And then Human Resource Administration, we have picked up a person. And then we have our own attorney in-house, which we need to have had, and we're going through the policies and procedures, which is a major monumental task, and that you have to research your acts and so forth that was passed by the council. So that way we have a good solid book, and the attempt is to make a book, policies and procedures, that will work without having to read every page in the book and have another one on the side that tells you what you're supposed to read. So we're trying to get it down to one book, which makes sense. If you get too many words in there, you'll get confused. So let's get it down to where even I can understand it, and I know you folks would have no problem in understanding this manual. Okay. Okay, if you look at our worksheet there, you'll probably see that the changes to the budget include merging the employee development budget, which I don't know what number you folks use. I've got AU 2041290 for $467.20, and the community history course budget AU 1010-245 in the amount of $39,216 as part of the employee development with the human resource budget. Another significant change to the human resource budget is the addition of the deputy executive director position, which is an attorney that is assigned to the HR department. The human resource improvement budget supports the jobs, language, community strategies by the czar of management, and try to see if it will work, and get it to work and make it work legally. If you want to go through the rest of our budget information, you'll find that everything that I've told you is in a very synopsis form. After you were to read that, digest that, dissect it, and so forth, that's what you're going to come up with. So I'm going to turn it over to you folks at your will. If you should have any questions, which maybe I didn't explain, or I was a little short on my explanation.
Any questions for Mr. Foster?
Excuse me.
Councilman Ward?
Hard of hearing too.
Thank you. Will this budget allow you to, your department to be more responsive on hiring? and
Excuse me
make
for a
that
minute, could we
process-
please talk up? The people in the back is not hearing real well.
Okay, will your budget allow you to, or your department to be more responsive in hiring?
A department can only be responsive as much as the return of information that's sent out to a respective director. So they still can put a stop on, like if I sent you out something and you didn't get it processed for 3 or 4 weeks, and they don't do this, I could have people sitting there just asserting. But if I don't get your return, it could be all for naught.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we will do our best.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilman Garland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned attorney. Do you already have the attorney on board, or are you gonna hire one?
He is on board with us.
Who is he?
That would be Nathan Morton. He was with the Attorney General's office.
And what's his salary?
It'd be 85.
85,000.
I got him at a steal.
Pardon?
And I got him at a steal, and he will be well worth it. He's already proven it.
Got him at a bargain, okay.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, is there any more questions for Mr. Foster?
I'll just have a comment.
Okay.
Yes, well, it appears like what I'm hearing here is that some of the directors and the information that you need, that it's not getting back to you in a timely manner for you to do the process. So our executive directors need to respond, not necessarily you. Is that correct?
That could be correct, and just what you stated has happened, and will probably continue to happen, no matter what organization you're in. And it's always been my experience that, you know, you can request something and maybe their priorities, they think their priorities will outweigh ours, but yet we still are trying to accomplish it, but we can't do anything unless we have your approval or spend your money.
Sure. Yeah, that's right. Well, one incident that I know that we need to address is sometimes in Sequoia High School, for example, when we need a sub-teacher or one of the teachers to fill the classroom, we can't leave that hanging very long. So we'll make sure that's addressed, and I'll get with the directors that from Sequoia High School, make sure they get that information to you in a timely manner. Those things, we really have to expedite those, because we do not want to leave those children out there without somebody overseeing their classroom.
In all fairness to the staff that you're referring to, they have really expedited, and they will walk it down to us, and then if it's got signature in place and it only needs mine, I will try to sign it when they hand it to me after I scrutinize it a little bit, and no later than the next day, because they are doing very well. We've coached them along as to what is needed.
Good. Well, thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate you. Well done.
Councilman Thornton?
Yes, Mr. Foster?
Yes.
As I look at your budget, I see a real good budget, and it's a tight budget. You've kept a real good hand on this budget, and I appreciate you for doing it. And I understand about the employment rating and what you need, and it looks like we may be able to come across and take care of you.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Well, I thank you. I come from the old school.
Yeah, I know it.
I pinch that penny, try to make two out of it.
Both of us.
I got a last question, Mr. Foster. How do you work with Taro when they're hiring out of preference? I'm kind of curious.
What was your question?
How do you work with Taro, Diane Kelly's group, when somebody's presented that they hire out of preference?
Well, I wait for the proper documentation to hit my desk as far as approval, because I should have everything ready for signature and to scrutinize, and if I see anything that is totally out of sync, because when you have Taro approved people, or whatever the case may be, well then, whenever they send me that piece of paper, it should be good as gold and just go the formalities of a signature. And it can be done in a matter of a few minutes, or if there should be an issue, it may take a day or two.
Yeah, they did.
Thank you. Any other questions of him? Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Okay, thank you.
Next one would be Management Resources.
Good morning. I know you have our budgets in front of you. Madam Speaker, may I make some introductions for our new council members' information? With my 6 directors, please come up.
Did you learn something?
I will start with ladies first. Ginger Brown is in charge of realty. Any purchase of property or or appraisals or those type of things that we deal with the Cherokee Nation goes through Ginger Brown and Realty. Any of our environmental goes through Big Tom. Anytime we purchase property or if we have a question about environmental, any of our buildings or any of that information is handled through Tom. David Moore is with Planning and Development. Any of our buildings that are remodeled, constructed, new clinics, those type of things go through David Moore. G.B. Gulager is over Natural Resources. Any of our 14 county properties is under G.B.'s umbrella, as well as the property outside of the 14 counties. We have properties in Kansas and Texas and other areas that G.B.'s in charge of. Facilities, Taylor Alsonay, the remodels that we have in this building, other remodels in different facilities will go through Taylor's shop, as well as all the facilities throughout the complex. The holidays coming up, that's under Taylor. All of our insurance, all of our risk management issues, those are with Tamara Copeland and David Faint, or Dwayne Faint is in charge of standing in for Tamara this morning. Our insurance throughout the complex, claims, those type of things are handled through Dwayne. These people are under my umbrella. They do a super job. I want to brag on them this morning before we start this. And this new administration that we have and the things that we've been able to accomplish, these people have taken care of that for us. So I want to brag on them this morning. So I need you all to know who they are. And if you need something, they're here willing and ready to help you. Okay? We're ready for questions, Ms. Jody.
Thank you very much for introducing Bruce. Any questions? All right.
We're constructing some clinics, and we're not gonna make flat roofs. Is everything gonna have a safe room in it? I hear conflicting back and forth there.
I'm gonna let David address that question.
That's the way we've been directed. I can't answer that because that's with CNCR, which is CNE, but that's the way we've been directed, and that's the way they have been directed, and I'm pretty sure they're going that way. If something's changed, I hadn't heard of it.
And is it safe or safer?
All the new is
Terminology.
safe, but maybe not FEMA rated. But the old remodel at Redbird, we're having to do it safer because it's an elevated floor and it's already, constructed. So, but the annex will have one. So Health wanted to have one in that building also.
I'm hearing some things about they're only gonna be in the restrooms.
At this time, I don't know exactly where they're at. I know that C&E, that's what they do at their casinos. They use the restrooms because they're a little more fortified anyway. So
At Oshaleta, we're gonna have essentially one-holers. You're not gonna get very many people in each restroom at a time. I mean, I don't see how that's gonna work.
I don't know exactly where they're just in the planning stages. There's no actual, floor plan developed yet, just schemes, so.
Well, here's the deal, David. I mean, each group that you've just mentioned to me has kind of passed it off to the next group.
Well,
So we need to lock it down.
they've been directed to make them, so we'll make sure they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chief Burton. Oh,
Just a comment. And you may already have this, but as many facilities, as many projects that the Cherokee Nation has taken under their belt, it seemed like there would be a formula: population, how many restrooms.
There is. I mean, I don't know up with architects and engineers, they have a formula for the size of the building, the occupancy, and then that's how they determine the bathrooms.
Bruce, I want to commend you on your staff here. I don't know if you inherited this group and they were already trained, and I'm not trying to give you the big head, but you have a very efficient department. And I'm going to give everybody an example here, and it doesn't always happen this way. I called Bruce at 11 o'clock, and it was 96 degrees outside, and I'm headed out of town. And an elderly lady in her mid-70s, a national treasure, needed an air conditioner. He said, we'll try to get to it Monday. That was at 11 o'clock that morning. At 3:30, he calls me back. He said, we just got the air conditioner put in. Folks, at 3:30 at Friday, most of our people are thinking, what am I going to eat? It goes with Ginger, David, GB, Taylor, I mean, you guys, Tom, you guys have a good department. I just want to commend you on what you do. As we look at this budget, you got a big carryover there. Just want you to be able to justify that on how you're coming up with such a huge carryover.
Joe, I'm from the old school. I'm a retired superintendent.
Yes.
Trying to carry that money over. We had projects that were underway and got those projects completed, some within the budget, some under budget. We have a number of projects that we're getting ready to do, and so we're going to spend the money, Joe.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Watts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sounds like we've set the bar for our area too, so we'll expect the same service, I think, in the other areas, right, in Delaware County and Tulsa and Rogers.
I understand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So on the storm shelters for the public facilities, I'd like a report back even on our existing facilities, because I always have concerns even about our casinos, especially the facility like Hard Rock, considering the size and magnitude of it. Do we have a numbers count on how many people we can accommodate, like what our max shift for our employees especially, and then what we're rated as for fire marshal?
I wouldn't risk mine. If not, I mean, we can get it for you.
I would like
I'm
a
sure there's-
report on that, and then I'd like a report on to what Councilman Lay was referring to on our new facilities, what those goals will be and what reality is.
Bruce, when you send them reports out, could you send them to Gail and she'll disperse to the entire council? That's what we're asking everybody in budget hearings to do.
Okay. We'll have it ready for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman?
Oh, okay. Bruce, I would, Joe, like to commend you on the job well done.
Thank you, sir.
Looking at this crew you have up here, I'm saying that you've really done a good job.
Thank you.
But anyway, there's something on this architecture business that goes way back, and I would like to see it done. I heard Joe talk about it yesterday, and I would like you to go back in and look at all our longhouses 300 years ago. There's a reason that they put the roofs on them the way they put them, and it has a lot to do with water and rain and snow. And I'd love to see that happen. I appreciate what you all have done. I appreciate you coming to me and the process of doing different things in my district. And that's something that's recognizable between me and you and your people, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Councilman Garvin?
Thank you. Bruce, you always ask for things and you don't always get everything you want.
Right.
What did you ask for that you didn't get?
A raise? No. I'm going to tell you, it's been a pleasure working with the council. I mean, we're working together. The Veterans Center, for example, I asked for $2 million, and you gave me $2 million to finish the Veterans Center. You asked me if that's enough, and I said yes. We're going to be within the budget. It's not going to be finished exactly, you know, when we wanted it to be finished, but those are things that we're working with. We're getting so many things done. This group, I mean, I don't have to ask them the second time. We just go take care of it, you know. We're here for the people. That's what we're here for. And we're going to help our people. And that's our objective, and that's what we're trying to get accomplished. So,
One other question.
Yes, sir.
What plans do you have for the old council house?
well, right now, I think Miss Gale is getting it cleaned out. And we're I think, discussing what we're going to do with it.
Mold?
Yeah, well, yeah, yes, sir. So hopefully in the future we'll get rid of that thing and have a new one sitting there. How's that sound?
Knock it down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Buzzer?
Yeah, Bruce, I'm, been pretty happy with what things been going on, but I just want to bring some things to your attention that,
Okay.
that I have tried to get rectified several years. And number one is the time.
Yes, sir.
I know we've worked on it before, and you're probably familiar with it because that's part of our territory.
Yes.
And we got pine trees that are that large and they're about 2 foot apart. And
Yes, sir.
what I'd like to see is get them thinned out. I understand there's some problems with the Bureau as far as getting that done, but I'd like for you to put some priorities on getting that taken care of, because there's about 1,200 acres down there, is what I understand.
Yes, sir.
I think it's just sitting there and nothing's being done, so
Okay.
I'd like to see.
We need to talk about that after this meeting,
Okay.
and we'll be glad to talk to you.
The other thing is on a tribal rent home. Do we have any of those left? Or tribal homes?
Yes, we have a couple right now that we're working on, actually. There's a budget in there that keeps itself. We're working on one as we speak. TV's boys are out there putting one out at Cherokee to rent to a family.
How many do we have? You know?
Total, I'd have to look, but
Okay.
total that we're working on right now is 3.
The other thing, David, and I've brought this up before, is on our new clinics, we certainly need to get roads involved in that thing, because I'd like to see some nice roads in there, and we've got our money that we could probably access to do that with. Also parking lots, those things like that are important as far as the new clinics go, as far as landscaping, things like that. But other than that, Bruce, I've been kind of watching your program, and I'm pretty well satisfied with what you've got accomplished since you've been in here.
We appreciate it.
Had one other question on land acquisition. Do you have anything in the pipeline that we're really looking at now?
As far as to purchase, we're always looking. Harley, we get calls on a daily basis, and they either call my office or Ginger's, and we're always, we'll try to get an appraisal, visit with the chief and say, is there any interest there, and then go from there. And so we're always looking.
So I need, if somebody approached me, I just need to give you the name and the address and location.
Yes, sir, that'd be great.
Okay. The other thing is on risk management, the $800,000. What this is an increase of budget, what was that for?
In the risk management department, we've had one loss control position that we haven't been able to, that we've not filled over the past few years. And we're asking for another couple of people. And, the total increase was an increase of around $185 or something around there.
Councilman Buzzer, if you're looking at accounting unit 2041176.
Yes.
Okay, that is the recovery account. When we talked about the accounting
Yes,
change. And so
Oh,
that's,
okay, I understand.
that's their corresponding recovery account that they recover from the programs. For,
Right.
services that they distribute. But I will take this opportunity to note that Bruce's group in risk management, Tamara and Dwayne, whenever the tornadoes hit Moore and Shawnee, that they sent a team. We were able to leverage some individuals from C&E. I sent some of my staff, and they really helped the effort there. And so I think that there are plans in the works to get emergency preparedness agreements in line with the state. And the program has asked for additional funds across several of their budgets, and we were able to increase those. We found the money to increase them $320,000. So that's emergency risk preparedness that we're able to leverage off of the state and these teams as well. So
Good, and I'm glad you said that, because I did notice on the emergency management stuff, there didn't seem to be a whole lot of money in it, and I know that's expensive to do that stuff, so great, good job, Rick. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Walkenstein?
Bruce, when I first got elected a couple years ago, went into Sequoia dorms, asbestos everywhere, tried to get something done about it. Spent about 7 or 8 months trying to get something done. Nothing got done. When I went to you guys got on it within the month. That's one thing I'm really impressed with you guys is you guys are get things done in a timely fashion. Even the roof and the old squidge and leaking, and there's buckets everywhere, and you guys got it out within a few months. And you had an estimate that week when I responded to you guys. I know you guys have inherited something that has been neglected for years and years, and so you guys are coming here trying to make improvements on the place. But that's what happens when you guys work together as a team. And you guys are a team. You guys are happy. Your home life seems to be happy, and when all that comes together, I say because
Amen.
I have my mother, so I have. I visit with all you guys, and you guys tell me about your lives and everything, and so I think all that plays into having a happy family at work as well. So, anyways, I just want to appreciate you guys. You guys do great work for the tribe.
Thank you, Stick.
I've been wanting to know which one of you big tough man's been crying around to David about your home life.
It's good.
And Ginger, you got the prettiest shoes on of everybody up there.
Thank you, I love so.
I'm next on the list. I want to know about your land development count and your land acquisitions account, Bruce. They're tribally funded. One went to, projected to spend $300,000 this year, and you're asking for 5.7 in it next year.
What can I say? Do you is that yours?
101, 2,500. Can Bruce talk to that?
Oh, Arkansas Riverbed line.
It ain't?
Okay, just one second.
We're talking about a 5.4. It's Gen Fund. It would be page 8 at the very, very bottom. Okay, are they gonna start doing the upper portion, or?
Well, it's,
Oh, okay, the Arkansas River.
review that we can make any changes.
Okay.
So we don't have anything right now for purchase.
Okay, Ginger, what?
If I might, you were talking about the upper, that was discussed yesterday,
Mhm.
where the ARB board, the authority board, that was in that one, where they would, the accretions and the unallotted acreages through the Arkansas River, and that's where that money would come from.
Okay.
This is to purchase land through it that you're asking.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then one last question. And I have a comment because some of the people that complain to me have this same problem, but they're complaining to me because it's our land and they're blaming us.
Right.
Spraying for thistles and different things.
Yes.
They're claiming that we're the ones that started it by not cleaning it up, and it blew onto their land.
All
And
I can
different
say
things,
is-
and I know
is
that's not.
Have them to call us, and we'll try to help them out.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much.
You bet.
The next one is Councilwoman Fulbright.
Thank you. Bringing up thistles, I've got to share this. I used to work with a gentleman that, he was a farmer, and he blamed the Russians for the thistles, that they were flying over and spreading the seeds. So we can blame it on anybody, from Cherokee Nation to whatever. But the reason I wanted to speak was the subject of our landscaping. When I go up to the Hard Rock or the business board meetings at Catoosa, that's the most beautiful landscaping in the whole wide world. When people come to the capital of the Cherokee Nation, to this building, and this is our headquarters, and I think Councilor Buzzard will agree with me here, we need to be the showplace of the Cherokee Nation, and I think we're a long ways from that. So just cast your eyes around up there and think, we need something like that down here.
Okay. Tell her to put that in your budget, would you?
Yes, sir.
Increase.
All right.
Yes, okay, that'd be great.
Councilman Lay.
Lady.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I appreciate Harley bringing up to you all those our road monies for the clinics and possibly hospital too. And Janelle, actually, the United States government planted a lot of Cerisa lespedeza and other kudzu and some more weeds that back in the 30s and 40s, I think they caused a lot of my problems on my pasture. You can come clean my pasture up, Bruce, if you want to. land acquisitions. I guess I'm beating a dead horse about the Mustang program with you guys, but I'm gonna bring it up one more time.
It's good, Dick, we'll look at it.
And they're gonna be a lot, but you can throw a few buffalo in there, I don't care, but I don't think the buffalo are gonna make us any money. I think they're gonna cost, and cost, and cost. Never seen anybody make money with them yet. The federal building, Claremore, I'm gonna beat another dead horse.
Okay.
If that federal building was in downtown Tahlequah, I bet we would jump on it like a duck on a June bug. That's not my district, but it's close. And I drive by there and look at it, and I think it's right in the middle of the hubbub of one of the biggest towns in our district, other than, the Tulsa area. And I don't know where the pushback is, but I guarantee you if it was in Tahlequah, you guys would be in there now working on it. And that's all, it's my only comment. Thank you.
Councilman Thornton?
Are we going second round then? Okay. I heard him mention Buffalo, and I'm not for the Buffalo. I'll just come out and tell you. I think we're making a mistake there. But other people know more about them than I do. We do have some land in Sequoia County I wish you'd look at. One place has several hundred acres, 1,600 acres. As far as the landscaping, I think West Siloam's probably the best thing I've seen. It's beautiful. And want to go after something, that'd be the thing to go after, landscaping. And I've got a freedman lives next door to me. If y'all get a chance, if you could talk to him about bitterweed, I'd kind of like that. Okay, South Creek Park.
Yes, sir.
We put some money into that last year.
Yes, sir.
I hope that I think this council wants to put a little bit more into it. But this coming season in June, I'd like to see that turned into a revenue-producing park. And another thing, whatever revenue they could produce, I'd like to see it go back into the park and stay there. And I don't know what the rest of the council thinks about that, but I think that would be the best thing that could happen with that park.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Speaker Jordan, you haven't spoke yet in
Mr. Thornton, I did check, and I understand that on that Salsaw Creek Park that you're talking about, is this right, Bruce? There's $90,000 in your budget?
Yes.
To work on that park?
Yes,
Well,
That, I just wanted you to know that
Yeah.
that 90 was there.
not only work on it, I'll see another employee in there in October.
Right, right. We have plans for that.
You're running that park 24/7.
Right.
And federal law says you can't work that man.
We're just waiting on our budget to get approved.
We,
We're ready.
I think we did 125 last year, and then they put 90 in, so there is a little difference there of what we talked about. It'll still be a 30, 35. That- Well, okay. But I did want to tell you that I had checked on that.
Okay.
Bruce, I'm looking over your stuff. Where are you at in the scheme of things? Because I'm looking at your payroll worksheets is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
And what I'm seeing is that you got a number of different people that look like, that work within your department that are paid more than you are.
Well, I won't comment on that.
Well, and I'm not asking you to, but I'm concerned about that.
Okay.
What book are you in, Tyler?
I'm in
Two.
Lacey's book.
Book what?
Book 2, and you're going to be tab 11, Management Resources, and 204-1040 is the
204-1040.
what page?
come here, Lacey, and.
Page 36.
36.
My co-chair took his book.
So, okay, so now, yes, I know, we need to, I know that you're trying to take care of your people, but then we need to take care of.
That's right.
I'm assuming it's the number one position?
Well, there's a couple of them are good.
No, he's got several.
There's a couple of them, that's what I said. Lacey, you want to explain?
Well, I'm not asking for an explanation. I want to point that out, and I hope the council will group around me on this effort that we need, our top of our department needs to be paid more than the people within the department.
You would think so.
So,
Perhaps
that,
give it to a foster.
yeah, I don't know how we make that happen, but I noticed it last year, and I was going to point it out, and this department, I don't know how the rest of y'all feel, but they've done an outstanding job. Every task that's been given to them and handed to them by this council, they have always immediately got on top of. And I thought last year, well, that figure was way lower than where we had our other across the board. So I'm just pointing that out. I appreciate it. Okay.
We need to get that position put in this budget.
Well, are you talking about?
For the boss.
Well, he's gonna put it in the spring, I think, is what he was talking about.
We have it in,
Yeah,
there.
they've got that position in there, yeah.
Yeah, we have it in there.
Can I make, Lacey?
Yes.
As Chair Even F, I would like you to get with Bill Foster, get with Bruce, and I want that straightened out. I think the council wants that straightened out.
Doing it right now.
I've actually been looking at all these as we went through, and that's the same one I looked at last year. I thought that's pretty off kilter. So,
I'm hoping it's a typo.
no, it's not a typo.
It's not.
Okay. Anything else?
Councilwoman Watts, and then Buzzard.
Thank you. On the land purchases, can we get a report on the land purchased and the amount? And then, yes, in the past 2 years, and any leases? Like, since I guess we're not involved in any leases now that involves our property. Yeah, and I'm not talking about ag leases, I'm talking about tile cloth, splash pad, and other things that we don't know anything about until it's announced in the news. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Buzzard?
I just had some comments that, like for the other council members on the roof department to take a look at it. First of all, Jimmy, do we have any cattle? But, you know, just thinking over the period of years, you know, we have a lot of property.
Yes, we do.
We don't have any cattle. My thinking is we have the food program for Cherokee people.
Okay.
If we can have cattle out here and take those to market, we can have beef within our food program.
Yes, sir.
We don't have any community gardens. We have a day work program, but those guys seem to do the job people have already hired. Why not have a huge community garden and have those boys working or women working, raising fresh fruit and vegetables, put into our food program? The other thing is orchards. We don't have any apple trees, peach trees, plum trees, anything like that. I think it's time that we set aside some property to actually plant some of those things and get them starting to grow it. You know, you're looking at 3, 5, 6 years and stuff like that. But it just really bugs me that we can't be more self-sufficient than what we are. So anyway, I'd just like you to take a look at that overall program and see what we can come up with. I know there may be some problems with butchering your own cattle, but, you know, with USDA, but still, I think there's probably some ways around that. But as far as gardening and fresh fruits and vegetables and things like that, I think it's a doable thing. We have people that work on the day work program every day, and what I see that is those people are actually doing the job that we've got people already hired to do, so I think they could be more productive in other areas. So anyway, that's just a comment and a thought, something we might want to think about. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Fulbright.
I'm back to the South Salt Creek Park, or 1,150 acres down there.
Yes, ma'am.
I just can't emphasize enough what Councilor Thornton said, because I guess with the federal government going broke and they closed all the camping areas, boat docks, that place is so popular. It is really crowded all the time. Because that's about the only place that you can put a boat into the water. And I just don't think some of us don't realize how many campers are down there all the time and how they utilize it.
So like GV said, the first time he went down there, he said it's the best kept secret in Oklahoma. That's the truth, you know. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's very popular too.
Yeah, but he's built a wagon trail.
Yeah.
That's my only comment is
Okay.
just that it's very important to us.
And it's
Looks good, too.
and it's gonna get better, okay?
Looks good.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to break for a 10-minute recess. We're not going to do it formally. I don't want to do roll call, just mingle around for a minute. Bruce, could you stay for a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it here.
Why don't you go in and get you a sandwich?
You do roll call.
Jody Fishinghawk. Here. Chuck Husband Jr.
Here.
Jack Baker.
Here.
Harley Buzzard.
Here.
Joe Byrd. Julia Coates.
Here.
Janelle Fulbright.
Present.
Don Garvin.
Honey.
Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Tina Glory Jordan.
Present.
Lee Keener.
Honey.
Dick Lay. Curtis Snell.
Here.
Janice Taylor.
Here.
David Thornton. David Walkingstick. Terry Cowan Watts.
Honey.
We do have a quorum.
Okay. What's up next? Commerce. Mrs. Anna Knight.
On our budgets, on the Commerce Group budgets, they're pretty much the same as they have been in the past. We have had some of the grants that we're working with end, and those are some of the decreases. And we have a little bit less money to loan, and that's accounted for in this budget, and so there's some decreases there. Other than that, we have an increase on space costs for the Art Center and the Court Mall. We weren't paying space cost on that, and now we are. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Okay. Any questions for Anna? I see people just turning to their books. Can you get it in?
Oh, I think if they don't have their questions ready, we should just,
You're absolutely
we should just be able to skip it.
Any questions for Anna?
Good job.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Next is Human Services.
No, did we do that? No.
I made the same mistake I did a while ago.
I circled the wrong one.
I apologize for not having my posse up here, but I do have Penny Northworthy, who hopefully can help me answer some questions.
Marcia, could you talk up a little bit, please? I don't know if these microphones are.
They're not on. I'll try to speak up. I want to go over my programs real fast and briefly, since we've got a couple
Go ahead
of
and go over it, and then we'll ask
new
questions.
council people. And just briefly, we have family assistance under Human Services. We have under that the elder services, and we have all the crisis programs. We have food distribution. We have the Elders in Need and the burial program. The burial program, I'm sorry, I usually carry, but anyway. And we have Department of Family Services, which is the Indian Child Welfare, where we have foster and adoption cases. We have the investigations and all that hard work. We have child support, which we work with the families, both sides, to try to help the children in that aspect. We have child development, which is the child care centers, where there's 2 of them, one in Stillwell and one here in Tahlequah, the 2 major ones. And then we have different homes. We have juvenile programs that work with juveniles who have minor incidents with the law, and we try to gear them to where they're back in school and doing well. What have I left out? Is that it? I think that's it. But we have a staff in Human Services of over 400. Our budget for 2014 is around, as you can see, around 48,000, or $1 million, and I'll open it to questions.
Okay, any questions for Martha? Speaker Jordan.
Yeah, I just want to thank your department. You serve the neediest of the needy in your program area. And my interaction with you has been nothing but excellent.
Thank you.
You and your staff both. You get right on it. One of the things that I've always worried about was our burial policy, because there's so many that we're not able to serve. At another time, maybe when we look at carryover in the future, I would like to see if we could establish something where we could maybe raise those income guidelines just a little bit, or figure out something in our policy where maybe we could give them so much and let them take the rest of the payment.
I'll be glad to work with you on that.
That is that's becoming a serious problem.
Yeah.
No one's prepared for a passing and a funeral expense anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing that maybe we could work on, and that's certainly a good program, but I'm hoping that maybe if we put some gem fund dollars into it and carryover times, that maybe we can make it better.
Great.
For some of ours that are just missing the income guidelines.
Okay.
Is Jerry still here?
Thank you.
I don't think
Excuse me.
Jerry, I didn't see
Could you
Jerry
ask him
was
to come
here.
down here? I thought we did do that. Is it not in this year's budget?
We have a tribal fund.
But it's still got an income.
It still has an income.
Yeah, both of them do.
Limits.
Okay, what's for the 2,500, that's just the flat 2,500 and they pick up the rest?
And
That's a contract.
yeah,
that we have.
to not get into a whole lot of detail on it, when a family has a sudden death in the family, they have 2 programs they can work with. One of them is the contracted service with the contracted funeral homes. The other is where they can have the funeral that they choose, but there's just a certain amount of money that they're eligible for. So they do have options there, and but both of them have, because they both work together, they do have income guidelines with that.
And that's what I'm seeing happen more often than not, is they're just a smidgen over the income guidelines. And I think that we could maybe expand our policies in that one area, but we have to be ready to put a little more money into it to make it work. I mean, you can do anything if you can figure out a way to put a little more money into it, can't you?
I'll put it on my list.
Okay. The other thing I noticed, and I was wondering about, have, in our Indian Child Welfare area, is our total FTEs, are they going down, or, I know we had a little problem in that department that maybe we had too many or something. have they been reduced or something? What's going on there on, I'm seeing on the FT?
On the staff?
Yeah, it looks like it's going down in numbers.
Are you looking at a particular one, or?
I'm actually looking in the book that Jody Reese made for us. Let's go back to your book, let's see.
What you gotta understand though with ICW is that there's a lot of flexibility about the different ones you can put them on. They're not as strict or specific, and so sometimes we plan more staff on one than the other. They're pretty.
The staff may still be there, they just might be on a different budget because they,
Program? Okay, so the numbers are still
Yeah.
right now.
yeah, they're pretty consistent. They're, as expected, there's a high turnover in ICW because of the problems that they deal with every day. But right now, it's just a matter of their programs are so intermingled, they're so alike that we can put a staff on here and on there.
And what you find is there's a few that are a little bit lower, and then you have one that is a little bit higher.
Right.
Well, I know that area pretty well because that's an area that I interacted with on a daily basis for about 8 years. When
Yeah.
I was over in the court, and we have workers over there that, you have better workers in that area than most states have.
Yes.
I mean, you probably have hundreds of years of experience in the ones that I can think of that are still there from the days when I was in the court system.
Some of them have 20 years in, plus. And I don't know how they keep going to work every day dealing with what they do, but it's out of a love for what they do.
Well, we are very fortunate to have that experience because you don't see that on a state level. Any state you go to, you don't see that kind of experience. I don't know that this body and the tribe itself realizes how fortunate they are to have the number of years that some of the social workers have. But
I totally agree.
I deal with them and have dealt with them pretty regular on the state level, and you'll find them maybe 2 years, maybe 5 years, and they're just green.
Yeah.
They're just beginning to know what they need to know.
Yeah.
But we've got workers that's got 20, 25 years experience. You just don't see that.
Yes.
You've been very fortunate to be able to keep those kind of individuals here.
Believe me, I know how fortunate I am. So.
And anyone that's had a children's case, you know, Dick has one right now, in your area, there's a big difference between someone that's got 2 years experience and someone that's got 20 years experience on the front line. A huge difference.
I know, they just do it automatically, and where they have to, it saves a lot of time because they know the system, they know who to call, they can act fast.
Well,
And
send a big thank you over there, because I know most of the workers that came from the court system when I was there in the 90s, many of them still there.
yes.
I appreciate that they stayed with the tribe and stayed true all these years and kept their experience here.
Thank you. I will certainly let them know.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker Hoskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just echo that, Marcia. Your department helps out people in my area all the time, and I'm always pleased.
Thank you.
Appreciate you and the staff. I don't think it's in the budget, but I know from talking to you earlier, you've looked at it before, and I know it's a priority for Councilman Lay. That's the expansion of the Nowata Nutrition Center. I wonder, it doesn't look like there's money in the budget that I can see, but is that something you all are still talking about and can maybe
Yeah,
plan in this fiscal year and carry over time or next fiscal year?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I hope we can go that direction. You know, I can't give you an answer right now, but we're trying to close things out and everything, but who knew that if we build it, they would come, and they have certainly come, so.
That's good, that's good. Is it to the point where you're able to ask somebody like Bruce Davis's group for an assessment of where you would expand and how much you would expand, or are you to that point yet?
I think they have been asked, but I'll reiterate that.
And then finally, on the elder advocates, do you have budgeted all the positions that you need, and you still need to fill some, I think?
We have advertised for those positions, and it may be time to look and see if we need to critique it a little bit more, up in that area, as far as those positions.
Very good. Well, thank you again. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fulbright?
Thank you. I just want to compliment you and your staff on the burial assistance, because in Sequoia County, we use it an awful lot. And just recently, I sent a young lady up here, a young adult, who, her dad had passed away quite unexpectedly, and she was just a nervous wreck. She'd been to the bank, they wouldn't let her have any records. She'd been down to Poto to the Social Security office, and I said, "You're going in the wrong direction." And I placed a call up here, and someone met her, and by the end of the day, it all been settled and worked out, and she was so appreciative, and everybody was so kind to her, It was just very traumatic for a young person to be settled down faced with, they don't know how they're gonna pay for these funeral expenses.
Not many parents sit down and say, "Now, when I die, I want you to do this and this and this,"
Right.
so they come in shell shock because they don't know what to do. And it doesn't matter even if they've seen their parent or their child who's sickly, and it doesn't matter, it's still a shock.
Well, everybody was so good to her, and it's just, that was one isolated case that I was personally involved in, but I know our funeral home director at Sallisaw, and he says that he does an awful lot of business for the Cherokee Nation, and it's a very helpful program. Unlike Councilor Jordan here, I would like to see the income guideline moved a little bit so it could serve a few more people, but there's really a need here. That's all. You do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Burke?
Marcia, on the, first I want to commend you and your staff for the work and all your assistance in the clothing vouchers that we just went through. You guys did a really good job with that, and everybody was very pleased.
The clothing voucher, is that what you're saying? Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the Indian child welfare here on the spending there. We're in a deficit. Is that something that, with what we've been going through in the media and the issues, is that something we want to consider or look at, visiting with the Councilor Thornton here? Is that something that needs to be maybe in the future, a standalone? That, I know that occupies an enormous amount of your time.
Which one are you
Indian child
talking?
welfare.
In general, or
Yes.
the whole department?
What was the question, Joe? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm looking at your remaining budget here on the Indian child welfare.
On the current budget?
Yeah.
And are you looking at?
On my
specific
handout, it's got
AU?
211,000 in the minus. Is that correct?
Do you know what AU or what program you're looking at?
32222480.
This,
Self-governance.
yeah, it probably is a little bit over with an encumbrance, but
Will you recoup that?
no, we'll be all right with it for the end of the year. It's got to do with our 4E claim. We try to use, you have to use self-governance, which is considered non-federal, and the gen fund budget to do those 4E claims, which gives us back money.
Okay.
And she has used almost all of that, where she is now using that 1010147 because she tries to use that self-governance
Yes.
first.
Yes.
So we have quite a bit left in that first one, and that's what they'll use for the remainder of the year.
You'll see those numbers change next
Yes, well,
time.
that was my point. Is this going to be enough for you guys to continue your program there?
I don't know. I can find out.
Okay.
It's one of those that they always
Okay.
need funds, but
Okay. Kind of like my kids. All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Keener?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
As the speaker mentioned, that you do help the neediest of the needy, so that's a big job, and you do a good job. But I was looking at the overall budget, and we're down 15%. Is that right?
And that's mainly because last year we had about $4 million that was spent with the Stillwell CDC. That's not in this year's budget.
Well, what caught my eye was some of the things already been mentioned was the elderly program, and especially with the nutrition. So there is no budget for no water phones bill?
No budget?
It is $0. And is that a HUD cut?
No, Collinsville, that budget that's still remaining on this year is just the one to finish that construction. And so we don't have we don't have a separate budget for the food. That would come in under the AOA budget.
Okay.
Or the senior nutrition, that's a gen fund budget.
And the food warehouse,
That's food distribution.
okay. That says 0, and the food warehouse is minus 15%. Stage 7 on the, wait, I don't think we have that one.
Are you on?
No, I'm in a different book.
Oh.
But overall, we're down 15%. So I guess to make it simpler, I've seen that you've cut incrementally, not real heavy in one area too much as you can. So that's good. But what are some negative impacts that we're going to see, that the people will see that right off, that with the 15% decrease?
Like I said, most of that decrease is due to that $4 million that was in last year's budget for the Stillwell.
Okay, so the answer would be, it really won't be negligible?
Not unless we get additional notice that we're getting more cuts. It would be, we're running about the same, the budgets, so they are about the same.
Basically, our building projects are coming to a close, and so that's why that budget's not in there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Buzzard?
Yes, Martha, up in Ottawa County, I've had several people that call me about food distribution, and we have a lot of Cherokees that live in Ottawa County, even southern Ottawa County. And they tell me that they go to the site up there, but Cherokees aren't allowed to use it. They want to know why we don't have even a tailgate site there in Ottawa County. To be fair, I'm acting in that area there. I think the nearest one that I can see is probably Idaho.
As far as a senior nutrition site, is that what you're talking about?
Food distribution.
Food distribution. Okay, it's just amount of dollars. When we come up with some money, we look at sites, and so we try to put it in an area where at least it's handy for people. It might not be right in their exact area, but it's closer than Tahlequah.
Yeah, and there's a large population of Cherokees up there. Matter of fact, a lot of them use the clinic there in Miami. It's out of jurisdictional boundaries. And what I understand there is about 70 to 80% are Cherokee citizens that use that clinic. So I know there's a lot of Cherokees up there, and what their complaint is, they have to drive so far to get food. And been asking me if it was possible to look at like even a tailgate site. Because they can't go to the food pantry that's up there now. Because the Cherokee.
I know they have some rules against, and I don't know if this is an urban, but there's certain places they can't go because USDA directs them that way, that they can't set up a tailgate site.
Now, let me get back with you on that. I'll double check with Jerry and Bud.
If you would check that out.
I will.
If you need to meet and get together with them. Thank you.
I certainly will.
Can we bring Jerry Snell up here for a second?
Hey, I do have my posse with me.
Curtis's older
We
brother.
want to know why we don't have a food distribution up in Ottawa County. Aren't you glad you walked in here?
Well, we only serve a small portion of
Is Ottawa the one
This
up by?
Harvey.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a small portion, but there's a lot of Cherokees up around Afton, Fairland, and southern Ottawa County, and they can't use some of those food pantry sites that the other tribes run up there. They're telling me that it's just too far for them to go to the food pantry site, and they'd like to have them. And I was telling Marcia that even the clinic there in Miami, it's about 75% of them are Cherokee that use the clinic up there, so I'm missing a lot of Cherokee families up there. I'm not sure how many would qualify for food.
Well, that's what I was fixing to say. We could do some research real
Yes,
quick,
that's what I'm
but
asking.
I want to speculate that we probably don't have 25, 30 families from that area. And I know the new center that we're building at Collinsville, when it's all said and done, we're going to have nearly $1 million tied up in that facility. And, we
Well, I
hope to serve. I'm sorry.
I don't think they're really asking for a side, I think a tailgate side, but I can probably get you some numbers.
Oh, well, we'll have the numbers of those that we're currently serving. I tell you one thing that we are.
I think the numbers that you're currently serving are going to be really low, because they just don't want to travel that far to get to the food side.
That I don't know. But I tell you one thing that we are doing, we're requesting, along with intertribal, authorization to allow intertribal to serve those families that live. There's a group, or there's a housing addition that's apparently in the city limits of Miami, but it's on our side of, as far as the jurisdictional boundaries go. And I believe that's probably the group you're talking about that just hasn't been able to get services other than driving all the way to Jay. And what we're asking for from USDA is to give us authorization to go ahead and serve, or let intertribal serve those households. But I think that's, even after we get the authorization, I think it's going to have to be an administrative decision here to say, yes, our clients can go over into intertribal to receive their services. I don't know what all that will entail.
Okay, well, if you check it out, and report back to them, or have your contact them.
You said mostly it was the southern Ottawa counties that you,
Southern Ottawa County and Fairland and the Afton district.
Fairland and Afton.
That Ottawa would have about half of that county?
Maybe not quite that.
Maybe not quite half.
But I think just the voters up in that district, they were like 400 to 600 that are registered voters. So there's a clientele up there. I just don't know how many we owe.
Right.
But if you check into it,
I'll do it.
Hold on. Hey. Speaker Jordan, you're not finished yet.
What I would like to ask you about is the possibility of doing just a little review of the burial policy and see how we may be able to amend our policies to be a little more inclusive on our income part on the money that we provide.
Right.
We're finding a whole lot are just missing that income guideline, and we just need to see what flexibility we could build into those policies that gives you all the flexibility when you see a need to go ahead and service that need.
Okay, the council awarded additional funds last year to assist those that are slightly over income. And at that point in time, it was determined that 10% over our income eligibility criteria would be considered slightly over income. And that number, I'm not sure how it was arrived at. In other words, there's nothing set in stone. At this point in time, the slightly over income is 10% over our regular income eligibility criteria.
But that wasn't set by us, that was set by you all.
The previous administration, right.
And how much money do we have of gen fund dollars in that over income situation this year?
It was all put into the previous budget that we had. They didn't want a separate AU.
We kept track of it separately, but
Uh-huh. We don't, and, you know, we
So
don't-
how much is in your budget for, your proposed budget for
For the
that?
total, it's, the same as last year, and I believe it's 178.
178.
Okay, and how much of that is, money that we have put in there to help the over income?
Well, I want to say it was like $30,000 or $35,000.
Yeah, I was thinking 38.
I don't
And
have the other attachment.
Did we give you, or do you have the flexibility that if it's, they need some help, but they're willing to carry the rest of it over a certain amount? Do we have flexibilities in our policies to do that? Say they come to you and say, here's what the funeral's gonna cost, can you help me with a portion of it, and I'll find the rest through my family getting together to help me.
As long as we're not using BIA funds that's associated with CFR, we can do anything we want to do with the tribal, anything you want to do with the tribal funds. And, you know, it's one of those things that slightly over income, regardless of where we set the income eligibility criteria, as we all know, there's always going to be somebody that's slightly over those particular income guidelines. But that money's our money. However we choose to spend those funds is entirely up to
And how do we
administration.
determine income if they were the major wage earner and they have just died? And let's say the wife's not working. Are we still going on their income that they were bringing in the home, but now they're dead?
That's what we've
See,
always.
that's our biggest problem right there, is if you've lost your major wage earner and you were living from paycheck to paycheck, and the other family members were not able to work or didn't have a job, we're basing it on income who just died, well, obviously, they're not gonna make any more money. I mean, that's the way I see it. Maybe, I mean,
You know, and you're exactly right.
we're
That
basing
was-
it on their last 6 months of income, which would have been his income, which is no longer.
You're exactly right. That's how it's worked, and I can truthfully say that that's an exception and not the rule, but it still exists because we do use income for the past 12 months. All of our programs are based on that
So if we
12-month criteria.
tweak those policies a little bit in the area that we provide funds for, we would be, because the BIA funds come with their own set of rules. And
Oh, right.
so do we have any leeway on them at all?
Well, the leeway that we managed to request a waiver to incorporate income eligibility as part of the BIA eligibility. To my knowledge, we're the only tribe in the nation that has been given that waiver. The way,
So we incorporated the income eligibility.
for the BIA program in addition
So
to
if
the
it had
tribe.
come to us just the way other tribes had gotten it, it wouldn't have had an income
Well,
eligibility?
no, what happened, the other is just resource-based. And as you well know, it was easy for families to hide resources. Families that were not indigent by any means, but they were able to hide resources. Resources can be anything from, you know, they can have a 400-acre ranch out there with a 200 head of black cattle. You cannot make them liquidate a resource under the BIA federal regulations in order to qualify. But you know and I know they're not indigent. And that was the whole intent and purpose of the BIA.
I don't know, some people would say if you got cattle and land, you are indigent. Between what the cattle are eating and what the land's costing you in taxes, you are indigent. So I don't know, that's a discussion for another time.
Or how well you manage your farm.
I've not ever been able to see anybody that makes a whole lot on a cattle operation, but,
But that was incorporated about 12 or, it was during the Mansell
so
administration.
even that is subject to
Income
some, well, it's subject to income eligibility, but that's because we asked for a waiver. If we didn't have that waiver, it wouldn't have income guidelines on it.
Then we probably wouldn't have our contracted service, because that's what made our contracted service possible, was making them eligible.
So
for
it
the-
came from the BIA as a contracted function. Our portion of the money used to be administered by the BIA. Now it's administered by us because we put some income guidelines on it.
Well, it's just a part of the welfare assistance appropriation, and any dollar amount that we want to appropriate for burial, we can do so. We incorporated the income eligibility, like I say, back years ago, so we could develop the contracted service. What the other tribes have in place is the old BIA policy where they pay $2,500.
Flat,
So no-
doesn't matter who it is, because I have checked with other tribes.
As long as the resources doesn't exceed the 2,500. But what happens to those tribal members, they go to the funeral home and they still pay $6,000 for a funeral service. The BIA pays $2,500, and the family's stuck with the balance.
And our system, we've got a flat fee, we pay, and they can't pay anything over it on that part of it.
On a
But we
contracted
can-
service.
Okay.
When they walk out of there, they owe nothing. And this contract is equivalent to about a $6,000 service. Is what
I
it's
guess what
equivalent.
I'm looking for in the policies is something in between the two.
Yeah. Now, there is one in between the two. If the family should have other family members that can help, but the applicant family is eligible, we'll let them pick out any service they want to purchase, and we'll pay the tribes $2,500.
But it's
in the
still
family.
income guidelines.
Still has income guidelines for mom and daddy. But if the kids want to come in and buy a $10,000 service, we'll pay $2,500, and the family will have to pay the difference. If they're really and truly indigent, we're going to pay $3,000 for the service, and they're going to walk out of there owing nothing. If we use the old BIA standards, they're going to walk out of there probably owing another $4,000.
And I think what I'm seeing, where I'm kind of in a quandary, is we're going back 12 months, basing it on the income of a wage earner that probably is the one that's just died.
That is a possibility.
Okay.
It sure is.
Well, this is a discussion for another day, because it's policies, and you all do a good job. It's just that we can't help everybody, and the ones that we don't help are of course, the ones that are upset.
I'm sweet.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a question about line heap. I noticed it took a $200 decrease.
$200?
Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I haven't looked at it since last week. Let me look at it again.
And really, it's one of those speculation things.
Yeah.
We have no idea in the world. We
Did
just,
y'all know
It's
anything about it?
budgeted at the same amount.
as it was last year.
Yeah.
Hold on. And the line, okay, decrease is largely due to the transitional emergency housing and a line heat program of another 200,000, okay. But when will y'all know the total from it?
There's
It's a small decrease in
small
administration.
administrative
About
costs.
15,000 in the administration. The program side's the same.
We were told at the national conference this year that, they're only guessing, because none of us know what the federal government's going to do when they pass this.
Okay, it just didn't get updated.
Yeah, is that,
Okay.
so
want to make sure
we're
that-
kind of guessing at it anyway.
The other thing is, even though I don't represent them anymore, when I was up in the Ottawa, Delaware County, I had a lot of people up there asking about a CDC center. Is there any funding you're all looking at coming down? Can you possibly start looking at funding for another CDC center to be built up there?
I'm sorry, Jody, I can't hear you.
Looking at funding for a CDC. The funding that we use for CDCs are actually the funding we get in general for child development. So what you have to do is request that and then, I guess,
Pinch and save?
justify it and then save that money back and do it. I don't know, the way Jerry talked about the numbers, it might be a problem with the numbers. I think you'd have to have enough to justify it.
Kind of look at them and see if there would be any. I'm having a hard time believing Delaware wouldn't line up with Cherokee County and then behind Adair County. Because that's
Were you talking about Delaware then?
Yeah, Delaware.
Oh, I thought you were saying Ottawa.
Well,
She said
Delaware-
Delaware. Yeah,
Well, when I represented Delaware, Ottawa, Adair.
and you're right. I can't believe that, you know, the numbers wouldn't be there.
I'm just tired of doing Grandpa Snell and Buzzard's work.
I know. All those great kids.
All those great kids. Thank you very much. Any more questions for him? Okay, thank you. Government resources.
Good afternoon.
Talk about your budget for a minute, maybe.
Well, I can give you a brief overview of the changes. We had grants compliance is moving under finance. So there were 5 positions that were moved under finance. We had 1 position removed, so we have a total of 17 positions. 7 of those are vacant, so we have 10 that are currently filled at this time. Our general fund and IDC budgets were combined. We don't have a general fund budget at this time, so general fund and IDC were combined into indirect cost. Those are the primary overview, unless you have any questions.
I have one for you. Who are you rolling up under? I heard you rolling up under the treasurer, and I have a problem with that, with evaluation and compliance rolling up under the treasurer.
Currently, I'm reporting to the chief of staff.
The chief of staff? So there's no truth into rolling up under the treasurer?
Yeah, evaluation compliance is a function of the Secretary of State. And in the interim, I believe Vicki has been watching over that group and reporting to the chief of staff for evaluation compliance. But no, evaluation compliance, there's no plans for evaluation compliance to report.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilwoman Watts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank you because I find you and Courtney's group very valuable. Anytime I have a bigger issue that I think impacts the tribe, you both seem to have great answers and are already prepared and have a wonderful staff, so thank you for that.
Government resources, not relations.
I know, but they're both, when I have bigger issues, I can call on Vicki too, and she knows about if we're doing consultation and other stuff, so however it works out on the org chart, they tend to share some of those similar issues, so.
Yes. Primarily, our office deals with oversight and policy from that perspective versus the actual coordinating the lobbying and getting in touch with congressional staff and that type of thing. So we overlap some in that regard just because of our contacts and people that we work with on the national level, but primarily government relations deals with the, if you will, the lobbying efforts with Cornerstone and others, so.
Well, it's appreciated, because I know you guys have answers when I call, and that's good. I'm concerned, I think it's the grant, is it the grant compliance? That's what I thought I heard you say was grant compliance is going under the treasurer?
Yes.
So, understood? Because I think that's part of, that's what I heard Councilman Fishing Hawk say, So maybe you organizationally aren't rolling under the treasurer for your part of the organization, but a very important part of self-governance and what I thought your department did goes under the treasurer. And it's not my org chart, but it's still concerning. So I don't know, Jody, if you were also going there, but that really hasn't, I don't understand why we're doing that, and I don't know if we can do anything about it in budget hearings or not, but.
I just thought it was a good time to ask.
I can explain if you'd like me to. Currently, Vicki has been overseeing the grants administration piece of it. Evaluation compliance is a separate group. Evaluation compliance investigates the ethics point complaints. They oversee the depository regulatory compliance reviews, self-monitoring, and they do other programmatic reviews as requested by the Secretary of State. As I mentioned earlier, in the new initiative under finance for the Office of Grant Services, this is going to be a group that is solely dedicated to not only seeking out and pursuing grant funding, but also minding all the P's and Q's that go along with that grant funding. Currently, we have that operation going on in several different departments, and those departments aren't syncing. And so in order for us to pursue competitive funding and to be able to accept that funding and administer that funding effectively and to the letter of requirements that we agree to when we accept that, we need everybody under one office talking and communicating and working towards that end.
So maybe in 3 months or 6 months, can we come back and reevaluate this or get a report on it? I guess it'd be at E&F under your authority, so. Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
Jody, could you take care of that? Councilwoman Coates?
Yes, thank you. Vicki, my questions are about registration and that budget and some of the statistics that are listed there in our book. And I don't know if you're, have a lot of detailed information to be able to respond to them, but I'll pose the questions anyway and appreciate whatever insight you can offer.
Let me interrupt you.
The number of new tribal citizens registered and also the processed ineligible letters, because those are the two categories that it seems to me would indicate the work of actually examining the applications and how quickly that is progressing. And in particular, in FY12 and especially this year, the numbers are down really dramatically from what they had been in previous years, just under 6,000 processed last year and only a little over 2,000 this year, when in previous years it had been 15,000 plus and 12,000 plus. And additionally, the ineligible letters are down very dramatically also, so it doesn't even, the appearance is that for whatever reasons, applications simply are not being considered as quickly as they had been in the past, whereas the number of photo IDs issued is almost 15,000 for this year, and so this is one thing that that we've kind of speculated for a long time, is that is really where the emphasis is currently being placed, is on the issuance of the new photo IDs. And I know that I've been getting a number of constituents who are concerned about the increasing length of time that it seems to be taking to get a new application process or to get other sorts of issues addressed. And in fact, I got an email, literally just 40 minutes ago about the same issue. So and then the other thing I'm looking at is that the net change in staffing. I'm wondering, first of all, because I think registration always needs additional staff. That's just been something that's been true for years. But what it looks like is that the net change in staffing is actually decreasing next year. And so I'm wondering if I can just get some insights about what the priorities are, how you are working through all of this with because I know there's a lot that's being placed on registration at this time with the new ID cards and so forth. So.
Julia, this is Justin.
I can see you.
What you're looking at in October of 2010, what we did was we issued the membership number first to get the services out to the people. And then we did that from October 2010 to April of 2012, and which led us to the backlog of CWB applications. But at least if we got the blue card out first, our people could get services. And so now we're having to go back and retype all those CWB records for those people. So that's why the citizenship numbers are higher for those years.
So we're not issuing blue cards this year then?
So what's going on for this year? We don't have people who are needing services as badly as had been the case in the past year, and so it's not being handled the same way. I'm not quite following, I guess.
Well, these, CWB records take longer to process. Takes time to type each record.
I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty hearing you, Justin. The way the room is mic'd, the mic is right above the chair, and I'm hearing that conversation rather than you right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, please come forward.
Can you hear me now?
No, over here.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, how about now?
Yes, I can hear you now. I could hear you before, except not when the chair was having a conversation, at the same time. But thank you.
Okay. All right. What part did you miss out?
Pretty much all of it.
Okay. In October 2010, we processed the membership cards first.
Yes, that part I got. It was your response after I asked why were people not needing services, so we weren't doing it the same way in this year, and so why we would not have those numbers. I guess I wasn't following that.
The need has always been there. It was faster for us to. We tested it for that time frame. It was faster for us to issue the membership number first, then go back and issue a CIB card if they needed it. And so that's why the numbers are higher. But that was changed in April 2012. We went back to, we were always processing CIB cards and 8x10s for those that wanted a CIB only, for United Katuah bands, and those type of folks, adoptions. And so the time to take to process an 8x10, it takes longer to process an 8x10 or a CWB record. And so that's why the numbers are down, is we type those again now, and then we issue a membership card after that.
I guess I'm still not following why that would result in the numbers being down. Are you saying that it's simply a procedural matter, and that when the numbers are adjusted, we are going to have an additional 12 to 15,000 new applicants for this year for FY13 also?
There's a couple things that we got a new database application back in April of this year. We're still working out the bugs on it. It is taking some time to work through those issues, and also we have some new staff members in the office, and we're actually training those currently. Information systems have been helping us work through this. In the long run, it'll be beneficial to us, but it's taken some time to rebuild to do the CIB part of that first.
So you're implementing new systems. You've got new people that you're training. You also have this new process of issuing photo IDs, which has been a very, very aggressive undertaking thus far from what I've seen of it. And I think that clearly registration is quite stretched at this point. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And is it true that what I'm looking at, that there's a net change in staffing of a reduction of 2 people? What's that about?
We did try to ask for more money in our DOI budget, but we were told none was available. And we were allowed increase of $175,000 in IDC. We had vacancies this year, but those were needed to fund current employees that were already on board for next year. We worked with the Treasurer's Office very closely.
Sorry about that.
Okay. We worked with the Treasurer's Office very closely to try to identify some funding to help us get some new staff members. But due to budget constraints and those type of things, we can only get $175,000 for IDC for next year.
Okay, I'm looking at this budget, and it's a flatline budget pretty much across every department with only a couple of exceptions, and we are looking at possible sequestration issues and so forth. So I entirely understand about the budget constraints and so forth. I'm not going to put you or anyone from registration on the spot, Justin, by asking what you think the priorities should be, but I certainly know what I think the priorities should be, and I think that the priority should be on processing applications. That's the most critical thing, I think, to our constituents at this time. I've seen such a dramatic uptick in the number of concerns and complaints about the length of time, which seems to be extending out further and further for applications to get processed. And when there are these kinds of budget constraints, I would just really, really urge registration to take a look at what the priorities are, because while there's something sort of exciting about the new tribal photo ID and everything, and while there is some political capital that is to be gained by it, I guess, I think that capital could end up being squandered if the amount of time to simply get new applications processed or to take care of some other kinds of issues continues to elicit the kind of complaints that I've been receiving lately. And I know it's not registration's fault. I'm not placing that on registration, because you are badly overburdened, it seems to me, at this time. But as I said, that I would see the priorities a bit differently than it seems they're currently being weighed. And so I would just make that comment to you. But I would also congratulate the department on doing a pretty decent job, I think, all in all, given that you really do have a lot loaded onto you at this time, and that there are these budget constraints. I think you're, in many respects, the department is going above and beyond, and we've got some good people there. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Councilor Coates, may I address you for just a few moments?
Absolutely. Thank you.
This is Linda O'Leary, and I do appreciate your compliment. We have worked very diligently and very hard. We've put in a lot of hours. Can I give you just a brief overview, as well as the other council, about what we actually do and entail? May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. We have right now currently 29 employees. When I started in July of 2012, we had 14. Now, with those 29 employees, they're not all been active in the duties and requirements that we need to do to complete our processes in our registration department. We are in training. We have new employees that's been trained, just now getting trained. We have employees that are in training. We do have, with this current budget that's presented, without it asking for additional monies, we do have one vacancy. Overall, we have about 1,200 applicants for CDIB cards a month. We have a request for dupes, which is the, as you know, the blood quantum and the blue cards. We have those to the tune of $1,200 to $1,500 a month request. In our department, our CDIB staff, we have one supervisor, and we have now 8 staff. We have not had 8 staff before operating. What we're trying to proceed with is we have 2 of that 8 staff in training that we just hired. We have 2 assigned to the backlog, which has just recently, one of them, been trained to bring up the backlog. We have 2 in ASAPs, and we have 4 processing and proofreading. As the council well knows, we have to do diligent work in pulling the 8x10s, which is a linen sheet, going back, checking it, typing it, and we have to have it typed up, we have to have it proofread. Then it comes to me, I look at it again before it's certified. So there is a long, lengthy, or semi-process there. In our citizenship department, we have 1 supervisor and now 9 employees, which we just have trained. 3? 4. We've just now got about 4 trained?
Yes.
Justin? And we have, like I said, 1,200 to 1,500 requests a month. We also cover, in our citizenship group, we cover the front desk. We have 1 person on the front desk. We have people that pull in, fill in, and we actually need 2 people on the front desk. We have postal requests to the tune of an all-day deal, stamping them and open them, stamping them. We have 1 person assigned to faxes, which we have about 125 faxes per day come in, and that is to get back with the hospitals, the clinics, and say this person's eligible. And so we have all that going on. That requires 1 person. And then we have 2 file clerks, which we just now put on. We have had community services help us before in loaning us the community volunteer workers to help us with our tubs and tubs of filings. Now, we have 2 file clerks back there now, and we have 1 person in citizenship does our memberships, our relinquishes, and our deceased notices. We also just now acquired another PBX operator. That person's in training. We've had 1 person answering the phone with other people filling in. So when you do that, you do take away from the citizenship part of it, as well as the, we're going to get the job done. We're all working together for a common cause, for a goal, and that's to certify Cherokee so they can get services. So that's what we're doing with that. And if you bear with me, we do have, at this time, we have about 45 CDIBs processed a day. Now, some of those requests for the blood quantum may need more information, so we have to do the letters, get those back out. We have about 225 per week that we get out for our CDIBs. Now, some of those may request more information, and we get those out. Altogether, at this point in time, we have 900 a month that's processed. Now, granted, some of those may need a little more information. There again, we send out those requests. We also do ASAPs. That includes the scholarships. These are all the special projects, Councilor Coates. This is scholarships, JOM, medical request, Indian Child Welfare request, council request, COBEL request, Indian preference letters request, and verification of eligibility of people that need that eligibility before we can get the CDIB or the blue card out. We also have our, as I mentioned, our special projects like Angel Tree, coat vouchers, clothing vouchers. If I'm not mistaken, our coat vouchers just closed. We did what, 6,000?
Yeah, 6,000.
6,000 something on coat vouchers. Now, not only do we do that, we also have individuals, workers, that we have to send out to the fields and the communities that we have always, or so I'm told, we've always done, to send them out with applications for citizenship and the blood quantum, and also to answer questions in the community. So they get in our GS vehicle, and they go to these different projects. So that takes a person away from the office.
Those are about 50 visits a year.
Okay. And our photo IDs, most of those photo IDs, we do them here at Telecloth. We do go out of state, as you well know, and that travel time may be on a Friday, it may be on the following Monday coming back, but virtually we do those those photo IDs on the weekend. So we're basically covering those on weekend. Now, what we're starting to do, since we're trying to get staff trained and ready to go out, we're trying to get out to the districts, which we've gotten out to some of the in county district, or the 14 county districts so far. We're getting ready to do more. And so that's one of the things that we have a supervisor in our photo ID staff. He's a technology person, and he can help us work on our machines. We have high-tech machines, but they still break down. So we're going to try to cover that, and we do have that supervisor and that person, which I failed to mention a while ago. As Justin said, we have our iTech system. Now, we've got bugs there. John James and them have done a wonderful job in supplying that and getting it to us And we've been working on card stock. We have a new machine that will zip our cards in the envelopes. We're trying to progress, we're trying to update, we're trying to give these services out to the people. But that being said, the iTech system, we still have bugs in it. We have to go back, and through this system, we have to date when the person became eligible, even if it's 25 years ago. We have to update birth certificates. That's required for us to do that, or the next generation cannot receive those services without that being implemented. So we're trying to work on that. We wanted a data person to come in and try to help us clean that up. One of the things that we did want to do is to hire that data person to clean up that backlog, because we don't have time. We're trying to do the best we can with it. But all of that consumed, and I'm sure that I've probably left out something, but believe you me, at 8 CDIBs a page, there's multitudes and multitudes signed. And even though some of it, and the council request, and we don't mind getting the council request, we want to cooperate with the council, we want to get the people the information they need. However, some of those requests is not relayed to the council that may need follow-on information, which we have to go back and send for that information, or we've requested it and we haven't received it. And so that's a situation that we're in sometimes. Everything's confidential, so we may not be able to tell you everything that's going on in that situation, but that is some of the delay. And, of course, we've got I think I failed to mention our scholarships, or maybe I did. That's just a brief overview. Justin, do you have anything to add?
I don't think so.
Okay. As far as our photo IDs, we have diligently done those. We have about, as of yesterday, we've done 21,483 photo IDs in district. Out of jurisdiction, we've done 13,324. No, I'm sorry, that's total. I'm sorry, let me back up. We have done 21,483 total. We've done 13,324 in jurisdiction. We've done 8,159 out of jurisdiction. And as I said, those out of jurisdiction, that is on weekends that we do those, Saturday and Sunday, or whatever. Yes, some travel time is designated that we need to get there, leave on a Friday. Sometimes we return on Sunday night, sometimes it may be Monday. But virtually, that's how that's taken care of. And we have 4 staff in photo ID.
There's 6.
6. We got 1 supervisor and 5 photo ID. We have to do entry data for a couple of people, and they can interchange and take photos, but usually we try to keep the entry data people. I go on the out of jurisdiction because I can answer questions, I can hand out the applications, and while we're there doing photo IDs, we're servicing all the other people that are there that have needs, that they have questions about regarding Cherokee Nation and eligibility. We hand out those forms, and believe you me, it usually takes more than me, because we're busy. We've got a lot of people who want to be Cherokee, or certified that they are, have their white and blue card. So we have a lot of requests for that, and we also have a lot of requests regarding the duplications, and we take those in. And we not only are there doing photo IDs, but we are there to assist all of the other Cherokees that need our assistance. And that's just kind of an overview.
Okay. Ms. O'Leary, thank you so much for that very detailed description of all the work you do, because there was never any doubt in my mind that, there's a lot of work there. And as I said, you guys are overburdened in the registration department. I know that. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. You have a lot of new people, it sounds like, who are in the process of getting trained or have just gotten trained. Given that there are this many new people, what is the estimated time, do you think, for the turnaround on a new application if there are no issues around it? If there's nothing else, you don't have to send documents back, because the email I got today says that it's been a year that they've been waiting, and they talked to somebody today who told them it would be 1 additional year. So that's 24 months now, and I know that at one point it had gotten down to about 9 or 10 months to turn around on an application. Do you anticipate that's going to be reduced from a 2-year wait time at at any point in the near future.
That's what we're working on now. That's our goal. That's what we've set out. That's why we want to hire these people and get them trained. We have just now gotten additional space. It's not enough space, but it'll get us by, and so that we can put these people to work into certifying our Cherokee people. Now, what we do have is we've never gone down to, Councilor Coates, to 9 or 10 months. We have gotten it down to maybe 20 months. But that's
Well, I
about
think in the previous administration and some of the last years, there had been points that it had been down to 9 or 10 months from what people were telling me at least who had got new cards. So that may have been a brief moment. I would acknowledge
I
that.
also want this body to know that the people that we're putting on are not going to be in need of a lack of a job in months or a few years. We are continuously getting those applications. We are now going to deal with, if the Freedman judgment comes down, I don't know what it'll be, but we'll have to be ready for that. We are also going to have to deal with the affordable health care that's coming our way, where everybody wants to be a Native American so they don't have to pay the penalty. And we're going to deal with that. Now, with this Katua judgment, I don't know exactly what's going to happen on that, but I am assuming we will have more people coming back into the nation. So those three things are like what you say on the back burner. Well, they're going to burn, and then we're going to have to get there. But right now, we can do what we can do with what we got. And we've actually come a long way in having a staff of 14 until now. Recently, we have increased it. So we have high hopes, and it is what it is, and we're trying our best to get there.
I have two very quick questions, and that'll be it for me. You said that you're getting 12 to 1,500 new applications a month, and you're processing about 900 of those. So that leaves 300 to 600 each month that are not being processed within that time frame, and that would lead to a backlog of somewhere between 36 to 7,200 a year that do not get processed at all within a year's time. By my
Councilor Coates, that request of 1,200 to 15 is actually duplicates, but you're right on the applications. It is about 1,200 a month.
Okay. And then my second question is that when you're taking people out on evenings and weekends to do the photo ID thing, I'm presuming that they then get some time off midweek.
Absolutely.
I'm sure they're not working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, right?
No, they're not. And Councilor Coates, I've been blessed with a great staff, and we have great supervisors on board. We have a happy camp, but they are working, and they're diligent workers, and I've been blessed with that.
My suggestion again is simply a re-examination of the priorities. If people are working on weekends to issue the photo IDs and are not working during the regular workday hours in the process of processing applications, I know where my priorities are, and I just think there's probably, I know you need more help.
Thank you.
But,
yes, we do.
But I would really just urge a re-examination of the priorities. Thank you very much for all of your details.
And thank you, Councilor Coates. Thank you. I got a question. Could you, in the next little bit, get me a copy of the travel that's been spent the last couple of years, a total of the travel? You can do that. How many people do y'all have actually inside there? I don't mean admin, but actually producing blue and white cards? Actually working on them?
There's 8 people in CIB, and that produces the white card. Citizenship supervisor, 9. There's 9 people.
Does the supervisor produce them too?
No.
Blue cards? I want to know who's actually producing the blue cards. If there's a supervisor and doesn't do blue cards, don't count them. John, anybody give us an answer to that? How many processes the are at this time? I know we have some in frame. This is our supervisor, John M. Scraper, over our citizenship. Okay, hello, John.
We have one person who actually takes the membership application and produces a membership number. So she does all of that work herself. But it requires a lot of other people to help her just one person. Someone has to take in the app, someone has to bring in the fax, someone has to take the phone calls, someone has to do the file work. I mean, it's not just, I mean, she actually.
How many worker bees do you have in your department?
Excuse me?
How many worker bees?
Worker bees?
Linda is not a worker bee. Linda is the boss.
Linda's the boss, yes. In just my unit or everyone?
Your unit.
My unit? There's not, I have 9 workers under me,
Okay, and that's in the white and the blue, everything?
just the blue.
Just the blue?
Some of those folks are in training.
Okay. And then the CDIB has 8,
Have 8, and there's 2 in training.
and there's 2 in training in there. And then part of that 9's in
And
training.
we're just now getting those folks now. We're just now getting, some of them just now trained, and some of them training.
Okay.
It's not like we've had them a long time.
Could you all get me the number of blue and white cards produced from, I don't know, say 2007 when I got on council each year for the white cards and the blue card numbers? Okay. And that's what I'm wanting. Councilwoman Fulbright?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank you for that phenomenal report. It was so informational. And I do get a few complaints once in a while from people that have newborns say, well, it's already been up there 9 months. And I always tell them, well, that's the lowest priority. They can go to the clinic and get medical services on you or your husband's card. And the response I've had on helping kids get their scholarships that have waited to the last minute, y'all have practically done overnight turnarounds, just done a wonderful job. And since you've almost doubled your staff since you took over, I think you're doing just a tremendous job. And I just want to tell you, I'm just very proud of your department and what
I
you're doing.
wanted to say another thing too, so that you know exactly what's going on. On our CDIB side, until just recently, as of about 3 weeks ago, we had 35 per week Indian child welfare requests. We were pulling 2 staff off of them because we thought they were real dire emergencies, so that took away from our staff in our CDIB process. We went and met with Linda Bullard, and she said, I don't really think all of those are just an emergency right now. Some of them we can put on the back burner and then process. So what she did is she looked through that and filtered through that to see what is the immediate emergency. So we're taking care of that. So we do have a little more time now to go to our backlog and things of that nature. And she worked with us real well on that. And so we were trying to do and go about avenues of trying to solve our problems within our registration to try to get the services and things out that the folks need.
Well, I just really thank you. It's a very knowledgeable report, and I think you're the right person at the helm to get the job done.
Thank you so much.
And all your workers. You're doing a great job. That's all.
Chief Clerk.
Linda, I just want to commend you and your staff. I've sent several students that needed the information from your department, and you guys took care of it in a very timely manner. And then I've also accompanied your staff to some of the at-large places, and people were just very excited about being able to get that one card, not have to carry around 4 or 5, sources of identity to even vote or be a tribal member. So you guys have come a long way, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done.
Next is Councilman Buzzard.
It sounds like you guys are really busy, but you said a while ago you anticipate starting to come out to the district. When do you think those you might schedule some of
You
those?
know, I have that for you, if it's convenient for you. That will be in November. October, we're pretty well booked up for it to go out into the districts. And I visited with Karen Ketcher, and we determined we will actually be probably in Delaware County twice. And when that's confirmed, or see if it's the dates are okay with you, then we'll let you know, and then you tell us if it's okay, and then we'll be there.
Very good, thank you.
We're trying to estimate when we go out to the in jurisdiction, how many units we need. We have state-of-the-art equipment, but it still breaks down, or it's too cold some places, too warm some. But people are real pleased with their photos, and they're real pleased with the card, and it's a fantastic card, and it's an honor for the Cherokee Nation to distribute those to our people. And so I know that they've been clamoring in the districts to get those, and that's what we want to accommodate you, and that's what we visited with. I visited with Karen this morning, and it will be November.
Okay, all right, well, just, if you would, give me the
It won't
dates
be
and we'll
real
get
late,
word.
it'll be fairly early.
Okay, thank you.
And Jody, I have a point of clarification. I think I understood your question, but I just wanted to clarify. You were requesting for the cost of travel for registration, correct? Because, of course, self-governance does a tremendous amount of travel. As a matter of fact, that's one of the
Registration.
things that, okay, one of the things that, I mentioned earlier that we have vacancies, and that's one of the issues that we have in filling those vacancies is the amount of travel that people have to do for self-governance and
Registration's what I want.
Okay.
The next on the list would be Keener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask you about when you're going to come to Tulsa and Rogers County area.
When we get that set up, we had a request for Sperry, and we're accommodating that. We've had requests for some other places in October that had already requested them, and so we're getting that set up. And again, I'll get with you on a date that may be convenient, and you and I will try to get some meetings and get that taken care of.
Okay.
Because they'll usually, along with your input, maybe some monies or not, it'll depend on what you all work out. There will be sandwiches, or if someone chooses to cook hog or whatever, but that's something we need to discuss. A lot of places are gonna do the sandwiches.
Okay. And my other question was, you'd mentioned the ASAPs for council request cards. What's the criteria for that?
It's not a criteria. When we get them, we process them, we try to process them. There's some confidentiality things that we may not relay back to you, may have to relay to the individual. And a lot of the council requests that we found, we can have an answer for you right away. But some of it is just a follow-up. We need more information, or they thought they applied and they didn't apply, or they need more information that hadn't been sent in and it's been a while, or some of them's been new, that we need more information. So it just varies.
Did we get an exception on the medical or
Oh,
educational
absolutely.
needs?
That's what I was going to tell you about the ASAPs, is
Okay.
those young babies, when there's a medical need, and we get a request for medical need or anything, we process it now to committees.
Well, I meant to say, the council gets a buy on that. We don't have to have any reason, just somebody
Well,
wants
usually
it.
there's a reason. There's usually a scholarship, or someone has, they've got a grandchild that wants to apply for something, and they need their card, and then everything goes on. So it just kind of varies.
Burden to your department?
We try to look at everything as a priority, so we don't look at it as a burden, we look at it as a service to our, not only to the council, but also to our people. Because they're the ones that need the services, that's what we're here for.
But, if I demand a card and it's in front of someone who needs it for medical reason, you do the medical first, right?
We do.
Okay.
All justification.
But I can request that with no justification.
You can request it, and we'll look at it, and we'll see, and we'll ask you what the priorities are. But a lot of the requests are further information was needed from that individual. And maybe we could, if it's medical, we process it immediately.
Thank
Or
you.
scholarship.
Right.
Speaker Jordan.
First, I want to commend you for doing what you're doing with the staff that you have. I don't believe the staff had been increased for at least the first 4 years that I was on council. It wasn't increased at all. So I can see that in this last 2 years, there's been a movement to try to increase your staff so that you can bring up your numbers. This has always been, didn't become a problem when you became the person to take care of it. It will still be a problem, and it's a good problem for us to have when we're all gone. The thing that I would urge this body is that I'm seeing a lot of people from all over the area call and say, I need my card because I'm getting ready to start college. Well, folks, they needed their card when they was born. That's why I have such a low number on membership number, is because Mom and Dad took care of business back before I even knew there was business to be taken care of. And that's what we need to urge our families to do. Don't do it at the end Do it so that that child can receive Johnson O'Malley. Do it so that child can receive services during the time that they first step into a public school setting. Do it so that they can receive health benefits right off the start. We just need to encourage. We can be very helpful to Linda by encouraging our people out in the community. Don't wait till the last step. Let's get started at the beginning. If we're going to sign up one in the family, I had a family the other day that said, well, I need to sign up this child, but these kids can wait. Sign them all up at the same time. They're all in the same family. You just get your applications and sit at the table and do them all at the same time. So that's what we need to be encouraging our constituents to do. Don't sign up as needed, as they see a need. Sign up and get it done just quickly as possible.
And another thing that I left out is our ineligibles. When I took over the end of last July, 2012, we had a bunch of ineligibles that we couldn't get to. Those cases that we need to look at, right? We are just now getting into those. Now. And so we inherited, or I inherited that backlog. And they did what they could do, but they had limited staff and, you know.
Well, I commend you for your work, and I want to let you know, end of the month, we're trying to get our date. We'd like for you to come down in October, will be October, be the last week in October. We'll try, if we can get an available date, we'll have it down. Okay, thank you all.
We have some people that supplies 2008 to current, that don't even know they're ineligible yet. We haven't had time to go back to the ineligible backlog. On top of what you were saying about the kids, we met with the Creek Nation today, and there's 12,000 children in the Creek Nation network that has not got their Cherokee CIB cards yet, that are being seen off their parents' cards. So they're out there,
It's a matter of them sitting at the table and filling out the few pages they've got to fill out so that you can do your job, and they don't see it until there's an immediate need. Oh, my oldest child has got to apply for a scholarship next month. I need to fill out for her. Well, fill out for everybody while you're filling
And
out.
you're right, it is a few pages, other than the documentation.
Well, I've even hand-carried some of them to you because they drop them off at the office, so I just bring them out here and drop them off to you all. And it doesn't look like it's any, that it would take that long to fill them
And when I
out.
explained a while ago that we're trying to progress, we are also trying to get, instead of going to the back and pulling 8 by 10s, like we did the Cobell thing, and we worked at 3:30 in the morning and 12 o'clock one night, we had to go pull each one of those 8 by 10s in the fall. Well, what we're trying to do now is when those birth certificates and things of that nature is brought in, we're trying to get at every desk a scanner. They're cheap now. If we have a scanner at every desk, which is what we're trying to accomplish, it's on our computer where we pull it up immediately, instead of going back and pulling all that file. And
Brings up a question, do you have the scanners in your budget?
I think we put those scanners in the budget, didn't we? We put
Yes.
those scanners in.
You need that. You need a
Yes, and
scanner at
that's
every
supposed to be
desk.
things too. So we're trying, I may have left out one or two things, but we're trying to progressively get there. And for our documentation, that keeps us legal and everything.
Well, I want to compliment you. Thank you all for your work. And Vicki, thank you.
Councilman Snell?
Linda, we still like when you visit Northeastern Technology Center at Little Dennis.
Yes. We have, we can set that up probably. I'll get with Karen if they set that up through the community, cultural and community services now. And that's what I've been visiting with. That's why I could tell you, that we had that scheduled and for Cherokee County. And John, I believe yours is October the 22nd. David, yours is October the 15th. And, so we have some of those already set up and we can do that too. We'll get with her.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Lane?
Thank you. Appreciate your work for your office and Vicky's office, but this registration department is gonna have to continue to grow. There's 300,000 of us. We're all having kids and grandkids. And not only that, that affordable Obamacare is gonna start kicking tail here pretty quick. I mean, you're gonna get a fine or go to jail if you don't have health care or prove you're an infant. You guys ain't seen nothing yet. And so thank you for adding to your staff, and you're gonna have to probably add more every year for a while.
And right now, we purchased the Social Security Index, the death index things, but ITech takes those off for us, in Joe James's department. So we just got it, there's a few taken off. We had like 323,009 citizens a month or so ago, whatever, so he started taking some off. As of the 14th, August the 14th, we have reported 322,486 citizens right now.
323,
We have 322,486 citizens, effective 8/14/2013 as of 11 a.m.
living.
One more time,
Before the end of the day.
Linda, one more time.
Repeat it one more time.
323,486.
322,486. That's effective at 11 a.m., 8/14.
Make a motion, Joe.
Yeah, that's enough. We don't need that.
We got a long ways to go.
We're gonna save you some work.
He says that until his grandchild comes along.
One thing I might add too is that as far as the self-governance compact is concerned, I believe we are the only tribe that has ever compacted the processing of our CDIBs. So this department is a direct reflection on, how well we do with our compact, because I can tell you there won't be another tribe to compact the CDIB functions. So.
And as a follow-up to that, I met with Diane Buck at the Bureau at Muskogee just this last week, and she told me the same thing. We are the only one that will retain the Dutch column and the citizenship. And the other tribes will not, has to bring it to the Bureau. So in that in itself, that's kind of great honor.
Councilman, maybe finish. Councilwoman Watch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate, because I know you came earlier, I guess it was January or February of 2013. So, and that's the only time that we've had an opportunity to organize with you. So it was extremely successful. Everyone worked really hard. That's not what I'm saying, but I've been a bit frustrated because we've emailed and planned ahead trying to anticipate dates. I think at least 10. And I'm glad to hear that we're going to accommodate Sperry when I sent that request, but I haven't seen a response back affirming that.
Karen will probably send that response because we go through her to get those approved and everything. But at this point, verbally, I was told that it is.
Okay.
And in Rogers County, we had been to Rogers County numerous times at different sites. And so Claremore wasn't the only one. We've actually been to Claremore, to be honest with you, more places than we've been throughout the 14 county jurisdiction. So we've actually been to Claremore, probably the fourth time at Claremore. Now we'll do this at Sperry, and when you all have a request for, as Councilor Keener has said, Tulsa area, we'll try to accommodate that too, or we'll accommodate it.
So, and I really appreciate that, because it feels like there's been different treatment because the other council people have gotten numerous ones, and I understand you're not you're not in control of the schedule. We want to see the department grow and meet the needs because people are frustrated. I think you get those emails that we get. But those other events that have been scheduled, they're not scheduled with us, and we're not told about them until it's too late. And so we go from over 500 we serve at the event we helped schedule to maybe 20, and they even had more staff and more hours, and that's frustrating. So I'd like to see a different approach. And if you're going to be in the council, folks, if you'll relay this back to the people scheduling, they need to give us notification and work with us on it. And I don't think regular citizens should be able to request and then take away from what we're trying to do formally in the community. I'll yield time to you if you want to add anything.
Well, I would just agree with that. When there times the registration department has been there then, but we wouldn't know about it. And it was at, I guess, I don't know what you call these groups, but we wouldn't know about them. And they're Cherokee, and we're Cherokee, like we were working together, we're on the same page.
Well, let me say this. I don't know exactly the details on that. Let me apologize to you for that, because as far as our records show and what we know and the number of counts that we've taken within Rogers County, we've actually been to Rogers County, whatever the situation may have been. We have actually been to Rogers County more than any of the other districts inside the jurisdiction. And we have been very successful when we go to Rogers County. We make numbers and numbers. And we like it. We like to see the folks come and use their photo ID.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, we're just glad you're there, and we thank you for that, and there's a lot more to process too, when you come back. So I hope you come back soon.
So we've continued to have numerous requests. I mean, it's unbelievable. We turned away another 150 probably that night, and you guys accommodated and stayed late.
And we made multitudes.
Yes, I mean,
photo IDs.
it was unbelievable. So we want to maximize that time when your team comes, and the only way we can do that is if we're informed, and not the day of or the day before, but time before, and we can get the word out. We can make sure that you guys are churning them out because they want them.
And as I said, with Karen Petcher being over the Culture and Community Services, we want, or what she indicated to me 2 or 3 times, and we had another meeting this morning, is she wants to work with the council, and if there's any monies that you can contribute to them, because they are on a limited budget, and in order to get either sandwiches, chips, drinks there, whatever, because most of these are scheduled, as you will see, from 1 to 8 to accommodate the evening people. He's busy. You know, and that's the times that we have virtually set in order to catch the folks that can come.
So I think that was our first event that we had done, so we didn't anticipate what happened. That was unbelievable. What we set, like over 500? It was, it was a record. I don't know if you broke it or not.
It was almost 400 that we did.
So-
That's a record for us,
Yep.
actually, at that early, because we had to do the treating.
So, I mean, we paid out of our pocket for the Kool-Aid and the cookies, and that was all that was there.
Yeah, I know.
And it still had, we made a record. So I don't think they're so focused on wanting food as they just want the photo IDs. They want not have to
Well,
drive an hour.
I heard the grumblings. I heard the grumblings.
Well, we
From
would have
people
had-
that got off work, didn't have any refreshments because it's out, didn't have anything to eat. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not derogatory in that statement. I just want the council to know that a lot of folks, that's Cherokee Lake, we accommodate them,
Well, we couldn't use tribal funds, and we spent over $100 of our own money.
And I understand that,
So-
but in the future, that's what we're trying to work together to do, is to pull back so that those folks coming from work, if they have to wait a while, then the kids aren't running around grumbling, they're not grumbling, we want happy camp. We
They
want
went
to
through
do photos.
like a whole Walmart deal full of cookies in like an hour. It was impressive. So, I don't know. But if we're informed and it's working with us, because I've been put off, to be frank, about regular, non-representative of the government citizens getting requests and us not knowing about it. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for all your work.
I'm gonna take one last question from Julia. Julia?
Thank you. I just heard Vicki make a statement. I think that we're the only tribe that compacts to produce our own CDIBs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand well about the compacting process and the value of it to tribes, and I think that in theory it's just a great idea to compact anything and everything that we can. I'm wondering if beyond that, theoretically speaking, Vicki, you have any additional kinds of advantages you can see to us compacting for this particular function? Are we able to do it more efficiently, for instance, than the Bureau does? Because that's frequently a reason for compacting, or are there other things in addition that you might be able to think of that would be advantageous?
Well, actually, I was just discussing with the staff here that, with Justin, that, you know, what is the processing rate at the different regions for the BIA compared to the nation? You know, how well are we doing as far as a benchmark to other regions and that are processing for other tribes? And I don't have that information. I don't think Justin had that information. So, but I will say that with with BIA, when we compacted for BIA, I guess the best way I can describe it is it was just a fluke that we were able to compact the CDIB function, in that it was part of the some work that was being done at the Tahlequah agency. And when we compacted the funding agreement years ago with the BIA portion, we compacted everything that was available to us. Versus IHS, we did it in phases. So really, my understanding of the history with that is it was pretty much a fluke that we were able to compact that function. How well we're doing as a benchmark to other regions, like I said, I was just asking Justin that question, and we can do some background work on that, but I think the fact that we are the only tribe that's doing this work, and we are, again, debatably either the largest or one of the largest, between us and the Navajo, I guess, but the simple fact that we're doing this work, and I will say that my understanding of the accuracy of which historically our registration office has functioned has been at a very high accuracy rate. Of those that appeal the decisions that are coming out of our registration office, those that are overturned, if you will, are very, very small. They're almost, I was going to say, I've only known of about 2 that I can remember that was ever overturned. So there again, that speaks to the accuracy of the data, of them researching and everything, that it's very accurate. If you've only got, over the years, that many that have been overturned, that speaks highly of the work that they're doing and that it is accurate.
I would agree with that. I think our registration department does an outstanding job in terms of assessing accurately the eligibility of people for citizenship in our government. I've been very impressed with that throughout all the years and continue to be impressed by it. So thank you for your response.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Very good.
On next to environmental services.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Does anybody have any questions of Colin's budget? Councilwoman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have adequate funding to address our water issues?
Water issues, yes, ma'am. We get a separate water planning accounting unit from the treasurer. She gets us steps to do that. We have it's called water planning. We use it for other things besides that big planning budget. We had a water conference this last year. We've had to do, the money we get from EPA is just not enough to do what we need done. So we plug gaps, I guess we could say with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Tom.
You got off light? I'm going to go out of order. Information systems.
Good job, Tom.
That was great, thank you.
I like you more and more every day.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is John James. I'm the Executive Director for Information Systems.
Can you speak up, please?
I believe you all have my budget as well as budget narratives, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions? Of information systems. Good. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Who'd have thought?
we never get to see you. I mean, and so I just wanted to say thank you because your staff's incredible and they're really delivering a lot of services that folks don't understand happen every day. And I just wanted to relay that thanks.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Here. How about the tax commission?
Afternoon. I know that you've all seen our budgets. It's pretty much a flat budget. There's a very small increase in the budget, but it's very minute. We actually, in the tag office, have a decrease in our budget of $67,770. And the biggest change in the revenue and taxation budget is the change of taking out the subsidy of the $430,000 that was in there for the smoke shop subsidy, and that was just for FY13. So that will not be in the FY14 budget. Are there any questions?
Councilwoman Watts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have enough money to roll out the implementation of both compacts?
You will be seeing a budget mod based on the new compacts that have came in. Soon as the comprehensive budget gets passed, and you will be seeing a mod from us in order to make the changes to meet the new compacts.
And where will you be providing an additional office in our area?
What we're looking at is possibly the Tulsa metro area, but we haven't specifically nailed down anything right at this time.
Doesn't the compact require that you have to still be in the Cherokee Nation for that office?
Yes.
So it'd be North Tulsa more than likely?
It would be inside our area, but.
Okay. And then when are you going to give us a written timeline via email that we can share with our constituents?
I will send that out to you. We posted it on our website today, or it should be out there today. It's November the 1st is what we're looking and hoping for on the in-jurisdiction, and then June of 2014 on the at-large, but I will get something out in writing to you all.
Much appreciated. And a contact on there that's not us?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Even though our phones are ringing off the hook right now, so.
Mr. Bever?
Sharon, this may be a question for our attorneys, but maybe you've been asked this before. I was frustrated during our election processes. Is it possible to, and I guess we'd have to pass legislation to people that get a Cherokee Nation card tag to register to vote in the Cherokee elections? Has that question ever been posed to you?
No, the only question that's been posed to us is would we make the applications available in our offices, which we do. But it is not a requirement in our law for them to register to vote. The requirement is just that they're a citizen.
So I guess, Madam Chair, that would be a question for some of our attorneys.
If he yields to me, I agree with you that it would take legislation.
Okay. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
Not to overthink it, Counselor, but some very discrete percentage of the whole national population feels it's actually not something they do to register, and that they're making a conscious choice. There may be some issue about compelling registration for a certain, I don't know, thinking out loud here, but it'd be something that legislation would have to address.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good report.
Thank you.
Okay, career services.
He jumped around on us. Some of my
I knew
people
them
were.
three would be very short. You knew we'd
Yeah,
have you
sure,
up there for a while,
sure.
Diane.
Take these and give them out, Deb.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Reese needs to address you.
I just wanted to point out a typo of mine under the adult education
300?
section at $300, not $3,000.
Zero straight to
ask my directors, Mr. Bruce stole my thunder. I was going to have my directors come in here so you would know who they are. And I'm doing this more or less for Janice's benefit because I know she probably doesn't know who they are. Harley probably has forgotten who some of them are. But we gave you this overview, and the reason that we gave you this overview is because a lot of people don't understand what career services is about. It's about vocational training, which could be 2 weeks up to 2 years, or it's about jobs. And this kind of gives you, this is the front of our office, which is really the back of the annex. So if you're not familiar with what that is, that's really the back of the annex, but that's the front of our office and here at the complex. And it gives you a traffic total for our office. So when you were hearing from Bruce about tribal lands, you were hearing about Linda from registration, and you heard from Connie about health, a lot of those people that they're telling you that went out and cleared that land that Mr. Thornton knows all about down there at Salisaw, and registration when they were gearing up, a lot of our day training people helped with that to get those things done and accomplished. And a lot of the renovation, painting, and everything that went on up at Hastings Hospital was done by day training people. And that's basically what we're about, is we are actually supplying labor for either training or their work. And throughout the whole Cherokee Nation, you're going to see day training or work experience or youth workers working in those capacities. And that's primarily what career services is about. We don't have as many employees as health and human services, but in terms of the impact within the 14 counties, we come across and work very closely with a lot of the programs throughout the Cherokee Nation, as well as the businesses externally. We are involved with a lot of the businesses in a lot of our counties. We sit on a lot of boards, and several of my staff sit on some state boards, some national boards, so they do have some input in on making some changes. I want to start down here with the first person. I've got to go to my phone. The reason I did this is because I wanted to make sure that I got their titles right, because somebody told me I didn't do that right one day. I'm getting old, I guess, but I want to share this with you. All of these people that you see standing up, and the ones back there in the back, Jake, you and Delbert and Mona and Rachel come over here. These 4 people constitute one of our contracts. Career Services has all grant programs, and we are funded through federal programs, but we're also funded through tribal programs. And this particular group right here is the management team for the Talking Leaves Job Corps Center, which is a contract. It's a 5-year contract with the United States Department of Labor. They are housed about a quarter of a mile back behind the complex. Jay Littlejohn is the center director, and these are his 3 key people. Rachel Ford, who is over the finances, Ramona Holt, who's over all of the educational services, and Delbert Raven Stanley III, who is over the recruitment and placement. There are 12 different performance standards that they have to dance to every month in order to keep up there with all the other 120 job corps centers in the nation. And these 3 people are the ones who are actually calling the shots. So when Jay is over here, one of them is over there in charge. They have to have around the clock their 24/7 operation. And there's only 2 times a year that they're actually sending students home, that they are not actually housed over there. So I would invite you, Janice and Harley, to come over and reintroduce yourself to the Job Corps Center, because it is one of our better kept secrets. But in terms of the community service, they do a lot of community service. Just about every reception or every event you see here, there's never a sign out there on that table, and I wish that people would acknowledge my kids more than they do. But just about every reception you see around here is done by these people here. They not only do things here, but they're doing them at community events. Councilman Walking Stick, he called us the other day, or Councilman Byrd, he said, "Can your kids come up and help serve hot dogs for the clothing vouchers?" Guess what? We got Andrea and her kids up there. So we get called on, and sometimes not just a day in advance, sometimes within the next hour. And they deliver. And I just wanted to share that with you. We'll start down here with John Overacker. He's the Tarot Director. I know you've heard about Tarot Tribal Employment Rights. Well, John is the Director. His bookend is Larry Ketcher. Larry, raise your hand. Larry Ketcher does the EEOC compliance for Tarot, and he also does the administrative appeals for any of our contractors who are coming in to be certified. If they don't make it, they have to go through an appeals process. Well, Larry's the person that does that. He also works with our other directors in going out and monitoring some of our classroom training sites, our job sites, or OJT sites. He actually did some work with our day training and going out and doing some monitoring on that. And Larry's been here longer than I have, and I've been here for 36 years. So our department is pretty well established in terms of the longevity. Next is Jeff Vance back here in the back. Jeff is over the day training program, and he's also over our adult and our youth work experience employment program. Daryl Legg is probably not with us. Daryl is over the vocational training program, which is either 2 weeks up to 2 years of vocational training, and he also is heading up our reentry program, which is a pilot program that we're doing this year. Next is Jan Grogan, and raise your hand, Jan. Jan is over our nursing program that we got from the education department, and she's heading that up. Councilman Lay, you were asking about the Claremore Hospital and whether or not we were going to do the practicum. Well, she's the person that's charged with working with the health department and trying to get that to happen. But she's the one who's working with all the practicum students, and she also does the college career days, the high school career fairs, so that's her area. Oh, and the surge tech, Councilman Watkins Stick, you wanted to know about that. She's the surge tech person. Okay, next to her, let's see, services, George Roach down here. George is over the vocational GED learning centers. He has the GED teachers under him, and then in the summer months, he jumps ship and goes over there and works with Jeff Vance and heads up the summer intern program. Now then, let's see, services. Brenda is over our vocational rehabilitation program, and not only that, she does a lot of stuff for me, and she headed up our ARA program, and she's overseeing components of our economic development, which is our on-the-job training program, and she works real closely with Andy on a lot of our direct referrals in the CMB project. And Shane isn't here. He had a family member that was having surgery this afternoon, and he started down here and got called back, so hope it's not real bad, but he had to go back to Grove. But Shane is the director over economic development, and Andy and Brenda work closely with Shane. This is Job Corps. That's the service area. Now I'm going to give you the support group. Support group is Deborah Lack. She's over all of our finances. We have centralized finances for all of our programs. She and her team work with all the directors on all of our business contracts. She's the one who takes care of all of our payouts. She also does the payroll for all of our participants and works closely with Lacey's group over the finance office. And sometimes she's a thorn in their side, but she's a good thorn in their side. And then Stephanie Isaacs, who is the director over administrative support. Is that correct? Operations support. Okay. Anyway.
That means a lot. That means something different every day. So.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Anyway, she oversees the personnel and the hiring for our department, and she also works with the directors on any disciplinaries. She also works with the Career Learning Center, oversees the life skills component of our program, and also oversees the testing for work keys and also for our GED testing. And oversees George. And then Kim Carroll, she works with grants compliance. She does a lot of the grant writing for our department, working with our directors. She also does our reports that you see every month in your book. She also works with the data that's collected, all these numbers you see. She compiles all the numbers that come in monthly, and then the file room where we have centralized filing for every one of our participants that goes through all of our whole department. Well, she oversees those files because we are audited, monitored, and she and her team work with that monitoring unit whenever they come in to do a programmatic monitor. And I believe that's pretty much it. Thank you all. This past year, we had a budget of, I'm going to find it here in just a minute. The graphs that you had in your book, our budget for this 2014 is $16,563,897, and last year it was $19,804,377. That is counting the carryover that was added to it for last year. The $16 million is without any carryover for this year. It's going into the new fiscal year. And you have the bar graphs up there, and you have the breakout of all of our services in your book, and I believe there was two areas where there was increases. One was in adult education, and then the other one was in our nursing program for this next year. And then we also had with the residual, as Treasurer Horn has talked to you all about throughout this whole process, we have three programs that will actually be impacted with the residual. Job Corps was the first to get it. They actually went into a freeze mode about February, and that was just lifted recently. And with that, they have decreased our numbers, and that will also have an impact on our 5-year contract. Our NAVTEP program, which is our business technology program, and our child care certification program, that one was actually decreased this next fiscal year, and also our 102477, which is our employment and training programs. So, with that said, I will entertain any questions and try to answer them. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Were we able to resolve the issue around the taro fees and the act versus what was actually happening?
Councilwoman Watts, we had a meeting, myself, Mr. Overacker, and Assistant Attorney Garcia, and Attorney General Hembry after he returned, and we met about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And at that particular time, the Attorney General asked that we submit something in writing asking for an opinion, and Mr. Garcia had indicated that he would be here. I don't know if he's here. He is. And I will let him respond to it.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane. And thank you to your team that you introduced as well.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that there is an AG opinion forthcoming on that issue. I don't know if it has issued yet, but I know there is one forthcoming.
Mr. Co-Chairman, would you have that on the agenda for next month's ENF? Maybe not this coming, because I think it sounds like it's already full, but the one after. It's up to you, I mean, but
I understand your request for next month.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Could I
Thank
have
you.
a point of clarification on what was the opinion, how was the opinion worded?
And as I say, it's not officially issued yet. I believe the question that was submitted dealt with whether the job training funding had to be approved month by month, or whether it was sufficient to be approved during the annual budgeting process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I add to that?
You still have the forecast.
Thank you. So, Councilman Light, the concern I had was that the Taro Act, the way we modified it during the last review and revisions or reform hearings, was that we set aside those Taro fees as being only for training, and so they'd be tribal dollars or revenue, and that's not what they were necessarily being used for. They were being used for overhead and other things. Not that it wasn't being put to good use, but I don't know that that was the intent of what I thought would come out of the reform and the act. So I asked for a review, not to go backwards, but to how could we move forward under the act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam Speaker.
Diane, I see you got some substantial reductions from your 2013 budget to your 2014 budget, and I think I heard you say that it did not include additions that we made during the carryover phase.
No, what I did is I told you what our amount going into 2014 was, and if you did a comparison, it looks like there is a substantial increase, but when you look at 2013, that is with the carryover that was added to that. Whereas with 2014, there is no carryover amount there, so that is going to be skewed a little bit.
So what I think I'm hearing is that come carryover time, we may need to make some adjustments
It's a
in
good
your
possibility.
department, depending on people that are trying to enroll in a little VOTEC program. We've had this just about every year. It's hard to contemplate where people will quickly try to receive educational help so that they can get out in the job place quicker.
That is correct. And even programs that are on an annual basis that hit at different quarters in the year, that would have some impact on it as well. For instance, higher education and our summer youth program, those are at different quarters throughout the year, so you don't need that money throughout the whole year, but you would need it at a certain time of the year.
And I know, like the Cherokee Day training program, it looked like it's down 1.1 million, but I believe we put money into it last spring.
That's correct.
To bring it back up. And at some point, we as a body may want to talk about increasing some of the requirements there so that we're getting more that can move into a permanent job. It may be becoming a substitute job instead of them actively looking for a job. So there's a point where we may want to talk. It's an excellent program, and you've administered it in an excellent manner. But I think we're ready now to maybe consider the next step.
Madam Speaker, I asked the staff to pull together some figures just off the wall for this presentation because I thought that may come up, because I think you and I had talked a little bit about this. This past year, they issued somewhere between 9,781 Visa cards, and they actually had around 2,117 client services from October of 2012 up through June 13th of this year. And that was a total of 1,254,331. And the average time on the program, after we went back and pulled all the data together, average time on the program was about 4 to 5 weeks for any given individual throughout that whole period of time.
So we have some going as high as, if that's an average, we
Yeah.
can double that or a little better.
And one of the things that Mr. Vance has done is if, for instance, I'll use Miss O'Leary, if she's looking at one of the day training participants to hire who's actually been working in her office for 4 or 5 months, and they're actually going through the process of interviewing, and she thinks they may have a good chance, she has requested them to be extended throughout that time period, and Mr. Vance has done that, so that would skew the amount of time. This past year, just to give you an example, there's been 51 of those day training participants hired in health, 8 housing, 9 human services, 8 career services, 6 facilities management, 3 in planning and development, 1 in commerce, 1 in the tax commission, 2 in administration. It messed up. 2 in administration, 3 in registration, 3 in finance, 8 in education, 2 in information systems, and 96 at C&B, and 34 at Cherokee Nation Industries, and 69 were external over this past year.
Those are the numbers you need to keep telling us.
Well, it's working.
At times, it gets discouraging for us, but if we can see the end result is we've created a permanent job, it's been well worth it.
Absolutely.
Also was looking, you're probably going to need more money in career tech at some point, and that happened last year. I know that we've got a big demand right now for truck drivers. More we can put in a 3-week truck driving program, they automatically almost every time have a job, and that means that they can take care of their family. Not everybody wants to, but nothing against my profession. Not everybody wants to be a lawyer. Not everybody wants to be a doctor. But everybody wants to take care of their family.
It's true.
And sometimes they want to take care of their family in a quicker manner. They can't afford to wait 4 years and go to school. But you've got some programs over there that are just fantastic. And one of them, I had a lady come up to me the other day and say, I'm gonna start truck driving school next week. In 3 weeks, or however much it was, I'm gonna be through, I'm gonna be complete, and I've got a job waiting for me. I'll be taking care of my family from now on. She was very proud of that fact.
And
so
and
we
one thing you need to remember is,
that Career Tech is, I mean, the VOTEC system, that's the way to go if they're a older person, they're in a hurry, and they need to retool so that they can take care of their family.
we had a meeting recently with OSU, Altmoggy Tech, and they were telling us that the average wages for a lot of those people coming out of that vocational training component are starting out at $19 an hour.
Well,
and
plumbers
above.
and electricians make more than lawyers now. I've had both out to the house and thought, God, I'm in the wrong profession. They're making more per hour than I think the lawyers are.
Well, we just appreciate all of the help, assistance, and support that we get from all of you all with all of these programs. We've had meetings with you all in different endeavors or venues, and I know that you all have contacted us about your constituents and have asked us to work with them in some shape or form. And we're more than happy to extend that when we can. And if we can't, we're going to get back with you and tell you, but we're going to try to offer them an alternative.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good job to you and your staff. I know that it looks like the biggest impact on the budget was with the feds. So good job being creative.
Thank you.
With your tribal funds and so forth. We talked about this, but I just wanted to make sure you had enough money for the new GED program, so we have to abide by now. The new facilities, computers, and so forth. We're doing well on that.
We are, right now, we're getting things set up, and we will start taking students here in the next few weeks, and we'll give you a report and let you know how we're doing within the next 5 to 6 months.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Buzzer?
Diane, talked about truck driving just a little bit ago. Whatever happened to the truck driving program we were going to set up 4 or 5 years ago? We never did get that done.
We couldn't get approval through the United States Department of Labor to set it up. At the time, Department of Labor is who was actually, working with us to get it set up, but they changed leadership in the regional office, and as a result of it, when that changed, the focus changed, and they do an analysis on different types of trades every year, and at that particular time, they decided that they wanted that truck driving training program located in another part of the United States.
So where did we send our people now to training? Durant?
No, a lot of them are going to Tulsa.
I have a follow-up question on, I see adult education is funded this year. Is that going to target what group of people? I know it's going to target adults, but what would be the criteria for getting into that?
They make application with our adult education career centers, Mr. Roach's program. They're located in Salisaw, Stillwell, Jay, Pryor, Claremore, here in Tahlequah.
And then one last
And
question.
Dunedin, forgot.
The Tribal Summer Youth Program, I see you're not asking for dollars on it. That's a good program. There's a lot of youth that really benefit from it. Do you anticipate running out of dollars for that program this year?
That's a program that we usually come in during the carryover cycle.
Okay, then you're right. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Diane?
Diane, is there a career services office in Bartlesville?
There is a field office that's located there at the Housing Authority. Mr. Cooper has allowed us to use his field office there in Bartlesville. And we go down to Warner Porum and use the Housing Authority there for field visits. And we also use his office in Jay and also in Claremore. And then we use Connie's clinics in Bonita and in Muskogee.
Is there a separate phone number at Bartlesville?
I don't believe so. It's just there at the housing complex. And then there should be a sign up where they can actually call the Claremore office, because that's the nearest office for them.
I think there was a phone number, but nobody ever answers it at Bartlesville.
So there's not a full-time person from housing there?
Well, there's,
There is. We do get referrals, Councilman Lay. In fact, Mr. Stroud was working up there for summer youth. They did have some summer youth students up there this summer. And that's usually when we actually probably do more field days is during the summer months up there.
Is there one in Miami, outside the Cherokee Nation?
They do a field day there at Miami, yes, for the people that live over in our jurisdiction. We've done that for years, but we don't go up there on a regular basis. The clinic up there will call us if there's people that are wanting to meet with our counselors, and they go up there.
So there's really not a real office with all these red stars?
Right now, if you looked at that, we do cover those areas. We just don't have field offices in Miami, Bartlesville, and in Warner Forum.
About Tucson?
Catoosa? Yes. It's the Verdigrease office there, yeah.
It's not in Verdigris, it's shown in Catoosa.
Oh, well, but it's in Verdigrease is where it is located.
Thank you. Just want to commend you and your staff. I know you go above and beyond in your services with some of your people being on national boards and what you do for us at the NCAI level. We really appreciate that. We would not have the impact that we do on national issues here at the Cherokee Nation if you and your staff did not keep us abreast there at the NCAI level. Just want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Watts? I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. That's all, Dan. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gaming. Number 17 on the list.
Good afternoon. I don't have a posse, it's just me.
Let's strike one.
I believe my budget and associated justification memo is submitted as part of your packet. Be glad to entertain any questions you might have regarding our proposed FY 2014 budget.
Any questions? Councilwoman Watts? Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. How short are you on staff? I know we had a response, interesting response earlier. So I appreciate your side of staffing and the budget and where we're at.
Okay. Right now, as compared to other agencies our size and tribes of our size, I would say we are a few persons down. We are in the process, however, of taking a reevaluation of our operation and trying to look at how we can make the most efficiencies with also bringing our operational levels back up to a level that we feel is appropriate for our facilities. So we are taking a look at, as a part of our strategic plan, to come into a more effective, what's it called, I guess, a better efficient org chart for the Gaming Commission. So we're analyzing all of our locations, and some of our anticipated changes or adaptations to the environment is going to be dependent upon some activities that we anticipate also happening in FY 2014. We do anticipate a couple of projects happening. We have one project that's going to be kicking off here in a couple of weeks that we will be needing to allocate some resources to rather unexpectedly. However, we do have other projects in 2014 that will also dictate some changes in our makeup.
Madam, so what are the additional casinos that we expect to come online in the next year or two?
To be honest with you, I don't know. We haven't been given official word on those. We know that there are a possibility of 2 to 3 different projects. Where in the timetable on those, I cannot say.
How could you plan for your budget if you don't know?
That's a good question. That's one of the things that we try to work closely with operations to kind of keep us in the loop in terms of what is being planned for the future so that we can in turn respond and make sure we have the appropriate resources available. But at this point, I think everything is somewhat of a moving target. And so we have a general idea of what to expect, but we won't be able to come back to this body or go to my commission and say these are the resources we need based on the official report from operations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Keener?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was pretty much my question too. And if we just left things status quo, you'd be shorthanded right now.
Yes.
So we're getting ready to do some projects. Everyone knows that. So you're still going to need more resources, correct?
Yes, but one of the things, as I mentioned, not only taking a look at our operations as they stand now, but projecting something into the future, we do anticipate a return trip before this body.
Yes, I would expect you to, and hopefully you'll be able to do it in a timely fashion, so you won't be behind the eight ball, so to speak.
And that's one of the things, as I mentioned, about working with operations, is one of the things that we really want to keep a close finger on the pulse for, is because once the projects get identified and a timeline is set, we would like to come up to speed at least a month or two before the project actually opens. So we want to be ahead of that curve, get some time for our staff to be trained, get them familiar with our rules and regulations, and get them ready to assume their roles. So we hope to come in well in advance of that, and like I said, we will keep working with operations to make sure we get as far advance notice as we can.
This has kind of been an ongoing problem.
Well, it's a good problem, though, in the sense that our operations have been heading steadily northeast for a number of years now. And so as they grow and their revenues grow, their staff grows, their facilities grow, our growth is somewhat commensurate with that, although we are a little bit below average compared to our operational counterparts. But just like everybody here, I've got a great staff. They are very dedicated at doing their jobs. So they put in 110% all the time. So we are able to do a lot with a little, but I would like to more evenly distribute that workload if at all possible.
Do you anticipate your board coming forward to present to us when that time comes, or will it be you?
Actually, they have expressed interest in coming back before this body. I think it was mentioned yesterday or earlier today about some of the boards not ever being seen after they get confirmed or what have you. But our board is very active, and I think they have a desire to appear back and answer any questions. So it's not just hearing from me. You have others out there that are also interested in seeing this operation thrive.
Thank you, Jamie, and I hope we can support you in the future more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie, who are your comparators when you compare your entity to your counterpart in another
Counterparts? The tribes I look to here in Oklahoma would be the Choctaws, the Chickasaws, Creeks, Osages. Those, and to some extent a little bit on the Seminole side, just to keep it within the 5 civilized tribes as well. But as far as size of operations, number of operations, and employees and such, I would have to say Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Osages would be the ones that I would compare our operations to.
And so have you done an analysis that you could ever share with us that would show how many those folks have and how many you have to kind of help us understand the disparity?
To the extent that I've been able to, there's sometimes a reluctance to release some information out to other entities, but I do have some basic information as far as employees and number of operations, machines, et cetera, et cetera. I don't necessarily have down to the level of salary information or anything like that, but there is some basic data that I can provide, yes. And one thing to kind of keep in mind, too, when we look at comparing us with other tribes is, depending upon that tribal gaming ordinance and the way that they've actually set up their gaming commission, some tribes have departments underneath them that we do not, such as either security or surveillance. So there will be some, if you were just to look at a total number, it would be kind of skewed, but I think a breakdown is possible to be given as far as administrative, licensing, compliance, audit, so on and so forth.
So the information you have is not perfect, but based on what you have, you've done an analysis and determined that you are relatively shorthanded compared to these other regulators?
Compared to the others, I wouldn't say there's a big glaring gap, but that we are definitely a little bit behind our associates.
Okay. And you currently have, you
12
currently have,
empty and you want 3 more.
do you currently have 12 unfilled positions from the last?
Well, yes and no. We have, right now, we currently have 6 vacancies, actually 6 positions that are in the process of being filled. 2 that have processed, or paperwork that has been processed, 2 that are pending, and 2 that are being advertised. The others that you will see on there will come from probably the discrepancy that I noted whenever I received our budget this year. Last year we had requested some additional positions. Before the budget was sent over to the council, those positions were zeroed out on the budget, which meant that if there was no money for them, then we could not hire them, but they were still listed on our budget this year as being existing positions and as vacant. So the entire year of last year, we operated under the assumption that those positions were not available to us. It is our desire, though, come 1 October, should this budget pass in its form, that we would look to fill those vacancies.
So you had a budget for 6 of the 12 that show up on paper. You had a budget for 6 of them, and you're in the process of filling those. Is that?
Yes.
And the other 6, you didn't have the budget for.
But we would like to fill those as well.
But in this year, are you asking for all 12 plus 3 additional?
The ones that we are looking for would be additional, yes.
Okay, so in the next fiscal year, you look, not counting the 6 that are in process, you anticipate hiring 9 people? Or I can be off on that math?
Yes, if allowed to, yes, we would. And I think if we were to get those individuals on, then that little gap that we were talking about would slowly decrease, and depending on how we are able to restructure and modify our efficiencies within, we may find ourselves on an even keel in terms of services that we actually are able to provide. But right now, I would say that, yes, all positions that are requested would be necessary.
And of the 6 that you have in process, are you able to meet the TARO requirement to hire Cherokee Preference? Have you been successful on that?
The 2 that are in process that have been, as far as I know, right now, I checked on them this morning before I came over. 1 has been through a drug test, and 1 is playing phone tag with our HR office to get the offer extended. Both of those individuals are Cherokee. We have 2 others that just finished the the interview process. 1 was Cherokee. However, during a standard check on background by HR side, there was negative references that led to that person being deselected. We have another tribal person. They are not Cherokee. They are Choctaw that is being considered for that job. But in looking at the positions that have been given to us, those are the only ones that are being or that are on those position panels that we have received. So if the Cherokee that we selected wasn't able to, our next option was to go to the next tribal person, being Choctaw. But those have not yet been submitted to HR.
What type of positions are these, including in terms of what the kind of prerequisites are?
The 2 that are currently in process are our gaming agents down at the Roland gaming facility. We've been without those 2 agents for about 6 months now, just because we have been trying to keep our tribal preference first and foremost. The 2 that have just finished interview stages are auditors, and with the auditors comes a level of education and experience that is difficult to find in terms of finding somebody that has a bachelor's with accounting or finance emphasis, as well as some experience. So we have a limited field of candidates when it comes to our auditor positions, more so than we do with our gaming agent positions.
Okay, I was second on the list, so I'm going to jump in front of you, Joe.
Right ahead, he took care of mine.
Okay. Jamie had set off a bell when you said you have some information, but you really don't have it all because they're reluctant and you only have it to the extent available. So can you please send that information out to the council?
Definitely.
Matter of fact, send it to Gail and it'll be dispersed,
Definitely.
okay? You said there's several areas up in Catoosa at our CNB, CNE offices that are not under you, which you said, you mentioned security and surveillance.
Correct.
Is there a reason you would want them under you? I have a problem with them being under you.
Security, don't believe is a regulatory function. Surveillance, however, I do believe is a regulatory function.
So you would like them to be under you?
Excuse me?
You would like them to be under you?
Preferably, yes. That is an idea that we floated a number of years ago, but it was one that was not supported at the time. But surveillance itself, the inherent nature of surveillance mirrors the calling of what the gaming regulatory body does, and that is to protect assets and safeguard the integrity of the gaming facility. It's more of a regulatory tool than a managerial tool.
Is the gift shops under you? Say this gift shop over here, is it under you?
No, the gift shop is not.
Okay.
Only enterprises or operations within the walls of the casino are.
Okay, is the gift shop up there or under you?
We do apply internal controls for cash handling to those, yes.
Hotels?
Yes.
Okay. And we were on the money when we said there was 12 empty when this was compared, and you're asking for 3 more?
Yes.
Okay, there's your 15.
And one of the things, too, I failed to mention, I apologize for this, is we're also responding to a desire of operations to have some personnel available on weekends. Right now, we don't have full coverage on weekends. There's a lot of activities you can imagine at our facilities on Friday, Saturday nights. One of the things that we hope to do with these individuals, the new ones, is to provide some coverage at our larger facilities at Catoosa and West Siloam Springs so that we can attend to any issues primarily being related to the games or licensing issues that may need to be addressed over the course of the weekend. We work real close with operations to make sure that the readiness of the machines are taken care of through the week, but invariably there's something happens on the weekend and we cannot, or at this point, cannot respond without calling people in and doing overtime and plan on it that way. We do have people on call, but we ask the operations to make sure these are emergency situations, simply because we have our staff working full-time during the week on other things. So we hope to allocate some of these resources primarily at Catoosa and then one at Siloam Springs.
Okay. How many people are under you?
Right now, 52.
How many of them are Cherokee?
35.
How about the other?
We have 35 Cherokee, 10 that are other tribes, and, excuse me, I was counting myself in that, so 51, and we have 5 that are, I think I may have miscounted. We have 5 that are non-Indian, 36 that are Cherokee, and 10 that are other tribes.
So 15 out of 52 are
So roughly 90% of our...
We're talking Cherokee.
Oh, a Cherokee, then we're probably talking about right at a little over 70%.
Okay, we're holding Slayton's feet to the fire, and Slayton has got better percentages than you do. If I'm making Slayton hire Cherokees, the people you put over auditing him and watching have better by gosh be Cherokee. Matter of fact, when you said that you had a chalk and a Cherokee that applied,
Yes.
I honestly expect you to advertise again because you said you was looking for somebody with the background and experience. I want to give you a background on Taro. Taro was originally started by a woman who come back to her own tribe. She had met all the minimum qualifications for a job that was required. The one thing that she did not have was the experience on that job. She sued her own tribe. They ruled that you had to hire her. I don't care if you got somebody that's been up on Wall Street for 20 years, and you've got that Cherokee there that hasn't been on Wall Street. Do you know what they say? You hire that Cherokee and you give them experience, is what they tell you. And I'm getting really aggravated, and it ain't just you, Jamie, it's everybody. You give these Cherokees a chance. So I truly expect you and every other department out there, if we don't give them a chance, who's gonna give them a chance? Who give you a chance, Jamie?
That would be Wilma Manco.
What was she, Jamie?
I think she was Cherokee.
I think she's a very strong Cherokee woman.
Definitely.
I kind of admire her. So I truly expect you all to give them a chance. I looked at your budget, and I noticed you overestimated it about 460, let's see. You, not, almost $1 million last year was left remaining, and then this year's estimate was another 400,000.
Those reasons right there, whenever we forecast our budget and our revenues, it is for anticipation of having full staffing. And without having full staffing for the year, we don't charge any of our fees that we normally do to make up for the costs that we would incur if we had full staffing. So that's where you see that disparity come in.
Well, if you add the 900,000 you didn't bring in last year, along with the increase you asked for this year, we're up to $1.3 million, and we're at a flat budget. And I'll tell you, like I've told 2 or 3 of them, poor people have 4 ways, Jamie. And are any of these people that you send out on salary?
Send out as in?
You talked about having emergencies on the weekend or having to send people out. Are they not? Are they all hourly or are they
They're all
salary?
hourly.
All your people are salary. I mean, all of them.
We
Every
have
one of them salary.
we have supervisors that are salary, and then most of our, or actually all of our gaming agents, all of our auditors, everybody else is salary, or excuse me, hourly.
Okay. Does the supervisors not ever go out on calls?
The supervisors do go out on calls if they're available.
Because I know executive directors and directors in here work extra hours all the time.
And I do as well.
I think they do, Diane. You might want to look at that because the budget's flat. And I know you make your own budget, but I'm starting to wonder, because every time you cost Gen Fund and you put $1 out there, it's costing this council in Gen Fund 35 cents. Because that's what our dividend is back to the tribe. So every time CNB, you're costing them money, you're costing us 35 cents.
Understood.
Okay. Chief Burke?
You hit it pretty good there, Madam Speaker, you and the assistant here. The only thing that really sticks out with me is that 5235 on employment, is that if we are going to hold the CEO to hiring Cherokees, when I left the tribe back in '99, we were at about 72% Cherokee. And I came back and it was down to about 50, so we really dropped dramatically. And now we've got it back up to about 72%. So just get those numbers up, Jamie, and give an opportunity like you were given opportunity.
Definitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Wolfenstick?
Hey, Jamie. The minimum internal control standards
Yes, sir.
for the Indian Gaming Commission. What's the cost difference of the minimum, and is it the tribal standards?
Yeah, the tribal internal controls.
What's the cost difference of those two, of operating one versus the other?
It would be difficult to say if there is an additional cost. We have, by the NIGC regulations, we have to adopt their standards at a minimum, and which we have done. And we have just finished a complete revision of all of our internal controls to mirror those of NIGC. And we also have certain sections of our internal controls that we have adopted from either other sources such as the Tribal State Compact and other federal agencies that we typically deal with, such as IRS and Department of Treasury. So when we look at the actual application of those internal controls, I'm not sure if there is a way to differentiate a cost between our level at the tribal level versus the internal controls at the national level, because we do incorporate all of those factors as well as other agencies that we deal with. We've also included a few items that were not specifically mentioned in the NIGC or in the compact, but there are activities that happen just through the normal course of business that needed some level of definition in terms of process and the goals that need to be achieved for certain procedures, such as dealing with Players Club issues, dealing with certain surveillance activities, dealing with just general game compliance. So where there was an unspoken need or an unspoken requirement, we went back to find a way to fill in that gap. All of these items, all of these proposed controls, before they are adopted as final, go through our tribal APA process, which means we give those that are being affected, i.e. the casinos, the opportunity to comment and work with us on the actual language that makes it into the final document. We do that on a regular basis, and a lot of times we take the wording suggestions, not all the time, but a fair amount of time we take the wording suggestions of operations. So the final product is one that we feel not only meets our obligations under the NIGC regs, but also all of the other regulatory agencies that we have to deal with.
Okay, so right now we're operating under the tribal internal control.
Correct.
Is that right?
And as a result of what everybody calls the ticks, then operations has to develop their own system of internal controls, which takes the NIGC level, the tribal level, and now their operational policies and procedures, and takes all of that and puts it into a document that they use on a daily basis.
Okay. If let's say that we was going to suggest, or we wanted to follow under just the minimum requirements, what would be the process? I guess you guys, the gaming commission, you guys vote on that?
Yes.
To either go the tribal or the mix?
Well, the mix themselves are, again, just something that every tribe in the nation has to follow.
Yeah.
What we have added to that document is, I would say, in large part comes from the different other regulatory sources that we also institute their controls for.
Well,
So,
I tell you, I mean, what I'm hearing from like other tribes gaming is that when they fall under the mix and they're doing the minimum, they're saving millions of dollars than doing the ticks. And that's the reason I'm asking you what the difference is of the cost, because I'm hearing there is a cost difference from other tribes.
okay. I would be interested in learning what that is, because that would help me maybe respond a little bit better, more specifically to that, because
I think what's happening is there's processes that got to be put in place. There's more jobs that's got to be put in place, and so there's more money involved with trying to stay in compliance with the ticks. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the mix, you're going to save lots of money in those processes.
Okay.
And that's where I'm coming.
Okay. It's one of the things I took a real hard look at here recently in the last few weeks, and I think we've delivered a summary over here to the council for review. But that's one thing that we went back through and did a very detailed review of, to make sure that we had all of our citations to illustrate where our regulations not only mirror those of NIGC, but also incorporate these other sources. And my staff and I, we took a look at it in the frame of mind of, if we are having something, if we have a standard here that says the operations must do X, what is the cost, if there is one that we can discern, what is the cost for that action to take place? And at this point, the internal controls that we have in place right now do not require any additional staff to perform it other than what C&E currently has on. To be honest with you, I have never heard of C&E having to hire a person in order to meet a control. Where there have been questions about the need to hire staff, we've worked with the employees and CMB.
Okay, is the procedure to fill a vacancy, and then you tell them I need more money?
What
Or
we,
is the procedure, let me finish. Or would the procedure be you already have the vacancy amount of money in your budget?
yes, that would be it. Because when we take
Okay.
a look at our overall budget, what we forecast from those other 4 sources, we take off of what has been approved, and then the rest is prorated for the year. So every
Okay.
month there's a prorated
So
amount.
if you're carrying, for example, if I was correct here as of July 27th, and you were carrying 13 vacancies, and let's say the average was $50,000 or $60,000 apiece, then you're carrying money in your budget to cover those of about $600,000.
I wish they were 50 or 60. They're more like 25 to 30.
Well, we're fringes.
But,
I'm counting fringes over here on the right-hand side.
so if we have those vacancies filled throughout the year, what our overall revenue generation piece is, as I said, is based on that prorated amount. So towards the end of the year, what we have typically in the last couple of years, what we have done, we've operated below what the budget is, and then at the end of the year, if we have a surplus, it goes back to the gen fund. But the last couple of years, we've had a negative balance that C&E then does pick up the remainder to make us zero balanced, because we only charge what we need to operate.
At this time last year, how many vacancies did you have?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you, but I would say it's probably
About
about
the
4 or
same?
5, yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't more closer to 10 to 13?
I hope not, but right now I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Ask Jamie to pull on Jody. He's got last year's budget bill.
Well, I've got him.
He's got last year's budget bill.
So what we're doing is you're anticipating there's going to be more work down the line.
Yes,
And in that anticipation, you're adding people into your staffing.
that would be our hope, yes.
Yet, you don't know what is going to be added down the line.
We have a general idea, but we don't know for certain because the final plans have not been authorized by the C&B board.
And in a day when all departments are having to turn in flat, you're asking for an increase over 2012 actuals of 33%.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But,
That's,
okay.
I kind of understand the situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just brief follow-up on Professor Walker's questions. When you all are implementing one of your regulations, do you engage any sort of cost-benefit analysis to truly cost out what these things are? I mean, most regulations can be monitored, can be reduced down to cost in some way. And I just wonder, do you all do that? And is there a weight that you apply to it? The benefit outweighs the cost here?
Yes, we can do that in most cases. Like this last round of revisions that we've had to undertake, we have no discretion for a lot of the changes that the NIGC put down on us. Where there is discretion, we have that ability to do that, and that is something we can do. We haven't done it in every instance, but whenever we are faced with a new regulation, if operations does raise the question of cost versus the benefit, we are more interested in achieving a goal more than being able to put down a standard on paper. So if there's a better way to do it without incurring anything more in terms of cost or time, then we are very much open to that.
Does operations have an opportunity during the comment period to engage in this back and forth about cost-benefit analysis? Is there truly a dialogue that can take place where we cost out these things?
Now, there is that 30-day comment and under the APA period, and we meet with them at least once to go over every aspect of what is being proposed. So whenever C&E does comment, it is very specific, and it's always after they have had the opportunity to go through us and trying to figure out exactly what the goal is, because we do, in some cases, put the standard a little bit broad just to allow discretion not only on their part to figure out how to get to that point, but to also not box them in terms of any technology or any other processes that they may want to do. So they have the ability to not only comment based on what we put out on paper, but also, and probably more importantly, comment after we've had at least one meeting to do one-on-one dialogue and answer questions and go back and forth.
Councilman Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie, this conversation, especially that you and Stick just had, I'm not quite ready to take that kind of a conversation at a pretty high level. It's interesting to me that you said you believe that you should have surveillance at C&E under your belt.
Mm-hmm.
Would you also say security or just surveillance?
No, I think security is, as I said, it's not a regulatory function. And I think one of the things, if you look out there, whenever I look at my counterparts across the nation, it's roughly 50 to 60%, depending on the year, really, of tribes that do have surveillance underneath their authority versus the other 40 that do not. And again, it's for the purpose that in those situations, they view that as more of a regulatory tool, more so than a operational or managerial tool.
And I'm sure that you made some guys flinch over at Catoosa today when you made that statement. Here's the deal that I care about and that I get into. I know when I first got here, our Cherokee preference employment at C&E and C&B wasn't very high. And I pounded on the desk for quite a while, and when we reopened Ramona, we ended up about 93% Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
And I notice your percentage is about 67%. And what I'd like you to do is go work on that.
Definitely.
And I don't know, these gaming agents and your auditors, what do we pay them?
Gaming agents' starting pay is $12, and for the auditors, I believe is $14.91. I believe is the starting pay.
Okay. Per hour?
Per hour, yes.
And here again, I mean, I've probably made no friends at C&E anyway, pounding on the desk for Cherokee employment. I'm willing to come pound on your desk, although I think that you ought to go ahead. It already should be in you to increase that Cherokee percentage on your preference, on your 67%. A couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting with CMB president. He asked us to relax day row. And I said, not no, but hell no. And I'm sure that cost me dearly. And I'm sure it cost me dearly pounding on the desk to get 93% at Ramona. Mm-hmm. And that cost me in several ways. But that's okay, because that's why they sent me here. And I'm really appalled that your percentage isn't higher than that. I'd like to ask you to work on it.
Definitely will.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh,
sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, Speaker.
Okay. Jamie, you have to realize that we pretty well were working on a flatline budget.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in the past, I've been here for 14 years, that the gaming commission our gaming budget has been pretty well open, and we've done quite a few things to help your budget.
Mm-hmm.
And we've never really denied you very little. And another thing is, I heard you a while ago say you had 52 employees that was under you.
Yes.
Do you have any that's supervises you or anything of that nature?
Supervises me?
Yeah.
No, sir. I have my
Okay.
5-member board that I report to, and then my liaison to the administration is Secretary of State.
Well, the budget you sent off for the gaming commission is the way I read it. Maybe reading it wrong. Number of full-time employees in your budget to 2013 is 61.
That's with some of the additional bodies that were initially not included in last year's
And
budget.
you don't have 61 employees?
I don't have 61, no.
Okay, there's 9, that makes 8, so one would include you, I would imagine.
So, and like I said, we're in the process of getting those others hired, so hopefully we can get our numbers up, but right now, no, we don't have 61.
That may be,
I'm just going off of current number of employees.
but I know your budget has risen over the years to quite a bit. You've got a pretty good budget now, compared to what you used to have. But that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Speaker.
We have checked, Jamie, and you had 10 vacancies
10? Okay.
last year.
I apologize.
So, and you're traditionally running about 10 vacancies. And with those being funded slots, that affects the bottom line.
Okay?
You're at, I mean, it's debatable. You're either at 12 vacancies now or you're at 13 vacancies. You're either requesting 4 or 3 new ones or 6 new ones. I'm not sure which. But you're consistently running below your number, but you're tying up dollars for those numbers. And that's of a concern to me.
Okay.
And if you tie up $500,000 or $600,000, it affects our bottom line. I would rather see you be looking that when we have something coming online, you're gonna know a year or so ahead of time. They just don't build something overnight. So you're gonna know you need those positions probably a year out. Then we go in and we put those positions in instead of carrying the positions in anticipation. And that's just
Yeah.
a comment for the committee.
And if I may, that's one of the reasons why those positions that you saw zeroed out were done that way. Initially, when we first put this budget together, it was with the idea, at that time, the communication, albeit unofficial, was that we could have operations coming open as early as July. That timetable moved to August of this year, right now. Then that timetable moved to December. Now, as of the date that we submitted this, it has moved to possibly first part of the spring of 2014. So, again, when we did this, it was trying to even forecast what we might even be needing for this year, but definitely by the end of the year. So if this budget, as we would have originally requested it, would have allowed us to meet a need in December if we got the approval in October, if that makes sense.
But see, here's the thing. We know that once we pass this budget, if I've learned anything in the last 6 years, once we pass your budget, then you can move things around line item. And we have no control over that. So if you're carrying an extra $500,000 to $600,000 in your budget, nothing prohibits you from moving out of one line item into another line item. You, in essence, have a $500,000 cushion. And that's a concern to me. That you, not you in particular, but anyone,
Right.
we're approving an overall budget, not down to a line item. We're approving it by department.
Right.
So that's giving you a $500,000 to $600,000 that if you don't fill these positions, you could move this money within your budget to something else for some other use, and none of us on this committee has control. And that's just something I'm throwing out there for you all to think about. We've asked everybody else to do a flat budget, and we've had some unusual requests. You know, we've got landfill here and some other things that have come in. But we've got to remember, at the end of the day, we don't control the line item movement.
I understand. And if I may respond, I appreciate you saying
And
that.
I'm not saying anyone would do it. I'm just saying it's there to do if somebody wants to.
And I understand that. And I say thank you for raising that because I've never really quite looked at it that way. I guess whenever I've been doing this job for over 15 years and been with the nation 22, whenever I look at the budget, unless I have a need to move money around within a line item, then I usually not usually, always have to go through accounting to make sure I move the appropriate and have some documentation for that. So my personal viewpoint, I don't do that. Have
And
never
I'm
done it.
certainly not accusing you.
I know.
But what you just said was
but-
you have nobody above you
Well,
except your board.
we have the
Your
board.
board is a group that meets not every day. They're not sitting there with you. You actually don't have to go back to Lacey on a line item movement because you do not answer to Lacey. I mean, just in the scheme of things, I think I'm understanding this is how your group works. And we've got this cushion here, and it's been carried apparently from year to year. If you take 10 positions, they're still gonna cost us out at 50,000, because you've gotta include the fringes. That's just part of the way this game works. So you're $500,000. If you show you have 13 vacancies as of July 27th, you're at 600 and some thousand in vacancies. It just has to be a concern to us that we have to look at that.
And
The only other thing you can do is go to a line item budget, which none of us want to do that. But these cushions, we need to notice where these cushions are at. And these cushions do affect bottom lines. And I know what you're doing. It's a very prudent thing for you to think about doing from your standpoint of your position is I'm going to have this work in the future, so I want to plan for it right now. But in your game, you don't know what the work in the future is going to be. But you will know about a year out, so you could come back and create positions at that time, and we would have a better handle on why you need those positions. You're traditionally running, well, you said you had 51. You're wanting to staff up to 65.
Yes.
So you're 14 under. The year before, it was 10 under. So that's just a point, I'm just throwing that out there for the committee to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you much.
Up next, the last tab besides us is the Cherokee publications.
Good
I
afternoon.
wanted you to get the whole story, why I thank you to the end. How are you doing, Brian?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Struggling with allergies, but other than that, I'm okay.
Okay. You need to tell us anything?
Budget for 14 is more or less the same as it was for 13, with the major exception being we accounted for some increased revenue that will be coming in because of the administration's initiative to provide complimentary subscriptions for people that have updated their address through registration. And I believe you'll see that reflected in your the budget you have in front of you.
Any questions? Councilwoman Watts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How will this be actually, what will the citizens see when they do this? I mean, what's going to happen?
Citizens, from the citizen perspective, people who have updated their registration from the time that the new ID cards have been issued, they're just going to start receiving a paper. And they'll get a one-year subscription, and once they are subscribed, they'll be treated as any other subscriber. So as their one-year subscription comes to an end, we'll send them a letter asking them to resubscribe.
So will it be a letter from the editorial board saying you're a recipient of tribal funds that are allowing a one-year subscription, or how's it going to
I'm not
just
sure.
magically starts appearing at their home?
I think it's going to magically start appearing.
That's fine.
We could, we could send down a letter. There'd be an additional expense to do that, but we certainly could do that. The board will be meeting next week, and we'll be discussing this, and that's something that I can bring to their
Probably
attention.
be more effective to do a column in the rollout at least announcing it. And then registration could just let them know.
We're also going to do a story about it.
Okay, so what about those who have paid for a subscription, but they've already got a card? Will they be given the opportunity for a free year, or how will that work?
They will not be eligible. So this will be only folks who have updated their address and have not already subscribed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions?
Now, let me make sure I understand. The new initiative, the list will actually come from registration, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll get a name and address from registration, and you'll start sending out a paper.
First, we'll cross-check it with our existing
Make sure they're
subscriber.
not already receiving a
Right.
paper.
Right.
Okay. But it's actually the list belongs to registration?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from Mr. Pollard? Ms. Baker?
Yes. Will that be all citizens getting both in district, in the jurisdictional area as well as out?
My understanding is it's just citizens,
Okay.
irregardless of where they live.
Okay, thank you.
Did we ever get the language changes that we asked for yesterday to address what Councilman Baker was alluding back to? I don't know if it needs to be here or in that government, the other budget, or both.
Yesterday, Courtney Thompson and I and Brian Pollard also huddled up with Diane Barker Harold. It's going to take a meeting between all of us to sort of work out the kinks and address all of the concerns that were met, or that were brought up in yesterday's meeting. And so Diane suggested that as long as we have it sometime between now and before the full council meeting, that would work. I mean, is that amenable to the council? Or
I'll make a suggestion that Diane Barker Harold get with Chuck and maybe one or two others on the council, not Kara, maybe at the next meeting, because I think they had some pretty simple language
Okay.
that didn't require a committee meeting and a.
Madam Chair. And if I think the sense of the committee is that it be all citizens from the beginning of Blue Card, photo ID rather, whether you live inside the nation or out. And given that there's no objection to that, Madam Chair, I think if we do work out the language between now and full council, we'll be fine. I didn't get the impression it was real complex to work out, but they know their budget narratives better than us. So I would say let's move forward and get the language for council.
That's all right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could we request about a 20-minute recess? We've gone all afternoon, and I think everybody's getting a little dull.
Everybody else in the audience, the only thing left is the tribal council budget, so if you're here for something else, you can go ahead and leave. Any other departments? We will see you later.
What time tomorrow morning?
No.
We're just gonna take a break.
Okay, just a break.
Yes.
15 minutes?
Just a break.
How about come back at 5 o'clock, Lacey?
It's 4:45 right now, right?
How about 5 o'clock, Lacey? Shelley, will you take roll?
Yes, ma'am. Jody Fishing Hawk.
Here.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.
Here.
Jack Baker.
Here.
Harley Buzzard.
Here.
Joe Bird.
I'm new.
Julia Coates.
Here.
Janelle Fulbright. Present. Don Garvin. Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Hannah Glory Jordan.
Present.
Lee Keener. Dick Clay.
Here.
Curtis Snell.
Here.
Janice Taylor. Here. David Thornton. David Walkingston.
On there.
Kara Cowan Watts.
Honey?
We do have a quorum.
Okay. Jody? Would you like to come forward and explain what we've come up with?
You want to go ahead and go over my original presentation, or do you?
No.
Okay. Darn.
All that work, we're not even gonna see it.
You can hand it out, but that's,
He's got it.
I thought this was it, Jody, but.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, second deputy, speaker.
I do want to tell him how much we appreciate all the work that you've done, because with this book, we could fully understand these books. And it made a big difference over these last 2 days that we had your book in front of us to make all these figures work.
Does everybody
And I
want to join me on
appreciate
that?
that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it, and there's, did have one or two typos pointed out to me, and I found a couple of things sitting here going through the books that myself that I kind of saw that I should have presented a little bit differently, but pretty much I'd followed the format that Doug had always did, and I appreciate he came over a couple of days and kind of went through his old files with me and everything, so appreciate his help in that area too. We do, I guess, do you have any questions on our budget?
Madam Chair, we've got a motion on the floor to approve the budget. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
Okay, he's going to offer a friendly amendment. Everybody get out their pens. Don't need to sound bossy. Please get out your pens. You got to talk clearly.
I'll do my best. First item is a reduction in the gaming commission budget by $430,000.
And this is a friendly to the motion.
This is a friendly to the motion.
Okay, who made the main motion?
I made the motion.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
This is, there's no number assigned to this, but $850,000 for the landfill, transportation waste management purposes, at 1010579. An additional $50,000 to the jurisdictional outreach efforts. 1010360, $50,000, election commission. 1010042, $325,000 addition to charitable contributions, with the following projects identified for that $325,000. District 5 improvement projects, District 6 improvement projects, Murrow Home, Connor State College Fund, Adair County improvement projects, District 9 improvement projects, District 10 improvement projects, Arcoma Walking Trail, Budnot Athletic,
Court, I think.
Athletic
it was
Court, yeah, Halbert improvement projects, Highway 20 Bike Trail, District 12 improvement projects, Veneta Public Parks improvement projects. Additionally, at 1010042, which is the charitable contributions, $5,000 to Native American Fellowship Incorporated Veterans Memorial Project. Same number, $5,000 to War Pony Incorporated. Same number, $1,000 to the Veneta Indian Territory Coalition.
Speak up, please.
Veneta Indian Territory Coalition, $1,000. Oh, that's the,
That's the 80,000 they're bringing.
and I believe, Mr. Reese, you've identified some reductions that we requested.
Yes,
in connection with
what
this
the
friendly amendment.
treasurer and I have, one item is 10-10-306, facilities improvements, for $600,000.
Can you repeat that?
10-10-306, facilities improvement, $600,000. This, based on this year's spending levels, and we'd also be looking at this probably at carryover time to see what all the projects they've got going on, and look at that. Next item is 10-10-310, IDC shortfall for $200,000. That'll also be a consideration. It'll be needed to carry over.
I didn't get the first part. What was that?
10-10-310, IDC shortfall.
Oh, okay, IDC.
It's cut from 600 to 400,000. Next item is 10-10-480. That's the employee incentives. cut by 200,000, and that'll also be a consideration at carryover.
So we will bring that back at carryover, there won't be a loss there
Right,
too?
correct.
Kenny? It's just to balance this
Right, it's,
at this
most of
point.
that is spent later in the year, so there won't be any
Okay.
problem
Okay,
at carryover.
just so the employees know that
Right,
we're not
right.
in any way affecting their incentives.
There's a couple other items that we're working on the balance, the exact numbers on.
What do we need, a little over 100,000? 110?
Balancing it between the marshal service, heritage, and,
Vaccination for the animals.
Okay.
I wonder who put it on the bill.
Right, okay. The item under the Marshal Service 1010-145, we'll be balancing all of these initiatives with DOI carryover. We'll reduce the general fund funding and replenish it with the DOI carryover funding. There'll have to be some adjustments for the 1.75 contingency and all that, but, so we'll balance it with that account.
Okay, so we're replacing some gen fund money for the Marshal Service with DOI, but they
Correct.
see no
They'll see no
change.
reduction in funding, so,
And the 400,000, which is the IDC shortfall, and 10-480, Lacey, that's your recommendation on that? Because that comes from your department. And it will go back at the carryover.
we can make it till carryover.
Okay.
With those budgets.
And then the 600,000, we can, that will come from facilities, but it will come back in at carryover as needed. Okay. Okay.
When you say facility, is that excluding Sequoia?
Sorry.
Is that excluding Sequoia?
yes, these are for the properties that are not part of the lease pool that we have to maintain, so,
They're not part of the lease pool?
no.
Point of information. There were several items listed under charitable contributions. Was there an amount associated with those?
Can you talk up?
Was there an amount associated with those items?
I thought she said 325.
325,000.
Total, but they weren't broke out then? They were just listed?
Right, that's correct, 325,000 is the total. We have,
I think there's only 3 of them that was listed, wasn't there?
no, they were,
No, I mean, there was only 3 of them that was
4,
actually
5,
give totals for.
6, 7, 8,
yeah, there was a
9,
separate number that was given.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
There was only 3 of them
15,
that was given totals for.
That was 5,000 for Wool Pony, which an employee runs, right? And 1,000 for Bonita Indian Territory Coalition? And that's all I had for amounts.
5,000 for Native American Fellowship Incorporated Veterans Memorial.
Those amounts are not part of the
They're
325,
not
the way I
part
understand
of the
it.
325. Each of those projects on the 325,000 were in the amount of 25,000 apiece.
So you're missing some of the districts, some areas of the Cherokee Nation, though. I didn't hear anything about District 13 or 14.
Yeah.
I thought I seen some, oh, go ahead.
Well, I think
I'm
that
sorry.
there are some existing charitable contributions that do cover those other districts. One is the William Barnes Center, for example. But yeah, this list is the list that's in my motion. In fact, Madam Chair, I need to withdraw it as a friendly and restate it as a regular motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
It's been withdrawn, the motion has been stated as a regular motion by Chuck Hoskins, and the second was Frankie Marcus. Anything else you want to add? Okay.
Division.
Call for division.
Can I vote on each
Okay.
line item?
Lee, you raised your hand, does this have anything to do with the division?
I was going to make a friendly amendment to the amendment.
Division's been called, he withdrew the friendly.
Pardon?
He withdrew the friendly.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, on the division, the way it was stated, the 325,000 is a single item.
It is. They
Okay.
just identified the projects within that.
No, subtract that.
First thing I mentioned in the motion, Madam Chair, was the reduction of the gaming commission by $430,000.
You make the motion.
Motion.
Get it seconded by Frankie. Any, roll call, any, discussion? Nope, okay. That's the roll call vote. Shelley? All those in favor deducting it from the gaming commission, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Roll call.
Donna Glory Jordan,
Yes.
Lee Keener,
No.
Dick Lay,
Yes.
Curtis Snell,
Yes.
Janice Taylor,
Yes.
David Thornton,
Yes.
David Walkingstick,
Yes.
Kara Cowan Watts,
No.
Jack Baker,
Yes.
Harley Buzzard,
Yes.
Joe Byrd,
Yes.
Julia Coates,
Yes.
Jody Fishinghawk,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright. Yes. Don Garvin,
Yes.
Frankie Hargis,
Yes.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.
Yes.
We have 15 yes and 2 no.
Okay, 16-2, it passes. 850 added to the landfill.
Okay. Madam Chair, next item on the original motion was $850,000 added for the landfill.
Motion's been made, do I have a second?
Second.
Joe Byrd. Roll call, let's go ahead and start roll call.
Lee Keener,
Yes.
Dick Lay,
Yes.
Curtis Snell,
Yes.
Janice Taylor,
Yes.
David Thornton,
Yes.
David Walkingstick,
Yes.
Kara Cowan Watts,
Yes.
Jack Baker,
Yes.
Harley Buzzard,
Yes.
Joe Byrd,
Yes.
Julia Coates,
Yes.
Jody Fishinghawk,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright,
Yes.
Don Garvin,
Yes.
Frankie Hargis,
Yes.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.,
Yes.
Donna Glory Jordan.
Yes.
17 yes, 0 no.
50,000 added to this jurisdiction. Outreach of-
Madam Chair, next item is in 1010579, $50,000 to the in-jurisdictional outreach.
Okay, motion's been made, do I hear a second?
I second. And just a point of clarification, that is the in-district meetings for the 14 counties.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, this one's done by Joe Byrd. That was by Chuck, and the second was by the speaker. Roll call, Shelley.
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do the same considerations that were discussed earlier with Mr. Qualls apply here, where it must be coordinated and work with the representatives in the district?
Councilor Yield, it's the same program, so the same money applies, whether it's a nickel or 50,000, so that was in my mind, that it was the same.
Are you talking about the month in
stipulations.
advance?
Yes, and working with folks. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay. Go ahead, Shelley.
Don't we try acclamation?
Oh, it was-
Let's try acclamation, by acclamation. All those in favor? Those all opposed? Next one, election.
Madam Chair, next one, 1010360, $50,000 for the election commission.
Move for approval. Second.
By acclamation.
Kara and then Frankie. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, 70 to none. Next one.
Madam Chair, next one is in 1010042, motion to add $325,000 to charitable contributions.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Second.
Okay. Second has been by Counselor
For
Thornton.
the district projects that were identified.
Okay. You still second, David? Oh, you made the motion?
Yeah, she said, Frankie said that.
Okay. Roll call.
Madam Speaker, Chair, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to add the Will Rogers Park project to that, to the 325K. Same kind of project is the Veneta Park.
The first and the second will have to accept it. Where's their discussion? Discussion. I've got a question on the discussion. I thought there was something about Will Rogers in there.
There is.
This is, well, the memorial is, but this is just a separate project.
The city park.
City park.
And for how much?
I asked for 10,000.
Oh. I don't accept it if it's already in there.
He doesn't accept it.
Pardon?
Accept it. Was not accepted. Okay, roll call.
What point of clarification is on the 325?
Yes.
Okay, for the improvements that were
Yes.
listed already, okay.
Joe Bird,
Yes.
Julia Coates,
Yes.
Jody Fishinghawk,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright,
Yes.
Don Garvin,
Yes.
Frankie Hargis,
Yes.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.,
Yes.
Hannah Glory Jordan,
Yes.
Lee Keener,
Yes.
Dick Lay,
Yes.
Curtis Snell,
Yes.
Janice Taylor,
Yes.
David Thornton,
Yes.
David Walkingston.
Yes.
Carrie Cowan Watts,
No.
Jack Baker,
Yes.
Harley Buzzard.
Yes.
16 yes and 1 no.
Madam Chair, we have 3 separate items at 101-0042. I suppose if we're at division, I'd do them one at a time. One is $5,000 to Native American Fellowship Incorporated for its Veterans Memorial Project.
Move to have them all in toto.
Any second on that?
Second.
Frankie seconded. All those in.
For question by acclamation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Taking 80,000 out of education. These are the subtraction items.
Madam Chair, refresh my memory. Mr. Reese had identified the reductions to balance those amounts.
The Heritage Center for 76,000.
What's that?
Heritage Center, the Historical Society, I think is what is listed in the book. What's the, do you have the 1010, 220?
Yeah.
Do you want to do them one at a
Just
time
a
or
point of clarification, that is just to bring them back to
a flat?
their previous year's
Right.
budget.
Correct.
Discussion, there's,
Well, or I think I need to make the motion to reduce the budget by the amounts identified by Mr. Reese earlier. And I'd like to try them all together.
We're going to try them all together. She seconded. Any division? Division's been called.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
just on the last one, the Heritage Center.
Yeah, on the Heritage Center is what he wanted to divide it
All right, so let's divide out the Heritage Center, Madam Chair.
You want to
move
try the
approve
others
that.
first?
What's that? Let's just move to approve the deduction on the Heritage Center.
out. Okay. Chuck's made the motion. Frankie Hargis has seconded for the 76. Discussion?
Yes. I just want to say, the reason the increase was put in there this year, the 76,000, was that the Chief's Office has added an employee as a contract manager, and this amount was to cover that. So it's increased expenditure that the Heritage Center did not ask for. And yet, if we take it out, then we're going to have to absorb that amount and take it away from some other employees. So that's why I object to that being taken out.
Is there a possibility, since they used it to balance it, we could look at it later in the NF this month?
Yes, please.
Since he's given us that information?
Well, yes. Yeah.
Would that be okay if we looked at the end of this month then?
The budget itself is scheduled to pass that same day, so we can make any adjustment we needed to at the special council.
Okay, because And that was for a contract employee, Jack?
Yes.
Do I understand now, though, that's a recommendation, is we take the 76, 78 to balance this budget, along with those other things that you've just mentioned?
Right, the,
Okay. So, you would be voting to take it out, but then you're gonna talk about it at the end of the month? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, just on information, the question now is whether to make the $76,000 reduction.
Yes.
Motion's been made and seconded.
It's been made by you, and it's been seconded by Frankie, and I'm guessing a roll call, since it was division. Shelley?
Janelle Fulbright,
Yes.
Don Garvin. Yes. Frankie Hargis.
Yes.
Chuck Huskin Jr.
Yes.
Anna Lori Jordan.
Yes.
Lee Keener.
No.
Dick Lay.
Yes.
Curtis Snell.
Yes.
Janice Taylor. Yes. David Thornton.
Yes.
David Walkingstick.
No.
Kara Cowan Watts.
No.
Jack Baker.
No.
Harley Buzzard.
No.
Joe Byrd.
No.
Juliet Coates.
No.
Jody Fishinghawk.
Yes.
Ten yes and 7 no.
Okay, passed.
So, Madam Chair, I'd move to approve the rest of the reductions identified by Mr. Reese earlier.
Okay, does anybody need them repeated?
I just had a question. Most of those would be reconsidered at the time of carryover. Is that correct from what I recall? Okay, thank you.
Except for this one that we just now, that Jack just brought up, and we'll look at it.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Okay. So Chuck made the motion, Frankie seconded. On the rest of them, roll call vote, Shelley.
Jack Baker.
Yes.
Harley Buzzard.
Yes.
Joe Byrd.
Yes.
Juliet Coates.
Yes.
Jody Fishinghawk.
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright.
Yes.
Don Garvin.
Yes.
Frankie Hargis.
Yes.
Chuck Huskin Jr.
Yes.
Anna Lori Jordan.
Yes.
Lee Keener.
Yes.
Dick Lay.
Yes.
Curtis Snell.
Yes.
Janice Taylor.
Yes.
David Thornton.
Yes.
David
Yes.
Walkingstick. Kara Cowan Watts.
Yes.
Yes, 17 yes.
Now, can we have a vote?
Call for the question.
Call for the question. By acclamation?
Aye.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good job, Sheriff.
And we are recessed.
Treasurer Moore.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Chair, can we have those last changes
motion to
sent to
adjourn.
all of us?
Jody, would you
Motion
mind
to adjourn.
sticking around to hand anybody out that wants the adjustments done?
okay.
All those.
All those in favor?
Yeah, just email.
Thank you. Thank you, Frankie.